Chapter 9: The Hard Way. Both the work of the Monroe Institute and the Earth life system itself were strong knowns to me. Yet there was an uncomfortable feeling that clues and traces of my missing basic were there. I simply wasn't able to perceive them. I turned again to my own personal activities. One of the knowns emerging through repeated examination was that moving into out-of-body no longer had for me what could be called movement. Experienced subjects in the Institute laboratory had reported this many times, but it was not a part of my personal pattern until I began what I called the quick switch method. Thereafter, what happened was a fading out of one consciousness state into another. To describe it as going out of phase seemed more accurate and satisfied better my left brain classification system. So this became a repeating pattern. However, I had begun to notice that whenever things were going so smoothly, a major change was gathering energy. The forewarning was usually so obscure that only in retrospect could it be verified. This time, what shook me out of my complacency was a series of incidents that began to occur more and more frequently when I phased out of body during the sleep state. They were remarkably similar to the tests I had encountered years before. These tests were learning procedures whereby, when I was in an out-of-body state, a given experience was repeated several times until a particular response was evoked in me. The experience was not repeated thereafter. These tests were nonverbal and were apparently conducted by a non-physical, presumably my InSpec friend. We would meet shortly after I left the physical state, and I would be asked if I were ready. With complete trust, I would agree. Immediately there would be a loud click, and I would find myself fully immersed in the experience. Gone and forgotten was the fact that it was not real, and I would live it totally. At a crucial point where a significant decision had to be made, I would make it. Then there would come another loud click and I was back with the InSpec. If I had performed satisfactorily, that particular test would not be repeated. If I had not done so, I would have to go back and try again until I did. It never occurred to me to question why I was being tested and who judged what the correct decision had to be. Most, if not all, of the tests seemed completely unrelated to this physical life, although many of them were couched in human Earth settings and situations. I assumed that someone smarter than I needed my kind of answers, and I, sometimes shakily, was glad to oblige. This new version seemed much the same, except that there was no supervising InSpec that I could determine. The episodes occurred months after our last meeting, and there had been no sign of the InSpec's presence despite my continuing hopes. As before, the identical situation would be presented in various forms, all with the need for a decision. It would have been easy to dismiss them as simply vivid dreams if they had not been preceded by InSpec-structured modality. Moreover, I had not had ordinary dreams or nightmares for years. These incidents became so strong that they could not be ignored. The direction change that was coming had been in place long before. The blow that got my attention was the discovery that various physiological and mental states were beginning to reflect in my physical waking consciousness as a result of these activities. In all my previous out-of-body adventures, there had been no after effects such as these. There had been excitement and exhilaration, or sadness and joy, and these would be expressed in my placid and relaxed physical body upon return. But there had never been stomach nausea, aching arms and legs, rapid heartbeat, the entire nervous system pulled tight. These effects would often last as long as 15 or 20 minutes after returning. Thus it wasn't curiosity, but necessity that again pushed me to find answers. The same motivation that years before had led me to explore the out-of-body experience. But this time there was a difference. I was not overloaded with fear, and I had tools and friends to work with. And I had at least the beginnings of a map of the Chapter 1. 1. The haptics. They didn't think Flynn's brother had PTSD, but that sometimes the haptics glitched him. They said it was like phantom limb, ghosts of the tattoos he'd worn in the war, put there to tell him when to run, when to be still, when to do the badass dance, which direction and what range. So they allowed him some disability for that, and he lived in the trailer down by the creek. An alcoholic uncle lived there when they were little, veteran of some other war, their father's older brother. She and Burton and Leon used it for a fort the summer she was 10. Leon tried to take girls there later on, but it smelled too bad. When Burton got his discharge, it was empty, except for the biggest wasp nest any of them had ever seen. Most valuable thing on their property, Leon said. Airstream 1977. He showed her ones on eBay that looked like blunt rifle slugs, went for crazy money in any condition at all. The uncle had gooped this one over with white expansion foam, gone gray and dirty now, to stop it leaking and for insulation. Leon said that had saved it from pickers. She thought it looked like a big old grub, but with tunnels back through it to the windows. Coming down the path, she saw stray crumbs of that foam packed down hard in the dark earth. He had the trailer's lights turned up, and closer through a window, she partly saw him stand, turn, and on his spine and side the marks where they took the haptics off, like the skin was dusted with something dead fish silver. They said they could get that off too, but he didn't want to keep going back. "Hey, Burton," she called. "Easy ice," he answered, her gamer tag, one hand bumping the door open, the other tugging a new white t-shirt down, over that chest the Corps gave him, covering the silvered patch above his navel, size and shape of a playing card. Inside, the trailer was the color of Vaseline, LEDs buried in it, bedded in hefty Mart amber. She'd helped him sweep it out before he moved in. He hadn't bothered to bring the shop vac down from the garage, just bombed the inside a good inch thick with this Chinese polymer, dried glassy and flexible. You could see stubs of burnt matches down inside that, or the cork-patterned paper on the squashed filter of a legally sold cigarette older than she was. She knew where to find a rusty jeweler's screwdriver and somewhere else a 2009 quarter. Now he just got his stuff out before he hosed the inside every week or two, like washing out Tupperware. Leon said the polymer was curatorial, how you could peel it all out before you put your American classic up on eBay. Let it take the dirt with it. Burton took her hand, squeezed, pulling her up and in. "You going to Davisville?" she asked. "Leon's picking me up." "Luke 45's protesting there," Shailene said. He shrugged, moving a lot of muscle but not by much. "That was you, Burton, last month, on the news, that funeral in Carolina." He didn't quite smile. "You might have killed that boy." He shook his head, just a fraction, eyes narrowed. "Scares me you do that shit." "You still walking point for that lawyer in Tulsa?" "He isn't playing, busy lawyering, I guess." "You're the best he had, showed him that." Just a game, telling herself more than him. Might as well been getting himself a Marine. She thought she saw that. Chapter 1. 1. The haptics. They didn't think Flynn's brother had PTSD, but that sometimes the haptics glitched him. They said it was like phantom limb, ghosts of the tattoos he'd worn in the war, put there to tell him when to run, when to be still, when to do the badass dance, which direction and what range. So they allowed him some disability for that, and he lived in the trailer down by the creek. An alcoholic uncle lived there when they were little, veteran of some other war, their father's older brother. She and Burton and Leon used it for a fort the summer she was 10. Leon tried to take girls there later on, but it smelled too bad. When Burton got his discharge, it was empty, except for the biggest wasp nest any of them had ever seen. Most valuable thing on their property, Leon said. Airstream 1977. He showed her ones on eBay that looked like blunt rifle slugs, went for crazy money in any condition at all. The uncle had gooped this one over with white expansion foam, gone gray and dirty now, to stop it leaking and for insulation. Leon said that had saved it from pickers. She thought it looked like a big old grub, but with tunnels back through it to the windows. Coming down the path, she saw stray crumbs of that foam packed down hard in the dark earth. He had the trailer's lights turned up, and closer through a window, she partly saw him stand, turn, and on his spine and side the marks where they took the haptics off, like the skin was dusted with something dead fish silver. They said they could get that off too, but he didn't want to keep going back. "Hey, Burton," she called. "Easy ice," he answered, her gamer tag, one hand bumping the door open, the other tugging a new white t-shirt down, over that chest the Corps gave him, covering the silvered patch above his navel, size and shape of a playing card. Inside, the trailer was the color of Vaseline, LEDs buried in it, bedded in hefty Mart amber. She'd helped him sweep it out before he moved in. He hadn't bothered to bring the shop vac down from the garage, just bombed the inside a good inch thick with this Chinese polymer, dried glassy and flexible. You could see stubs of burnt matches down inside that, or the cork pattern paper on the squashed filter of a legally sold cigarette older than she was. She knew where to find a rusty jeweler's screwdriver and somewhere else a 2009 quarter. Now he just got his stuff out before he hosed the inside every week or two, like washing out Tupperware. Leon said the polymer was curatorial, how you could peel it all out before you put your American classic up on eBay. Let it take the dirt with it. Burton took her hand, squeezed, pulling her up and in. "You going to Davisville?" she asked. "Leon's picking me up." "Luke 45's protesting there," Shailene said. He shrugged, moving a lot of muscle but not by much. "That was you, Burton, last month, on the news, that funeral in Carolina." He didn't quite smile. "You might have killed that boy." He shook his head, just a fraction, eyes narrowed. "Scares me you do that shit." "You still walking point for that lawyer in Tulsa?" "He isn't playing, busy lawyering, I guess." "You're the best he had, showed him that." Just a game, telling herself more than him. Might as well been getting himself a Marine. She thought she saw that thing the haptics did, then that shiver, then gone. "Need you to sub for me," he said, like nothing had happened. 5-hour shift, fly a quadcopter. She looked past him to his display, some Danish supermodel's legs, retracting into some brand of car nobody she knew would ever drive or likely even see on the road. "You're on disability," she said, "aren't supposed to work." He looked at her. "Where's the job?" she asked. "Outsourced? I'll catch you." "Game," he said. "Betta of some game." "Nothing to shoot. Work a perimeter around 3 floors of this tower, 55th to 57th. See what turns up." "What does?" "Paparazzi." He showed her the length of his index finger. "Little things, you get in their way. Edge 'em back, that's all you do." "Tonight. Get you set up before Leon comes." "Supposed to help Shailene later." "Give you 2 5s. He took his wallet from his jeans, edged out a pair of new bills, the little windows unscratched, holograms bright. Folded, they went into the right front pocket of her cutoffs. "Turn the lights down," she said. "Hurts my eyes." He did, swinging his hand through the display, but then the place looked like a 17-year-old boy's bedroom. She reached over, flicked it up a little. She sat in his chair. It was Chinese reconfiguring to her height and weight as he pulled himself up an old metal stool, almost no paint left on it, waving a screen into view. "Milagros Coldiarns." "What's that?" she asked. "Who we're working for." "How do they pay you?" "Hefty pal." "You'll get caught for sure." "Goes to an account of Leon's," he said. Leon's Army service had been about the same time as Burton's in the Marines, but Leon wasn't due any disability. Wasn't, their mother said, like he could claim to have caught the dumb fuck there. Not that Flynn had ever thought Leon was anything but sly under it all and lazy. Need my login and the password, hat trick. How they both pronounced his tag Hapdrek to keep it private. He took an envelope from his back pocket, unfolded, and opened it. The paper looked thick, creamy. That from Fab? He drew out a long slip of the same paper, printed with what looked to be a full paragraph of characters and symbols. You scan it or type it outside that window. We're out a job. She picked up the envelope from where it lay on what she guessed had been a fold-down dining table. It was one of Shailene's top-shelf stationery items, kept literally on a top shelf. When letter orders came in from big companies or lawyers, you went up there. She ran her thumb across the logo in the upper left corner. Medellin? Security firm. You said it's a game. That's $10,000 in your pocket. How long you been doing this? 2 weeks now, Sundays off. How much you get? 25,000 per. Make it 20 then. Short notice and I'm stiffing Shailene. He gave her another 2 fives. Chapter 2. Part 1 Chiba City Blues. Chapter 3. When the sky above the port was the color of television, tuned to a dead channel. It's not like I'm using, Case heard someone say, as he shouldered his way through the crowd around the door of the chat. It's like my body's developed this massive drug deficiency. It was a sprawl voice and a sprawl joke. The Chatsubo was a bar for professional expatriates. You could drink there for a week and never hear 2 words in Japanese. Rats was tending bar, his prosthetic arm jerking monotonously as he filled a tray of glasses with draft Kirin. He saw Case and smiled, his teeth a webwork of East European steel and brown decay. Case found a place at the bar, between the unlikely tan on one of Lonnie Zone's whores and the crisp naval uniform of a tall African whose cheekbones were ridged with precise rows of tribal scars. Wage was in here early with 2 Joe boys, Rats said, shoving a draft across the bar with his good hand. Maybe some business with you, Case? Case shrugged. The girl to his right giggled and nudged him. The bartender's smile widened. His ugliness was the stuff of legend. In an age of affordable beauty, there was something heraldic about his lack of it. The antique arm whined as he reached for another mug. It was a Russian military prosthesis, a 7-function force feedback manipulator, cased in grubby pink plastic. You are too much the artiste, Herr Case, Rats grunted. The sound served him as laughter. He scratched his overhang of white-shirted belly with the pink claw. You are the artiste of the slightly funny deal. Sure, Case said and sipped his beer. Somebody's gotta be funny around here. Sure the fuck isn't you? The whore's giggle went up an octave. Isn't you either, sister, so you vanish, okay? Zone, he's a close personal friend of mine. She looked Case in the eye and made the softest possible spitting sound, her lips barely moving, but she left. Jesus, Case said. What kinda creep joint you running here? Man can't have a drink. Ha, Rat said, swabbing the scarred wood with a rag. Zone shows a percentage. I let work here for entertainment value. As Case was picking up his beer, one of those strange instants of silence descended, as though 100 unrelated conversations had simultaneously arrived at the same pause. Then the whore's giggle rang out, tinged with a certain hysteria. Rats grunted. An angel passed. The Chinese, bellowed a drunken Australian. Chinese bloody invented nerve splicing. Give me the mainland for a nerve job any day. Fix you right, mate. Now that, Case said to his glass, all his bitterness suddenly rising in him like bile. That is so much bullshit. The Japanese had already forgotten more neurosurgery than the Chinese had ever known. The black clinics of Chiba were the cutting edge. Whole bodies of technique supplanted monthly, and still they couldn't repair the damage he'd suffered in that Memphis hotel. A year here and he still dreamed of cyberspace, hope fading nightly. All the speed he took, all the turns he'd taken, and the corners he'd cut in Night City, and still he'd see the Matrix in his sleep, bright lattices of logic unfolding across that colorless void. The sprawl was a long, strange way home over the Pacific now, and he was no console man, no cyberspace cowboy, just another hustler trying to make it through. But the dreams came on in the Japanese night, like live-wire voodoo, and he'd cry for it. Cry in his sleep and wake alone in the dark, curled in his capsule in some coffin hotel, his hands clawed into the bed slab, temper foam bunched between his fingers, trying to reach the console that wasn't there. "I saw your girl last night," Rat said, passing Case his second Kirin. "I don't have one," he said and drank. "Miss Linda Lee." Case shook his head. "No girl? Nothing? Only biz, friend artiste? Dedication to commerce?" The bartender's small brown eyes were nested deep in wrinkled flesh. "I think I liked you better with her. You laughed more. Now some night you get maybe too artistic. You wind up in the clinic tanks, spare parts." "You're breaking my heart, Rats." He finished his beer, paid and left, high narrow shoulders hunched beneath the rain-stained khaki nylon of his windbreaker. Threading his way through the Nincy crowds, he could smell his own stale sweat. Case was 24. At 22, he'd been a cowboy, a rustler, one of the best in the sprawl. He'd been trained by the best, by McCoy Pauly and Bobby Quine, legends in the biz. He'd operated on an almost permanent adrenaline high, a byproduct of youth and proficiency, jacked into a custom cyberspace deck that projected his disembodied consciousness into the consensual hallucination that was the Matrix. A thief, he'd worked for other, wealthier thieves, employers who provided the exotic software required to penetrate the bright walls of corporate systems, opening windows into rich fields of data. He'd made the classic mistake, the one he'd sworn he'd never make. He stole from his employers. He kept something for himself and tried to move it through a fence in Amsterdam. He still wasn't sure how he'd been discovered, not that it mattered now. He'd expected to die then, but they only smiled. Of course he was welcome, they told him, welcome to the money, and he was going to need it. Because, still smiling, they were going to make sure he never worked again. They damaged his nervous system with a wartime Russian mycotoxin. Strapped to a bed in a Memphis hotel, his talent burning out micron by micron, he hallucinated for 30 hours. The damage was minute, subtle, and utterly effective. For Case, who'd lived for the bodiless exultation of cyberspace, it was the fall. In the bars he'd frequented as a cowboy hotshot, the elite stance involved a certain relaxed contempt for the flesh. The body was meat. Case fell into the prison of his own flesh. His total assets were quickly converted to new yen, a fat sheaf of the old paper currency that circulated endlessly through the closed circuit of the world's black markets like the seashells of the Trobriand Islanders. It was difficult to transact legitimate business with cash in the sprawl. In Japan, it was already illegal. In Japan, he'd known with a clenched and absolute certainty he'd find his cure in Chiba, either in a registered clinic or in the shadowland of black medicine. Synonymous with implants, nerve splicing, and microbionics, Chiba was a magnet for the sprawl's techno-criminal subcultures. In Chiba, he'd watched his new yen vanish in a 2-month round of examinations and consultations. The men in the black clinics, his last hope, had admired the expertise with which he'd been maimed, and then slowly shaken their heads. Now he slept in the cheapest coffins, the ones nearest the port, beneath the quartz halogen floods that lit the docks all night like vast stages, where you couldn't see the lights of Tokyo for the glare of the television sky, not even the towering hologram logo of the Fuji Electric Company. And Tokyo Bay was a black expanse where gulls wheeled above drifting shoals of white styrofoam. Behind the port lay the city, factory domes dominated by the vast cubes of corporate arcologies. Port and city were divided by a narrow borderland of older streets, an area with no official name, Night City with Ninsei its heart. By day, the bars down Ninsei were shuttered and featureless, the neon dead, the holograms inert, waiting under the poisoned silver sky. 2 blocks west of the chat, in a tea shop called the Jar de Thé, Case washed down the night's first pill with a double espresso. It was a flat pink octagon, a potent species of Brazilian Dex he bought from one of Zone's girls. The jar was walled with mirrors, each panel framed in red neon. At first, finding himself alone in Chiba with little money and less hope of finding a cure, he'd gone into a kind of terminal overdrive, hustling fresh capital with a cold intensity that had seemed to belong to someone else. In the first month, he'd killed 2 men and a woman over sums that a year before would have seemed ludicrous. Ninsei wore him down, until the street itself came to seem the externalization of some death wish, some secret poison he hadn't known he carried. Night City was like a deranged experiment in social Darwinism, designed by a bored researcher who kept one thumb permanently on the fast-forward button. Stop hustling and you sank without a trace, but move a little too swiftly and you'd break the fragile surface tension of the black market. Either way, you were gone, with nothing left of you but some vague memory in the mind of a fixture like rats, though heart or lungs or kidneys might survive in the service of some stranger with new yen for the clinic tanks. Biz here was a constant subliminal hum, and death the accepted punishment for laziness, carelessness, lack of grace, the failure to heed the demands of an intricate protocol. Alone at a table in the Jar de Thé with the octagon coming on, pinheads of sweat starting from his palms, suddenly aware of each tingling hair on his arms and chest, Case knew that at some point he'd started to play a game with himself, a very ancient one that has no name, a final solitaire. He no longer carried a weapon, no longer took the basic precautions. He ran the fastest, loosest deals on the street, and he had a reputation for being able to get whatever you wanted. A part of him knew that the arc of his self-destruction was glaringly obvious to his customers, who grew steadily fewer, but that same part of him basked in the knowledge that it was only a matter of time. And that was the part of him, smug in its expectation of death, that most hated the thought of Linda Lee. He'd found her one rainy night in an arcade. Under bright ghosts burning through a blue haze of cigarette smoke, holograms of Wizard's Castle, Tank War Europa, the New York skyline. And now he remembered her that way, her face bathed in restless laser light, features reduced to a code, her cheekbones flaring scarlet as Wizard's Castle burned, forehead drenched with azure when Munich fell to the tank war, mouth touched with hot gold as a gliding cursor struck sparks from the wall of a skyscraper canyon. He was riding high that night, with a brick of wages ketamine on its way to Yokohama and the money already in his pocket. He'd come in out of the warm rain that sizzled across the Ninsei pavement, and somehow she'd been singled out for him, one face out of the dozens who stood at the consoles, lost in the game she played. The expression on her face then had been the one he'd seen, hours later, on her sleeping face in a portside coffin, her upper lip like the line children draw to represent a bird in flight. Crossing the arcade to stand beside her, high on the deal he'd made, he saw her glance up, gray eyes rimmed with smudged black paint stick, eyes of some animal pinned in the headlights of an oncoming vehicle. Their night together, stretching into a morning, into tickets at the hoverport and his first trip across the bay. The rain kept up, falling along Harajuku, beating on her plastic jacket, the children of Tokyo trooping past the famous boutiques in white loafers and cling-wrap capes until she'd stood with him in the midnight clatter of a pachinko parlor and held his hand like a child. It took a month for the gestalt of drugs and tension he moved through to turn those perpetually startled eyes into wells of reflexive need. He'd watched her personality fragment, calving like an iceberg, splinters drifting away, and finally he'd seen the raw need, the hungry armature of addiction. He'd watched her track the next hit with a concentration that reminded him of the mantises they sold in stalls along Shiga, beside tanks of blue mutant carp and crickets caged in bamboo. He stared at the black ring of grounds in his empty cup. It was vibrating with the speed he'd taken. The brown laminate of the tabletop was dull with a patina of tiny scratches. With the decks mounting through his spine, he saw the countless random impacts required to create a surface like that. The jar was decorated in a dated, nameless style from the previous century, an uneasy blend of Japanese traditional and pale Milanese plastics. But everything seemed to wear a subtle film, as though the bad nerves of a million customers had somehow attacked the mirrors and the once glossy plastics, leaving each surface fogged with something that could never be wiped away. "Hey, Case, good buddy." He looked up, met gray eyes ringed with paint stick. She was wearing faded French orbital fatigues and new white sneakers. "I've been looking for you, man." She took a seat opposite him, her elbows on the table. The sleeves of the blue zip suit had been ripped out at the shoulders. He automatically checked her arms for signs of derms or the needle. "Want a cigarette?" She dug a crumpled pack of Yehuan filters from an ankle pocket and offered him one. He took it, let her light it with a red plastic tube. "You sleepin' okay, Case? You look tired." Her accent put her south along the sprawl toward Atlanta. The skin below her eyes was pale and unhealthy looking, but the flesh was still smooth and firm. She was 20. New lines of pain were starting to etch themselves permanently at the corners of her mouth. Her dark hair was drawn back, held by a band of printed silk. The pattern might have represented microcircuits or a city map. "Not if I remember to take my pills," he said, as a tangible wave of longing hit him, lust and loneliness riding in on the wavelength of amphetamine. He remembered the smell of her skin in the overheated darkness of a coffin near the port. Her fingers locked across the small of his back. All the meat, he thought, and all at once. "Wage," she said, narrowing her eyes. "He wants to see you with a hole in your face." She lit her own cigarette. "Who says rats? You been talking to rats?" "No, Mona. Her new squeeze is one of Wage's boys." "I don't owe him enough. He does me. He's out the money anyway." He shrugged. "Too many people owe him now, Case. Maybe you get to be the example. You seriously better watch it." "Sure. How about you, Linda? You got anywhere to sleep?" "Sleep?" She shook her head. "Sure, Case." She shivered, hunched forward over the table. Her face was filmed with sweat. "Here," he said, and dug in the pocket of his windbreaker, coming up with a crumpled 50. He smoothed it automatically under the table, folded it in quarters, and passed it to her. "You need that, honey. You better give it to Wage." There was something in the gray eyes now that he couldn't read, something he'd never seen there before. "I owe Wage a lot more than that. Take it." "I got more coming," he lied as he watched his new yen vanish into a zippered pocket. "You get your money, Case. You find Wage quick." "I'll see you, Linda," he said, getting up. "Sure." A millimeter of white showed beneath each of her pupils. "Sunpaku, you watch your back, man." He nodded, anxious to be gone. He looked back as the plastic door swung shut behind him, saw her eyes reflected in a cage of red neon. Friday night on Nincy. He passed yakitori stands and massage parlors, a franchised coffee shop called Beautiful Girl, the electronic thunder of an arcade. He stepped out of the way to let a dark-suited Sararaman by, spotting the Mitsubishi Genentech logo tattooed across the back of the man's right hand. Was it authentic? If that's for real, he thought, he's in for trouble. If it wasn't, served him right. MG employees above a certain level were implanted with advanced microprocessors that monitored mutagen levels in the bloodstream. Gear like that would get you rolled in Night City, rolled straight into a black clinic. The Sararaman had been Japanese, but the Nincy crowd was a Gaijin crowd. Groups of sailors up from the port, tense solitary tourists hunting pleasures no guidebook listed, sprawl heavies showing off grafts and implants, and a dozen distinct species of hustler, all swarming the street in an intricate dance of desire and commerce. There were countless theories explaining why Chiba City tolerated the Ninsei enclave, but Case tended toward the idea that the Yakuza might be preserving the place as a kind of historical park, a reminder of humble origins. But he also saw a certain sense in the notion that burgeoning technologies require outlaw zones, that Night City wasn't there for its inhabitants, but as a deliberately unsupervised playground for technology itself. Was Linda right? He wondered, staring up at the lights. Would Wage have him killed to make an example? It didn't make much sense, but then Wage dealt primarily in proscribed biologicals, and they said you had to be crazy to do that. But Linda said Wage wanted him dead. Case's primary insight into the dynamics of street dealing was that neither the buyer nor the seller really needed him. A middleman's business is to make himself a necessary evil. The dubious niche Case had carved for himself in the criminal ecology of Night City had been cut out with lies, scooped out a night at a time with betrayal. Now, sensing that its walls were starting to crumble, he felt the edge of a strange euphoria. The week before, he'd delayed transfer of a synthetic glandular extract, retailing it for a wider margin than usual. He knew Wage hadn't liked that. Wage was his primary supplier, 9 years in Chiba, and one of the few gaijin dealers who'd managed to forge links with the rigidly stratified criminal establishment beyond Night City's borders. Genetic materials and hormones trickled down to Ninsei along an intricate ladder of fronts and blinds. Somehow Wage had managed to trace something back once, and now he enjoyed steady connections in a dozen cities. Case found himself staring through a shop window. The place sold small, bright objects to the sailors. Watches, flicknivs, lighters, pocket VTRs, sim decks, weighted manriki chains, and shuriken. The shuriken had always fascinated him, steel stars with knife-sharp points. Some were chromed, others black, others treated with a rainbow surface like oil on water. But the chrome stars held his gaze. They were mounted against scarlet ultrasuede with nearly invisible loops of nylon fishline, their centers stamped with dragons or yin-yang symbols. They caught the street's neon and twisted it, and it came to Case that these were the stars under which he voyaged, his destiny spelled out in a constellation of cheap chrome. "Julie," he said to his stars, "time to see old Julie, he'll know." Julius Dean was 135 years old, his metabolism assiduously warped by a weekly fortune in serums and hormones. His primary hedge against aging was a yearly pilgrimage to Tokyo, where genetic surgeons reset the code of his DNA, a procedure unavailable in Chiba. Then he'd fly to Hong Kong and order the year's suits and shirts. Sexless and inhumanly patient, his primary gratification seemed to lie in his devotion to esoteric forms of tailor worship. Case had never seen him wear the same suit twice, although his wardrobe seemed to consist entirely of meticulous reconstructions of garments of the previous century. He affected prescription lenses, framed in spidery gold, ground from thin slabs of pink synthetic quartz, and beveled like the mirrors in a Victorian dollhouse. His offices were located in a warehouse behind Ninsei, part of which seemed to have been sparsely decorated years before, with a random collection of European furniture, as though Dean had once intended to use the place as his home. Neo-Aztec bookcases gathered dust against one wall of the room where Case waited. A pair of bulbous Disney-styled table lamps perched awkwardly on a low Kandinsky-look coffee table in scarlet lacquered steel. A dolly clock hung on the wall between the bookcases, its distorted face sagging to the bare concrete floor. Its hands were holograms that altered to match the convolutions of the face as they rotated, but it never told the correct time. The room was stacked with white fiberglass shipping modules that gave off the tang of preserved ginger. You seem to be clean, old son, said Dean's disembodied voice. Do come in. Magnetic bolts thudded out of position around the massive imitation rosewood door to the left of the bookcases. Julius Dean Irmgraxt was lettered across the plastic in peeling self-adhesive capitals. If the furniture scattered in Dean's makeshift foyer suggested the end of the past century, the office itself seemed to belong to its start. Dean's seamless pink face regarded Case from a pool of light, cast by an ancient brass lamp with a rectangular shade of dark green glass. The importer was securely fenced behind a vast desk of painted steel, flanked on either side by tall, drawered cabinets made of some sort of pale wood, the sort of thing Case supposed that had once been used to store written records of some kind. The desktop was littered with cassettes, scrolls of yellowed printout, and various parts of some sort of clockwork typewriter, a machine Dean never seemed to get around to reassembling. What brings you around, boyo? Dean asked, offering Case a narrow bonbon wrapped in blue and white check paper. Try one. Ting ting jaha, the very best. Case refused the ginger, took a seat in a yawing wooden swivel chair, and ran a thumb down the faded seam of one black jeans leg. Julie, I hear Wage wants to kill me. Ah, well then, and where did you hear this, if I may? People, Dean said, around a ginger bonbon. What sort of people, friends? Case nodded. Not always that easy to know who your friends are, is it? I do owe him a little money, Dean. He say anything to you? Haven't been in touch of late. Then he sighed. If I did know, of course, I might not be in a position to tell you, things being what they are, you understand. He's an important connection, Case. Yeah, he want to kill me, Julie. Not that I know of. Dean shrugged. They might have been discussing the price of ginger. If it proves to be an unfounded rumor, old son, you come back in a week or so and I'll let you in on a little something out of Singapore. Out of the Nanhai Hotel, Bencoolen Street? Loose lips, old son, Dean grinned. The steel desk was jammed with a fortune in debugging gear. Be seeing you, Julie. I'll say hello to Wage. Dean's fingers came up to brush the perfect knot in his pale silk tie. He was less than a block from Dean's office when it hit, the sudden cellular awareness that someone was on his ass, and very close. The cultivation of a certain tame paranoia was something Case took for granted. The trick lay in not letting it get out of control, but that could be quite a trick behind a stack of octagons. He fought the adrenaline surge and composed his narrow features in a mask of bored vacancy, pretending to let the crowd carry him along. When he saw a darkened display window, he managed to pause by it. The place was a surgical boutique closed for renovations. With his hands in the pockets of his jacket, he stared through the glass at a flat lozenge of vat-grown flesh that lay on a carved pedestal of imitation jade. The color of its skin reminded him of Zone's whores. It was tattooed with a luminous digital display wired to a subcutaneous chip. Why bother with the surgery, he found himself thinking, while sweat coursed down his ribs, when you could just carry the thing around in your pocket? Without moving his head, he raised his eyes and studied the reflection of the passing crowd. Behind sailors in short-sleeved khaki, dark hair, mirrored glasses, dark clothing, slender. Then Case was running, bent low, dodging between bodies. Rent me a gun, Shin. The boy smiled. 2 hour. They stood together in the smell of fresh raw seafood at the rear of a Shiga sushi stall. You come back, 2 hour. I need one now, man. Got anything right now? Shin rummaged behind empty 2-liter cans that had once been filled with powdered horseradish. He produced a slender package wrapped in gray plastic. Taser, 1 hour, 20 new yen. 30 deposit. Shit, I don't need that. I need a gun. Like I maybe want to shoot somebody, understand? The waiter shrugged, replacing the taser behind the horseradish cans. 2 hour. He went into the shop without bothering to glance at the display of shuriken. He'd never thrown one in his life. He bought 2 packs of Yeheyuans with a Mitsubishi Bank chip that gave his name as Charles Derrick May. It beat Truman Star, the best he'd been able to do for a passport. The Japanese woman behind the terminal looked like she had a few years on Old Dean, none of them with the benefit of science. He took his slender roll of new yen out of his pocket and showed it to her. "I want to buy a weapon." She gestured in the direction of a case filled with knives. "No," he said, "I don't like knives." She brought an oblong box from beneath the counter. The lid was yellow cardboard, stamped with a crude image of a coiled cobra with a swollen hood. Inside were 8 identical tissue-wrapped cylinders. He watched while mottled brown fingers stripped the paper from one. She held the thing up for him to examine, a dull steel tube with a leather thong at one end and a small bronze pyramid at the other. She gripped the tube with one hand, the pyramid between her other thumb and forefinger, and pulled. 3 oiled, telescoping segments of tightly wound coil springs slid out and locked. "Cobra," she said. Beyond the neon shudder of Nincy, the sky was that mean shade of gray. The air had gotten worse. It seemed to have teeth tonight, and half the crowd wore filtration masks. Case had spent 10 minutes in a urinal, trying to discover a convenient way to conceal his cobra. Finally, he'd settled for tucking the handle into the waistband of his jeans, with the tube slanting across his stomach. The pyramidal striking tip rode between his ribcage and the lining of his windbreaker. The thing felt like it might clatter to the pavement with his next step, but it made him feel better. The chat wasn't really a dealing bar, but on weeknights it attracted a related clientele. Fridays and Saturdays were different. The regulars were still there, most of them, but they faded behind an influx of sailors and the specialists who preyed on them. As Case pushed through the doors, he looked for rats, but the bartender wasn't in sight. Lonnie Zone, the bar's resident pimp, was observing with glazed fatherly interest as one of his girls went to work on a young sailor. Zone was addicted to a brand of hypnotic the Japanese called cloud dancers. Catching the pimp's eye, Case beckoned him to the bar. Zone came drifting through the crowd in slow motion, his long face slack and placid. "You seen Wage tonight, Lonnie?" Zone regarded him with his usual calm. He shook his head. "You sure, man?" "Maybe in the Namban, maybe 2 hours ago." "Got some Joe boys with him? One of 'em thin, dark hair, maybe a black jacket?" "No," Zone said at last, his smooth forehead creased to indicate the effort it cost him to recall so much pointless detail. "Big boys, grafties." Zone's eyes showed very little white and less iris. Under the drooping lids, his pupils were dilated and enormous. He stared into Case's face for a long time, then lowered his gaze. He saw the bulge of the steel whip. "Cobra," he said, and raised an eyebrow. "You wanna fuck somebody up?" "See you, Lonnie." Case left the bar. His tail was back. He was sure of it. He felt a stab of elation, the octagons and adrenaline mingling with something else. "You're enjoying this," he thought. "You're crazy." Because in some weird and very approximate way, it was like a run in the Matrix. Get just wasted enough. Find yourself in some desperate but strangely arbitrary kind of trouble. And it was possible to see Ninsei as a field of data, the way the Matrix had once reminded him of proteins linking to distinguish cell specialties. Then you could throw yourself into a high-speed drift and skid, totally engaged, but set apart from it all, and all around you the dance of biz, information interacting, data made flesh in the mazes of the black market. Go it, Case, he told himself. Suck 'em in. Last thing they'll expect. He was half a block from the game's arcade where he'd first met Linda Lee. He bolted across Nincy, scattering a pack of strolling sailors. One of them screamed after him in Spanish. Then he was through the entrance, the sound crashing over him like surf subsonics throbbing in the pit of his stomach. Someone scored a 10-megaton hit on Tank War Europa. A simulated airburst drowning the arcade in white sound as a lurid hologram fireball mushroomed overhead. He cut to the right and loped up a flight of unpainted chipboard stairs. He'd come here once with Wage to discuss a deal in proscribed hormonal triggers with a man called Matsuga. He remembered the hallway, its stained matting, the row of identical doors leading to tiny office cubicles. One door was open now. A Japanese girl in a sleeveless black t-shirt glanced up from a white terminal. Behind her head a travel poster of Greece, Aegean blue splashed with streamlined ideograms. "Get your security up here," Case told her. Then he sprinted down the corridor out of her sight. The last two doors were closed and, he assumed, locked. He spun and slammed the sole of his nylon running shoe into the blue lacquered composition door at the far end. It popped, cheap hardware falling from the splintered frame. Darkness there, the white curve of a terminal housing. Then he was on the door to its right, both hands around the transparent plastic knob, leaning in with everything he had. Something snapped and he was inside. This was where he and Wage had met with Matsuga. But whatever front company Matsuga had operated was long gone. No terminal, nothing. Light from the alley behind the arcade, filtering in through soot-blown plastic. He made out a snake-like loop of fiber optics protruding from a wall socket, a pile of discarded food containers, and the bladeless nacelle of an electric fan. The window was a single pane of cheap plastic. He shrugged out of his jacket, bundled it around his right hand, and punched. It split, requiring 2 more blows to free it from the frame. Over the muted chaos of the games, an alarm began to cycle, triggered either by the broken window or by the girl at the head of the corridor. Case turned, pulled his jacket on, and flicked the Cobra to full extension. With the door closed, he was counting on his tail to assume he'd gone through the one he'd kicked half off its hinges. The Cobra's bronze pyramid began to bob gently, the spring steel shaft amplifying his pulse. Nothing happened. There was only the surging of the alarm, the crashing of the games, his heart hammering. When the fear came, it was like some half-forgotten friend, not the cold, rapid mechanism of the Dex paranoia, but simple animal fear. He'd lived for so long on a constant edge of anxiety that he'd almost forgotten what real fear was. This cubicle was the sort of place where people died. He might die here. They might have guns. A crash from the far end of the corridor. A man's voice shouting something in Japanese. A scream, shrill terror. Another crash. And footsteps unhurried coming closer. Passing his closed door, pausing for the space of 3 rapid beats of his heart, and returning 1, 2, 3. A booth heel scraped the matting. The last of his octagon-induced bravado collapsed. He snapped the Cobra into its handle and scrambled for the window, blind with fear, his nerves screaming. He was up, out and falling, all before he was conscious of what he'd done. The impact with pavement drove dull rods of pain through his shins. A narrow wedge of light from a half-open service hatch framed a heap of discarded fiber optics and the chassis of a junked console. He'd fallen face forward on a slab of soggy chipboard. He rolled over into the shadow of the console. The cubicle's window was a square of faint light. The alarm still oscillated, louder here, the rear wall dulling the roar of the games. A head appeared, framed in the window, backlit by the fluorescence in the corridor, then vanished. It returned, but he still couldn't read the features. Glint of silver across the eyes. "Shit," someone said, a woman in the accent of the northern sprawl. The head was gone. Case lay under the console for a long count of 20, then stood up. The steel Cobra was still in his hand, and it took him a few seconds to remember what it was. He limped away down the alley, nursing his left ankle. Shin's pistol was a 50-year-old Vietnamese imitation of a South American copy of a Walther PPK, double action on the first shot, with a very rough pull. It was chambered for .22 long rifle, and Case would have preferred lead-azide explosives to the simple Chinese hollow points Shin had sold him. Still, it was a handgun and 9 rounds of ammunition, and as he made his way down Shiga from the sushi stall, he cradled it in his jacket pocket. The grips were bright red plastic molded in a raised dragon motif, something to run your thumb across in the dark. He'd consigned the Cobra to a dump canister on Ninsei and dry swallowed another octagon. The pill lit his circuits and he rode the rush down Shiga to Ninsei, then over to Baitsu. His tail, he'd decided, was gone, and that was fine. He had calls to make, biz to transact, and it wouldn't wait. A block down Baitsu, toward the port, stood a featureless 10-story office building in ugly yellow brick. Its windows were dark now, but a faint glow from the roof was visible if you craned your neck. An unlit neon sign near the main entrance offered cheap hotel under a cluster of ideograms. If the place had another name, Case didn't know it. It was always referred to as cheap hotel. You reached it through an alley off Baitsu, where an elevator waited at the foot of a transparent shaft. The elevator, like cheap hotel, was an afterthought, lashed to the building with bamboo and epoxy. Case climbed into the plastic cage and used his key, an unmarked length of rigid magnetic tape. Case had rented a coffin here on a weekly basis since he'd arrived in Chiba, but he'd never slept in cheap hotel. He slept in cheaper places. The elevator smelled of perfume and cigarettes. The sides of the cage were scratched and thumb-smudged. As it passed the 5th floor, he saw the lights of Ninsei. He drummed his fingers against the pistol grip as the cage slowed with a gradual hiss. As always, it came to a full stop with a violent jolt, but he was ready for it. He stepped out into the courtyard that served the place as some combination of lobby and lawn. Centered in the square carpet of green plastic turf, a Japanese teenager sat behind a C-shaped console, reading a textbook. The white fiberglass coffins were racked in a framework of industrial scaffolding. 6 tiers of coffins, 10 coffins on a side. Case nodded in the boy's direction and limped across the plastic grass to the nearest ladder. The compound was roofed with cheap laminated matting that rattled in a strong wind and leaked when it rained, but the coffins were reasonably difficult to open without a key. The expansion grate catwalk vibrated with his weight as he edged his way along the 3rd tier to number 92. The coffins were 3 meters long, the oval hatches a meter wide and just under 1.5 meters tall. He fed his key into the slot and waited for verification from the house computer. Magnetic bolts thudded reassuringly, and the hatch rose vertically with a creak of springs. Fluorescence flickered on as he crawled in, pulling the hatch shut behind him and slapping the panel that activated the manual latch. There was nothing in number 92 but a standard Hitachi pocket computer and a small white styrofoam cooler chest. The cooler contained the remains of 3 10-kilo slabs of dry ice, carefully wrapped in paper to delay evaporation, and a spun aluminum lab flask. Crouching on the brown temperfoam slab that was both floor and bed, Case took Shin's .22 from his pocket and put it on top of the cooler. Then he took off his jacket. The coffin's terminal was molded into one concave wall. Opposite, a panel listing house rules in 7 languages. Case took the pink handset from its cradle and punched a Hong Kong number from memory. He let it ring 5 times, then hung up. His buyer for the 3 megabytes of hot RAM in the Hitachi wasn't taking calls. He punched a Tokyo number in Shinjuku. A woman answered, something in Japanese. "Snake Man there?" "Very good to hear from you," said Snake Man, coming in on an extension. "I've been expecting your call." "I got the music you wanted," glancing at the cooler. "I'm very glad to hear that. We have a cash flow problem. Can you front?" "Oh man, I really need the money bad." Snake Man hung up. "You shit," Case said to the humming receiver. He stared at the cheap little pistol. "Iffy," he said. "It's all looking very iffy tonight." Case walked into the chat an hour before dawn, both hands in the pockets of his jacket. One held the rented pistol, the other the aluminum flask. Rats was at a rear table, drinking Apollinaris water from a beer pitcher, his 120 kilos of doughy flesh tilted against the wall on a creaking chair. A Brazilian kid called Kurt was on the bar, tending a thin crowd of mostly silent drunks. Ratz's plastic arm buzzed as he raised the pitcher and drank. His shaven head was filmed with sweat. "You look bad, friend artiste," he said, flashing the wet ruin of his teeth. "I'm doing just fine," said Case, and grinned like a skull. "Super fine," he sagged into the chair opposite Ratz, hands still in his pockets. "And you wander back and forth in this portable bomb shelter built of booze and ups, sure. Proof against the grosser emotions, yes? Why don't you get off my case, Ratz? You seen Wage?" "Proof against fear and being alone," the bartender continued. "Listen to the fear. Maybe it's your friend. You hear anything about a fight in the arcade tonight, Ratz? Somebody hurt?" "Crazy cut a security man," he shrugged. "A girl, they say." "I gotta talk to Wage, Rat's eye." "Ah," Ratz's mouth narrowed, compressed into a single line. He was looking past Case toward the entrance. "I think you are about to." Case had a sudden flash of the shuriken in their window. The speed sang in his head. The pistol in his hand was slippery with sweat. "Herr Wage," Ratz said, slowly extending his pink manipulator as if he expected it to be shaken. "How great a pleasure. Too seldom do you honor us." Case turned his head and looked up into Wage's face. It was a tanned and forgettable mask. The eyes were vat-grown sea-green Nikon transplants. Wage wore a suit of gunmetal silk and a simple bracelet of platinum on either wrist. He was flanked by his Joe-boys, nearly identical young men, their arms and shoulders bulging with grafted muscle. "How you doing, Case?" "Gentlemen," said Ratz, picking up the table's heaped ashtray in his pink plastic claw, "I want no trouble here." The ashtray was made of thick, shatterproof plastic and advertised Tsingtao beer. Ratz crushed it smoothly, butts and shards of green plastic cascading onto the tabletop. "You understand?" "Hey, sweetheart," said one of the Joe boys, "you want to try that thing on me?" "Don't bother aiming for the legs, Kurt," Ratz said, his tone conversational. Case glanced across the room and saw the Brazilian standing on the bar aiming a Smith & Wesson riot gun at the trio. The thing's barrel, made of paper-thin alloy wrapped with a kilometer of glass filament, was wide enough to swallow a fist. The skeletal magazine revealed 5 fat orange cartridges, subsonic sandbag jellies. "Technically non-lethal," said Ratz. "Hey, Ratz," Case said, "I owe you one." The bartender shrugged. "Nothing. You owe me these." And he glowered at Wage and the Joe boys. "Should know better. You don't take anybody off in the Chatsubo." Wage coughed. "So who's talking about taking anybody off? We just want to talk business. Case and me, we work together." Case pulled the .22 out of his pocket and leveled it at Wage's crotch. "I hear you want to do me." Ratz's pink claw closed around the pistol and Case let his hand go limp. "Look, Case, you tell me what the fuck is going on with you, you wig or something? What's this shit? I'm trying to kill you." Wage turned to the boy on his left. "You two go back to the Namban. Wait for me." Case watched as they crossed the bar, which was now entirely deserted except for Kurt and a drunken sailor in khakis, who was curled at the foot of a bar stool. The barrel of the Smith & Wesson tracked the two to the door, then swung back to cover Wage. The magazine of Case's pistol clattered on the table. Ratz held the gun in his claw and pumped the round out of the chamber. "Who told you I was going to hit you, Case?" Wage asked. "Who told you, man? Somebody trying to set you up." The sailor moaned and vomited explosively. "Get him out of here," Ratz called to Kurt, who was sitting on the edge of the bar now, the Smith & Wesson across his lap, lighting a cigarette. Case felt the weight of the night come down on him like a bag of wet sand settling behind his eyes. He took the flask out of his pocket and handed it to Wage. "All I got, pituitaries. Get you 500 if you move it fast." "Had the rest of my roll in some ram, but that's gone by now." "You okay, Case?" The flask had already vanished behind a gunmetal lapel. I mean, fine, this'll square us, but you look bad. Like hammered shit, you better go somewhere and sleep. Yeah. He stood up and felt the chat sway around him. Well, I had this 50, but I gave it to somebody. He giggled. He picked up the .22's magazine and the one loose cartridge and dropped them into one pocket, then put the pistol in the other. I gotta see Shin get my deposit back. Go home, said Rats, shifting on the creaking chair with something like embarrassment. Artisti, go home. He felt them watching as he crossed the room, and shouldered his way past the plastic doors. Bitch, he said, to the rose tint over Shiga. Down on Ninsei, the holograms were vanishing like ghosts, and most of the neon was already cold and dead. He sipped thick black coffee from a street vendor's foam thimble and watched the sun come up. You fly away, honey. Towns like this are for people who like the way down. But that wasn't it, really, and he was finding it increasingly hard to maintain the sense of betrayal. She just wanted a ticket home, and the ram in his Hitachi would buy it for her, if she could find the right fence. And that business with the 50, she'd almost turned it down, knowing she was about to rip him for the rest of what he had. When he climbed out of the elevator, the same boy was as on the desk, different textbook. Good buddy, Case called across the plastic turf. You don't need to tell me, I know already. Pretty lady came to visit, said she had my key. Nice little tip for you, say 50 new ones? The boy put down his book. Woman, Case said, and drew a line across his forehead with his thumb. Silk. He smiled broadly. The boy smiled back, nodded. Thanks, asshole, Case said. On the catwalk, he had trouble with the lock. She'd messed it up somehow when she'd fiddled it, he thought. Beginner. He knew where to rent a black box that would open anything in cheap hotel. Fluorescence came on as he crawled in. Close the hatch real slow, friend. You still got that Saturday night special you rented from the waiter? She sat with her back to the wall at the far end of the coffin. She had her knees up, resting her wrists on them. The pepperbox muzzle of a flechette pistol emerged from her hands. That you in the arcade? He pulled the hatch down. Where's Linda? Hit that latch switch. That your girl, Linda? She's gone. Took your Hitachi. Real nervous kid. What about the gun, man? She wore mirrored glasses. Her clothes were black, the heels of black boots deep in the temper foam. I took it back to Shin, got my deposit, sold his bullets back to him for half what I paid. You want the money? Want some dry ice? All I got right now. What got into you tonight? Why'd you pull that scene at the arcade? I had to mess up. This rent-a-cop came after me with nunchucks. Linda said you were gonna kill me. Linda said? I never saw her before I came up here. You aren't with Wage? She shook her head. He realized that the glasses were surgically inset, sealing her sockets. The silver lenses seemed to grow from smooth, pale skin above her cheekbones, framed by dark hair cut in a rough shag. The fingers curled around the Fletcher were slender, white, tipped with a polished burgundy. The nails looked artificial. I think you screwed up, Case. I showed up and you just fit me right into your reality picture. So what do you want, lady? He sagged back against the hatch. You, one live body, brains still somewhat intact. Molly Case, my name's Molly. I'm collecting you for the man I work for. Just wants to talk is all. Nobody wants to hurt you. That's good. 'Cept I do hurt people sometimes, Case. I guess it's just the way I'm wired. She wore tight black glove leather jeans and a bulky black jacket cut from some matte fabric that seemed to absorb light. If I put this dart gun away, will you be easy, Case? You look like you like to take stupid chances. Hey, I'm very easy. I'm a pushover, no problem. That's fine, man. The Fletcher vanished into the black jacket. Because you try to fuck around with me, you'll be taking one of the stupidest chances of your whole life. She held out her hands, palms up, the white fingers slightly spread, and with a barely audible click, 10 double-edged, 4-centimeter scalpel blades slid from their housings beneath the burgundy nails. She smiled. The blades slowly withdrew. Chapter 4. 2. Death Talkie. Netherton woke to Rainey's sigil pulsing behind his lids at the rate of a resting heartbeat. He opened his eyes. Knowing better than to move his head, he confirmed that he was in bed, alone. Both positive under current circumstances. Slowly, he lifted his head from the pillow until he could see that his clothes weren't where he assumed he would have dropped them. Cleaners, he knew, would have come from their nest beneath the bed to drag them away, flinch them of whatever invisible quanta of sebum, skin flakes, atmospheric particulates, food residue, other. Soiled, he pronounced, thickly, having briefly imagined such cleaners for the psyche, and let his head fall back. Rainey's sigil began to strobe demandingly. He sat up cautiously. Standing would be the real test. Yes? Strobing ceased. Un petit problème, Rainey said. He closed his eyes, but then there was only her sigil. He opened them. She's your fucking problem, Wilf. He winced, the amount of pain this caused startling him. Have you always had this puritanical streak? I hadn't noticed. You're a publicist, she said. She's a celebrity. That's interspecies. His eyes, a size too large for their sockets, felt gritty. She must be nearing the patch, he said, reflexively attempting to suggest that he was alert, in control, as opposed to disastrously and quite expectedly hungover. They're almost above it now, she said, with your problem. What's she done? One of her stylists, she said, is also evidently a tattooist. Again, the sigil dominated his private pain-filled dark. She didn't, he said, opening his eyes. She did? We had an extremely specific verbal on that. Fix it, she said. Now the world's watching, Wilf, as much of it as we've been able to scrape together anyway. Will Daedra West make peace with the Patchers? They wonder. Should they decide to back our project, they ask. We want yes and yes. They ate the last 2 envoys, he said, hallucinating in cinch with a forest of code, convinced their visitors were shamanic spirit beasts. I spent 3 entire days last month having her briefed at the Connaught. 2 anthropologists, 3 neo-primitivist curators, no tattoos, a brand new, perfectly blank epidermis. Now this. Talk her out of it, Wilf. He stood experimentally, hobbled naked into the bathroom, urinated as loudly as possible. Out of what exactly? Parafoiling in. That's been the plan. In nothing but her new tattoos. Seriously, no. Seriously, she said. Their aesthetic, if you haven't noticed, is about benign skin cancers, supernumerary nipples. Conventional tattoos belong firmly among the iconics of the hegemon. It's like wearing your cock ring to meet the Pope and making sure he sees it. Actually, it's worse than that. What are they like? Post-human filth, according to you. The tattoos. Something to do with the gyre, she said, abstract. Cultural appropriation, lovely, couldn't be worse, on her face, neck. No, fortunately. If you can talk her into the jumpsuit we're printing on the Moby, we may still have a project. He looked at the ceiling, imagined it opening, himself ascending, into he knew not what. Then there's the matter of our Saudi backing, she said, which is considerable. Visible tattoos would be a stretch there. Nudity's non-negotiable. They might take it as a signal of sexual availability, he said, having done so himself. The Saudis? The Patchers. They might take it as her offer to be lunch, she said. Their last either way. She's a death cookie, Wilf, for the next week or so. Anyone so much as steals a kiss goes into anaphylactic shock. Something with her thumbnails too, but we're less clear about that. He wrapped his waist in a thick white towel, considered the carafe of water on the marble countertop. His stomach spasmed. "Lorenzo," she said as an unfamiliar sigil appeared, "Wilf Netherton has your feed in London." He almost vomited then at the sudden input. Bright saline light above the garbage patch, the sense of forward motion. Chapter 5. 3. Pushing bugs. She managed to get off the phone with Shailene without mentioning Burton. Shailene had gone out with him a few times in high school, but she'd gotten more interested when he'd come back from the Marines, with that chest and the stories around town about Haptic Recon 1. Flynn figured Shailene was basically doing what the relationship shows called romanticizing pathology. Not that there was a whole lot better available locally. She and Shailene both worried about Burton getting in trouble over Luke 4:5, but that was about all they agreed on when it came to him. Nobody liked Luke 4:5, but Burton had a bad thing about them. She had a feeling they were just convenient, but it still scared her. They'd started out as a church, or in a church, not liking anyone being gay or getting abortions or using birth control. Protesting military funerals, which was a thing. Basically, they were just assholes, though, and took it as the measure of God's satisfaction with them that everybody else thought they were assholes. For Burton, they were a way around whatever kept him in line the rest of the time. She leaned forward now to squint under the table for the black nylon case he kept his tomahawk in. Wouldn't want him going up to Davisville with that. He called it an axe, not a tomahawk, but an axe was something you chopped wood with. She reached under, hooked it out, relieved to feel the weight. Didn't need to open it, but she did. Case was widest at the top, allowing for the part you'd have chopped wood with. More like the blade of a chisel, but hawk-billed. Where the back of an axe would have been flat, like the face of a hammer, it was spiked, like a miniature of the blade, but curved the other way. Either one thick as your little finger, but ground to edges you wouldn't feel as you cut yourself. Handle was graceful, a little recurved, the wood soaked in something that made it tougher, springy. The maker had a forge in Tennessee, and everyone in Haptic Recon 1 got one. It looked used. Careful of her fingers, she closed the case and put it back under the table. She swung her phone through the display, checking Badger's map of the county. Shailene's badge was in Forever Fab, an anxious segment of purple in its emo ring. Nobody looked to be up to much, which wasn't exactly a surprise. Madison and Janice were gaming, Sukhoi flankers, vintage flight sims, being Madison's main earner. They both had their rings beige, for bored shitless, but then they always had them that way. Made 4 people she knew working tonight, counting her. She bent her phone the way she liked it for gaming, thumbed HaptRec into the login window, entered the long-ass password, flicked go. Nothing happened. Then the whole display popped, like the flash of a camera in an old movie, silvered like the marks of the haptics. She blinked. And then she was rising out of what Burton said would be a launch bay in the roof of a van, like she was in an elevator, no control yet. And all around her, and he hadn't told her this, were whispers urgent as they were faint, like a cloud of invisible fairy police dispatchers. And this other evening light, rainy, rose and silver, and to her left a river the color of cold lead, dark tumble of city, towers in the distance, few lights. Camera down, giving her the white rectangle of the van, shrinking in the street below. Camera up, the building towered away forever, a cliff the size of the world. Chapter 6. 2 After a year of coffins, the room on the 25th floor of the Chiba Hilton seemed enormous. It was 10 meters by 8, half of a suite. A white brawn coffee-maker steamed on a low table by the sliding glass panels that opened onto a narrow balcony. Get some coffee in you. Look like you need it. She took off her black jacket. The Fletcher hung beneath her arm in a black nylon shoulder rig. She wore a sleeveless gray pullover with plain steel zips across each shoulder. Bulletproof, Case decided, slopping coffee into a bright red mug. His arms and legs felt like they were made out of wood. Case. He looked up, seeing the man for the first time. My name is Armitage. The dark robe was open to the waist, the broad chest hairless and muscular, the stomach flat and hard, blue eyes so pale they made Case think of bleach. Sun's up, Case. This is your lucky day, boy. Case whipped his arm sideways, and the man easily ducked the scalding coffee. Brown stain running down the imitation rice paper wall. He saw the angular gold ring through the left lobe. Special forces. The man smiled. Get your coffee, Case, Molly said. You're okay, but you're not going anywhere till Armitage has his say. She sat cross-legged on a silk futon and began to field strip the Fletcher without bothering to look at it. Twin mirrors tracking as he crossed to the table and refilled his cup.
Too young to remember the war, aren't you, Case?
Armitage ran a large hand back through his cropped brown hair. A heavy gold bracelet flashed on his wrist. Leningrad, Kiev, Siberia. We invented you in Siberia, Case. What's that supposed to mean? Screaming Fist, Case, you've heard the name. Some kind of run, wasn't it? Tried to burn this Russian nexus with virus programs. Yeah, I heard about it, and nobody got out. He sensed abrupt tension. Armitage walked to the window and looked out over Tokyo Bay. That isn't true. One unit made it back to Helsinki, Case. Case shrugged, sipped coffee. You're a console cowboy. The prototypes of the programs you used to crack industrial banks were developed for Screaming Fist, for the assault on the Kerensky computer nexus. Basic module was a Nightwing microlight, a pilot, a matrix deck, a jockey. We were running a virus called Mole. The Mole series was the first generation of real intrusion programs. Icebreakers, Case said over the rim of the red mug. ICE from ICE, Intrusion Countermeasures Electronics. Problem is, mister, I'm no jockey now, so I think I'll just be going. I was there, Case. I was there when they invented your kind. You got zip to do with me and my kind, buddy. You're rich enough to hire expensive razor girls to haul my ass up here, is all. I'm never gonna punch any deck again, not for you or anybody else. He crossed to the window and looked down. That's where I live now. Our profile says you're trying to con the street into killing you when you're not looking. We've built up a detailed model, bought a go-to for each of your aliases, and ran the skim through some military software. You're suicidal, Case. The model gives you a month on the outside. And our medical projection says you'll need a new pancreas inside a year. He met the faded blue eyes. We who? What would you say if I told you we could correct your neural damage, Case? Armitage suddenly looked to Case as if he were carved from a block of metal, inert, enormously heavy. A statue. He knew now that this was a dream and that soon he'd wake. Armitage wouldn't speak again. Case's dreams always ended in these freeze frames, and now this one was over. What would you say, Case? Case looked out over the bay and shivered. I'd say you were full of shit. Armitage nodded. Then I'd ask what your terms were. Not very different than what you're used to, Case. Let the man get some sleep, Armitage, Molly said from her futon. The components of the Fletcher spread on the silk like some expensive puzzle. He's coming apart at the seams. Terms, Case said, and now, right now. He was still shivering. He couldn't stop shivering. The clinic was nameless, expensively appointed, a cluster of sleek pavilions separated by small formal gardens. He remembered the place from the round he'd made his first month in Chiba. Scared, Case, you're real scared. It was Sunday afternoon and he stood with Molly in a sort of courtyard. White boulders, a stand of green bamboo, black gravel raked into smooth waves. A gardener, a thing like a large metal crab, was tending the bamboo. It'll work, Case. You got no idea the kind of stuff Armitage has. Like he's gonna pay these nerve boys for fixing you with the program he's giving them to tell them how to do it. He'll put them 3 years ahead of the competition. You got any idea what that's worth? She hooked thumbs in the belt loops of her leather jeans and rocked backward on the lacquered heels of cherry-red cowboy boots. The narrow toes were sheathed in bright Mexican silver. The lenses were empty quicksilver, regarding him with an insect calm. "You're street samurai," he said. "How long you work for him?" "Couple of months." "What about before that?" "For somebody else. Working girl, you know." "Funny case." "What's funny?" "It's like I know you, that profile he's got. I know how you're wired." "You don't know me, sister." "You're okay, Case. What got you? It's just called bad luck." "How about him? He okay, Molly?" The robot crab moved toward them, picking its way over the waves of gravel. Its bronze carapace might have been 1,000 years old. When it was within a meter of her boots, it fired a burst of light, then froze for an instant, analyzing data obtained. "What I always think about first, Case, is my own sweet ass." The crab had altered course to avoid her, but she kicked it with a smooth precision, the silver boot tip clanging on the carapace. The thing fell on its back, but the bronze limbs soon righted it. Case sat on one of the boulders, scuffing at the symmetry of the gravel waves with the toes of his shoes. He began to search his pockets for cigarettes. "In your shirt?" she said. "You want to answer my question?" He fished a wrinkled Yeheyuan from the pack, and she lit it for him with a thin slab of German steel that looked as though it belonged on an operating table. "Well, I'll tell you, the man's definitely onto something. He's got big money now, and he's never had it before, and he gets more all the time." Case noticed a certain tension around her mouth. "Or maybe something's onto him." She shrugged. "What's that mean?" "I don't know exactly. I don't know who or what we're really working for." He stared at the twin mirrors. Leaving the Hilton Saturday morning, he'd gone back to cheap hotel and slept for 10 hours. Then he'd taken a long and pointless walk along the port's security perimeter, watching the gulls turn circles beyond the chain link. If she'd followed him, she'd done a good job of it. He'd avoided Night City. He'd waited in the coffin for Armitage's call. Now this quiet courtyard, Sunday afternoon, this girl with a gymnast's body and conjurer's hands. "If you'll come in now, sir, the anesthetist is waiting to meet you." The technician bowed, turned, and re-entered the clinic without waiting to see if Case would follow. Cold steel odor ice caressed his spine. Lost so small amid that dark hands grown cold, body image fading down corridors of television sky. Then black fire found the branching tributaries of the nerves, pain beyond anything to which the name of pain is given. "Hold still, don't move." And Rats was there, and Linda Lee, Wage, and Lonnie Zone, 100 faces from the neon forest. Sailors and hustlers and whores, where the sky is poisoned silver beyond Chainlink and the prison of the skull. "God damn, don't you move." Where the sky faded from hissing static to the non-color of the Matrix, and he glimpsed the shuriken, his stars. "Stop it, Case, I gotta find your vein." She was straddling his chest, a blue plastic cigarette in one hand. "You don't lie still, I'll slit your fucking throat. You're still full of endorphin inhibitors." He woke and found her stretched beside him in the dark. His neck was brittle, made of twigs. There was a steady pulse of pain midway down his spine. Images formed and reformed, a flickering montage of the sprawls, towers, and ragged fuller domes, dim figures moving toward him in the shade beneath a bridge or overpass. "Case, it's Wednesday, Case." She moved, rolling over, reaching across him. A breast brushed his upper arm. He heard her tear the foil seal from a bottle of water and drink. "Here." She put the bottle in his hand. "I can see in the dark, Case." "Microchannel image amps in my glasses. My back hurts." "That's where they replaced your fluid. Changed your blood, too. Blood 'cause you got a new pancreas thrown into the deal. And some new tissue patched into your liver. The nerve stuff, I don't know. Lot of injections." They didn't have to open anything up for the main show. She settled back beside him. It's 2:43:12 a.m. Case. Got a readout chipped into my optic nerve. He sat up and tried to sip from the bottle. Gagged, coughed, lukewarm water spraying his chest and thighs. I gotta punch deck, he heard himself say. He was groping for his clothes. I gotta know. She laughed. Small, strong hands gripped his upper arms. Sorry, hotshot, 8-day wait. Your nervous system would fall out on the floor if you jacked in now. Doctor's orders. Besides, they figure it worked. Check you in a day or so. He lay down again. Where are we? Home, cheap hotel. Where's Armitage? Hilton, selling beads to the natives or something. We're out of here soon, man. Amsterdam, Paris, then back to the sprawl. She touched his shoulder. Roll over, I give a good massage. He lay on his stomach, arms stretched forward, tips of his fingers against the walls of the coffin. She settled over the small of his back, kneeling on the temperfoam, the leather jeans cool against his skin. Her fingers brushed his neck. How come you're not at the Hilton? She answered him by reaching back between his thighs and gently encircling his scrotum with thumb and forefinger. She rocked there for a minute in the dark, erect above him, her other hand on his neck. The leather of her jeans creaked softly with the movement. Case shifted, feeling himself harden against the temperfoam. His head throbbed, but the brittleness in his neck seemed to retreat. He raised himself on one elbow, rolled, sank back against the foam, pulling her down, licking her breasts, small hard nipples sliding wet across his cheek. He found the zip on the leather jeans and tugged it down. It's okay, she said. I can see. Sound of the jeans peeling down. She struggled beside him until she could kick them away. She threw a leg across him and he touched her face. Unexpected hardness of the implanted lenses. Don't, she said. Fingerprints. Now she straddled him again, took his hand, and closed it over her. His thumb along the cleft of her buttocks, his fingers spread across the labia. As she began to lower herself, the images came pulsing back, the faces, fragments of neon arriving and receding. She slid down around him and his back arched convulsively. She rode him that way, impaling herself, slipping down on him again and again, until they both had come, his orgasm flaring blue in a timeless space, a vastness like the Matrix where the faces were shredded and blown away down hurricane corridors, and her inner thighs were strong and wet against his hips. On Ninsai, a thinner weekday version of the crowd went through the motions of the dance. Waves of sound rolled from the arcades and pachinko parlors. Case glanced into the chat and saw Zone watching over his girls in the warm, beer-smelling twilight. Rats was tending bar. You seen Wage, Rats? Not tonight. Rats made a point of raising an eyebrow at Molly. You see him, tell him I got his money. Luck changing, my artiste? Too soon to tell. Well, I gotta see this guy, Case said, watching his reflection in her glasses. I got biz to cancel out of. Armitage won't like it, I let you out of my sight. She stood beneath Dean's melting clock, hands on her hips. The guy won't talk to me if you're there. Dean I don't give two shits about. He takes care of himself. But I got people who'll just go under if I walk out of Chiba cold. It's my people, you know? Her mouth hardened. She shook her head. I got people in Singapore, Tokyo connections in Shinjuku and Asakusa, and they'll go down, understand? He lied, his hand on the shoulder of her black jacket. 5 minutes. By your clock, okay? Not what I'm paid for. What you're paid for is one thing. Me and letting some tight friends die because you're too literal about your instructions is something else. Bullshit. Tight friends, my ass. You're going in there to check us out with your smuggler. She put a booted foot up on the dust-covered Kandinsky coffee table. Ah, Case Sport, it does look as though your companion there is definitely armed, aside from having a fair amount of silicon in her head. What is this about, exactly? Dean's ghostly cough seemed to hang in the air between them. Hold on, Julie. Anyway, I'll be coming in alone. You can be sure of that, old son. Wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, she said. Go, but 5 minutes, any more, and I'll come in and cool your tight friend permanently. And while you're at it, you try to figure something out. What's that? Why, I'm doing you the favor. She turned and walked out, past the stacked white modules of preserved ginger. Keeping stranger company than usual, Case? Asked Julie. Julie, she's gone. You want to let me in, please, Julie? The bolts worked. Slowly, Case, said the voice. Turn on the works, Julie. All the stuff in the desk, Case said, taking his place in the swivel chair. It's on all the time, Dean said mildly, taking a gun from behind the exposed works of his old mechanical typewriter and aiming it carefully at Case. It was a belly gun, a Magnum revolver with the barrel sawn down to a nub. The front of the trigger guard had been cut away and the grips wrapped with what looked like old masking tape. Case thought it looked very strange in Dean's manicured pink hands. Just taking care, you understand. Nothing personal. Now tell me what you want. I need a history lesson, Julie, and a go-to on somebody. What's moving, old son? Dean's shirt was candy-striped cotton, the collar white and rigid, like porcelain. Me, Julie, I'm leaving gone. But do me the favor, okay? Go-to on whom, old son? Gaijin name of Armitage, suite in the Hilton. Dean put the pistol down. Sit still, Case. He tapped something out on a lap terminal. It seems as though you know as much as my net does, Case. This gentleman seems to have a temporary arrangement with the Yakuza. And the sons of the neon chrysanthemum have ways of screening their allies from the likes of me. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, history. You said history. He picked up the gun again, but didn't point it directly at Case. What sort of history? The war? You in the war, Julie? The war? What's there to know? Lasted 3 weeks. Screaming fist. Famous. Don't they teach you history these days? Great bloody post-war political football, that was. Watergated all to hell and back. Your brass Case, your sprawl-side brass in... Where was it, McLean? In the bunkers, all of that. Great scandal. Wasted a fair bit of patriotic young flesh in order to test some new technology. They knew about the Russians' defenses, it came out later. Knew about the EMPs, magnetic pulse weapons. Sent these fellows in regardless, just to see. Dean shrugged. Turkey shoot for Ivan. Any of those guys make it out? Christ, Dean said, it's been bloody years. Though I do think a few did. One of the teams got hold of a Sov gunship, helicopter, you know, flew it back to Finland. Didn't have entry codes, of course, and shot hell out of the Finnish defense forces in the process. Special forces types, Dean sniffed. Bloody hell. Case nodded. The smell of preserved ginger was overwhelming. I spent the war in Lisbon, you know, Dean said, putting the gun down. Lovely place, Lisbon. In the service, Julie? Hardly, though I did see action. Dean smiled his pink smile. Wonderful what a war can do for one's markets. Thanks, Julie, I owe you one. Hardly, Case, and goodbye. And later he'd tell himself that the evening at Sammy's had felt wrong from the start, that even as he'd followed Molly along that corridor, shuffling through a trampled mulch of ticket stubs and styrofoam cups, he'd sensed it. Linda's death, waiting. They'd gone to the Namban after he'd seen Dean and paid off his debt to Wage with a roll of Armitage's new yen. Wage had liked that, his boys had liked it less, and Molly had grinned at Case's side with a kind of ecstatic, feral intensity, obviously longing for one of them to make a move. Then he'd taken her back to the chat for a drink. Wasting your time, cowboy, Molly said, when Case took an octagon from the pocket of his jacket. How's that? You want one? He held the pill out to her. Your new pancreas, Case, and those plugs in your liver. Armitage had them designed to bypass that shit. She tapped the octagon with one burgundy nail. You're biochemically incapable of getting off on amphetamine or cocaine. Shit, he said. He looked at the octagon, then at her. Eat it. Eat a dozen. Nothing'll happen. He did. Nothing did. 3 beers later, she was asking Rats about the fights. Sammy's, Rats said. I'll pass, Case said. I hear they kill each other down there. An hour later, she was buying tickets from a skinny tie in a white t-shirt and baggy rugby shorts. Sammy's was an inflated dome behind a portside warehouse, taut gray fabric reinforced with a net of thin steel cables. The corridor, with a door at either end, was a crude airlock preserving the pressure differential that supported the dome. Fluorescent rings were screwed to the plywood ceiling at intervals, but most of them had been broken. The air was damp and close with the smell of sweat and concrete. None of that prepared him for the arena, the crowd, the tense hush, the towering puppets of light beneath the dome. Concrete sloped away in tiers to a kind of central stage, a raised circle ringed with a glittering thicket of projection gear. No light but the holograms that shifted and flickered above the ring, reproducing the movements of the 2 men below. Strata of cigarette smoke rose from the tiers, drifting until it struck currents set up by the blowers that supported the dome. No sound but the muted purring of the blowers and the amplified breathing of the fighters. Reflected colors flowed across Molly's lenses as the men circled. The holograms were 10 power magnifications. At 10, the knives they held were just under a meter long. The knife fighter's grip is the fencer's grip. Case remembered, the fingers curled, thumb aligned with blade. The knives seemed to move of their own accord, gliding with a ritual lack of urgency through the arcs and passes of their dance, point passing point as the men waited for an opening. Molly's upturned face was smooth and still, watching. I'll go find us some food, Case said. She nodded, lost in contemplation of the dance. He didn't like this place. He turned and walked back into the shadows, too dark, too quiet. The crowd he saw was mostly Japanese, not really a Night City crowd, techs down from the arcologies. He supposed that meant the arena had the approval of some corporate recreational committee. He wondered briefly what it would be like, working all your life for one zaibatsu, company housing, company hymn, company funeral. He'd made nearly a full circuit of the dome before he found the food stalls. He bought Ekitorian skewers and 2 tall, waxy cartons of beer. Glancing up at the holograms, he saw that blood laced one figure's chest. Thick brown sauce trickled down the skewers and over his knuckles. 7 days and he'd jack in. If he closed his eyes now, he'd see the Matrix. Shadows twisted as the holograms swung through their dance. Then the fear began to knot between his shoulders. A cold trickle of sweat worked its way down and across his ribs. The operation hadn't worked. He was still here, still meat. No Molly waiting, her eyes locked on the circling knives. No Armitage waiting in the Hilton with tickets and a new passport and money. It was all some dream, some pathetic fantasy. Hot tears blurred his vision. Blood sprayed from a jugular in a red gout of light, and now the crowd was screaming, rising screaming, as one figure crumpled, the hologram fading, flickering. Raw edge of vomit in his throat. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, opened them, and saw Linda Lee step past him, her gray eyes blind with fear. She wore the same French fatigues. And gone into shadow. Pure mindless reflex. He threw the beer and chicken down and ran after her. He might have called her name, but he'd never be sure. After image of a single hair-fine line of red light, seared concrete beneath the thin soles of his shoes. Her white sneakers flashing close to the curving wall now, and again the ghost line of the laser branded across his eye, bobbing in his vision as he ran. Someone tripped him, concrete tore his palms. He rolled and kicked, failing to connect. A thin boy, spiked blonde hair lit from behind in a rainbow nimbus, was leaning over him, Above the stage, a figure turned, knife held high, to the cheering crowd. The boy smiled and drew something from his sleeve. A razor etched in red as a third beam blinked past them into the dark. Case saw the razor dipping for his throat like a dowser's wand. The face was erased in a humming cloud of microscopic explosions, Molly's flechettes at 20 rounds per second. The boy coughed once convulsively and toppled across Case's legs. He was walking toward the stalls, into the shadows. He looked down, expecting to see that needle of ruby emerge from his chest. Nothing. He found her. She was thrown down at the foot of a concrete pillar, eyes closed. There was a smell of cooked meat. The crowd was chanting the winner's name. A beer vendor was wiping his taps with a dark rag. One white sneaker had come off somehow and lay beside her head. Follow the wall. Curve of concrete, hands in pockets, keep walking, past unseeing faces, every eye raised to the victor's image above the ring. Once a seamed European face danced in the glare of a match, lips pursed around the short stem of a metal pipe. Tang of hashish. Case walked on, feeling nothing. Case, her mirrors emerged from deeper shadow. You okay? Something mewled and bubbled in the dark behind her. He shook his head. Fight's over, Case. Time to go home. He tried to walk past her, back into the dark where something was dying. She stopped him with a hand on his chest. Friends of your tight friend. Killed your girl for you. You haven't done too well for friends in this town, have you? We got a partial profile on that old bastard when we did you, man. He'd fry anybody, for a few new ones. The one back there said they got onto her when she was trying to fence your ram. Just cheaper for them to kill her and take it. Save a little money. I got the one who had the laser to tell me all about it. Coincidence we were here, but I had to make sure. Her mouth was hard, lips pressed into a thin line. Case felt as though his brain were jammed. Who, he said, who sent them? She passed him a blood-flecked bag of preserved ginger. He saw that her hands were sticky with blood. Back in the shadows, someone made wet sounds and died. After the post-operative check at the clinic, Molly took him to the port. Armitage was waiting. He'd chartered a hovercraft. The last Case saw of Chiba were the dark angles of the arcologies. Then a mist closed over the black water and the drifting shoals of waste. Chapter 7. For something so deeply earned. Lorenzo, Rainey's camera person, with the professional's deliberate gaze, steady and unhurried, found Daedra through windows overlooking the Moby's uppermost forward deck. Netherton wouldn't have admitted it to Rainey, or indeed to anyone, but he did regret the involvement. He'd let himself be swept up into someone else's far more durable, more brutally simple concept of self. He saw her now, or rather Lorenzo did, in her sheepskin flying jacket, sunglasses, nothing more, noted, wishing he hadn't, a Mun's freshly mohawked since he'd last encountered it. The tattoos, he guessed, were stylized representations of the currents that fed and maintained the North Pacific Gyre. Raw and shiny, beneath some silicone-based unguent. Makeup would have calculated that to a nicety. Part of a window slid aside. Lorenzo stepped out. I have Wilf Netherton, Netherton heard him say. Then Lorenzo's sigil vanished, Daedra's replacing it. Her hands came up, clutched the lapels of her open jacket. Wilf, how are you? Glad to see you, he said. She smiled, displaying teeth whose form and placement might well have been decided by committee. She tugged the jacket closer, fists sternum high. You're angry about the tattoos, she said. We did agree that you wouldn't do that. I have to do what I love, Wilf. I wasn't loving not doing it. I'd be the last to question your process, he said, channeling intense annoyance into what he hoped would pass for sincerity, if not understanding. It was a peculiar alchemy of his, the ability to do that, though now the hangover was in the way. Do you remember Annie, the brightest of our neo-primitivist curators? Her eyes narrowed. The cute one? Yes, he said, though he hadn't particularly thought so. We'd a drink together, Annie and I, after that final session at the Connaught when you'd had to go. What about her? She'd been dumbstruck with admiration, I realized. It all came out once you were gone. Her devastation at having been too overawed to speak with you about your art. She's an artist? Academic, mad for everything you've done since her early teens. Subscriber to the full set of miniatures, which she literally can't afford. Listening to her, I understood your career as if for the first time. Her head tilted, hair swung. The jacket must have opened as she raised one hand to remove the sunglasses, but Lorenzo wasn't having any. Netherton's eyes widened, preparing to pitch something he hadn't yet invented, none of what he'd said so far having been true. Then he remembered that she couldn't see him, that she was looking at someone called Lorenzo on the upper deck of a Moby halfway around the world. She'd particularly wanted to convey an idea she'd had as the result of meeting you in person, about a new sense of timing in your work. She sees timing as the key to your maturation as an artist. Lorenzo refocused. Suddenly, it was as if Netherton were centimeters from her lips. He recalled their peculiarly brisk non-animal tang. Timing? She asked flatly. I wish I'd recorded her. Impossible to paraphrase. What had he said previously? That you're more secure now? That you've always been brave, fearless really, but that this new confidence is something else again. Something, she put it, so deeply earned. I'd planned on discussing her ideas with you over dinner, that last time, but it didn't turn out to be that sort of evening. Her head was perfectly still, eyes unblinking. He imagined her ego swimming up behind them to peer at him suspiciously, something eel-like, larval, transparently boned. He had its full attention. If things had gone differently, he heard himself say, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. Because Annie would tell you that the entrance you're considering is the result of a retrograde impulse, something dating from the start of your career, not informed by that new sense of timing. She was staring at him, or rather at whoever Lorenzo was, and then she smiled, reflexive pleasure of the thing behind her eyes. Rainey's sigil privacy dimmed. I'd want to have your baby now, she said, from Toronto, except I know it would always lie. To learn more about and order the peripheral, visit penguin.com peripheral. Chapter 8. Part 2, The Shopping Expedition. Chapter 9. Home was Bama, the sprawl, the Boston-Atlanta metropolitan axis. Program a map to display frequency of data exchange, every 1,000 megabytes a single pixel on a very large screen. Manhattan and Atlanta burn solid white. Then they start to pulse, the rate of traffic threatening to overload your simulation. Your map is about to go nova. Cool it down, up your scale, each pixel 1,000,000 megabytes. At 100 million megabytes per second, you begin to make out certain blocks in Midtown Manhattan, outlines of 100-year-old industrial parks ringing the old core of Atlanta. Case woke from a dream of airports, of Molly's dark leathers moving ahead of him through the concourses of Narita, Schiphol, Orly. He watched himself buy a flat plastic flask of Danish vodka at some kiosk, an hour before dawn. Somewhere down in the sprawl's ferroconcrete routes, a train drove a column of stale air through a tunnel. The train itself was silent, gliding over its induction cushion, but displaced air made the tunnel sing, bass down into subsonics. Vibration reached the room where he lay and caused dust to rise from the cracks in the desiccated parquet floor. Opening his eyes, he saw Molly, naked and just out of reach across an expanse of very new pink temperfoam. Overhead, sunlight filtered through the soot-stained grid of a skylight. 1/2 meter square of glass had been replaced with chipboard, a fat gray cable emerging there to dangle within a few centimeters of the floor. He lay on his side and watched her breathe, her breasts, the sweep of a flank defined with the functional elegance of a warplane's fuselage. Her body was spare, neat, the muscles like a dancer's. The room was large. He sat up. The room was empty, aside from the wide pink bed slab and two nylon bags, new and identical, that lay beside it. Blank walls, no windows, a single white-painted steel fire door. The walls were coated with countless layers of white latex paint. Factory space. He knew this kind of room, this kind of building. The tenants would operate in the interzone where art wasn't quite crime, crime not quite art. He was home. He swung his feet to the floor. It was made of little blocks of wood, some missing, others loose. His head ached. He remembered Amsterdam, another room in the old city section of the Centrum, buildings centuries old. Molly back from the canal's edge with orange juice and eggs. Armitage off on some cryptic foray, the two of them walking alone past Dam Square to a bar she knew on a Damrack thoroughfare. Paris was a blurred dream. Shopping. She'd taken him shopping. He stood, pulling on a wrinkled pair of black jeans that lay at his feet, and knelt beside the bags. The first one he opened was Molly's, neatly folded clothing and small, expensive-looking gadgets. The second was stuffed with things he didn't remember buying: books, tapes, a Stim deck, clothing with French and Italian labels. Beneath a green t-shirt, he discovered a flat, origami-wrapped package, recycled Japanese paper. The paper tore when he picked it up. A bright 9-pointed star fell, to stick upright in a crack in the parquet. "Souvenir," Molly said. "I noticed you were always looking at 'em." He turned and saw her sitting cross-legged on the bed, sleepily scratching her stomach with burgundy nails. "Someone's coming later to secure the place," Armitage said. He stood in the open doorway with an old-fashioned magnetic key in his hand. Molly was making coffee on a tiny German stove she took from her bag. "I can do it," she said. "I got enough gear already. Infrascan perimeter screamers." "No," he said, closing the door. "I want it tight." "Suit yourself." She wore a dark mesh t-shirt tucked into baggy black cotton pants. "You ever the heat?" Mr. Armitage, Case asked, from where he sat, his back against a wall. Armitage was no taller than Case, but with his broad shoulders and military posture he seemed to fill the doorway. He wore a somber Italian suit. In his right hand he held a briefcase of soft black calf. The Special Forces earring was gone. The handsome, inexpressive features offered the routine beauty of the cosmetic boutiques, a conservative amalgam of the past decade's leading media faces. The pale glitter of his eyes heightened the effect of a mask. Case began to regret the question. "Lots of forces types wound up cops, I mean, or corporate security," Case added uncomfortably. Molly handed him a steaming mug of coffee. "That number you had them do on my pancreas, that's like a cop routine." Armitage closed the door and crossed the room to stand in front of Case. "You're a lucky boy, Case. You should thank me." "Should I?" Case blew noisily on his coffee. "You needed a new pancreas. The one we bought for you frees you from a dangerous dependency." "Thanks, but I was enjoying that dependency." "Good, because you have a new one." "How's that?" Case looked up from his coffee. Armitage was smiling. "You have 15 toxin sacs bonded to the lining of various main arteries. Case, they're dissolving. Very slowly, but they definitely are dissolving. Each one contains a mycotoxin. You're already familiar with the effect of that mycotoxin. It was the one your former employers gave you in Memphis." Case blinked up at the smiling mask. "You have time to do what I'm hiring you for, Case, but that's all. Do the job and I can inject you with an enzyme that will dissolve the bond without opening the sacs. Then you'll need a blood change. Otherwise the sacs melt and you're back where I found you. So you see, Case, you need us. You need us as badly as you did when we scraped you up from the gutter." Case looked at Molly. She shrugged. "Now go down to the freight elevator and bring up the cases you find there." Armitage handed him the magnetic key. "Go on, you'll enjoy this, Case, like Christmas morning." Summer in the sprawl, the mall crowd swaying like wind-blown grass, a field of flesh shot through with sudden eddies of need and gratification. He sat beside Molly in filtered sunlight on the rim of a dry concrete fountain, letting the endless stream of faces recapitulate the stages of his life. First a child with hooded eyes, a street boy, hands relaxed and ready at his sides. Then a teenager, face smooth and cryptic beneath red glasses. Case remembered fighting on a rooftop at 17, silent combat in the rose glow of the dawn geodesics. He shifted on the concrete, feeling it rough and cool through the thin black denim. Nothing here like the electric dance of Ninsei. This was different commerce, a different rhythm, in the smell of fast food and perfume and fresh summer sweat. With his deck waiting, back in the loft, an Ono Sendai Cyberspace 7. They'd left the place littered with the abstract white forms of the foam packing units, with crumpled plastic film and hundreds of tiny foam beads. The Ono Sendai, next year's most expensive Hosaka computer, a Sony monitor, a dozen discs of corporate-grade ice, a Braun cough maker. Armitage had only waited for Case's approval of each piece. "Where'd he go?" Case had asked Molly. "He likes hotels, big ones, near airports if he can manage it." "Let's go down to the street." She'd zipped herself into an old surplus vest with a dozen oddly shaped pockets and put on a huge pair of black plastic sunglasses that completely covered her mirrored insets. "You know about that toxin shit before?" he asked her, by the fountain. She shook her head. "You think it's true?" "Maybe, maybe not. Works either way." "You know any way I can find out?" "No," she said, her right hand coming up to form the jive for silence. "That kind of kink's too subtle to show up on a scan." Then her fingers moved again. "Wait, and you don't care that much anyway." "I saw you stroking that Sendai. Man, it was pornographic." She laughed. "So what's he got on you? How's he got the working girl kinked?" "Professional pride, baby, that's all." And again the sign for silence. "We're gonna get some breakfast, okay? Eggs, real bacon. Probably kill you, you've been eating that rebuilt Chiba krill for so long." "Yeah, come on, we'll tube into Manhattan and get us a real breakfast." Lifeless neon spelled out Metro holographics in dusty capitals of glass tubing. Case picked at a shred of bacon that had lodged between his front teeth. He'd given up asking her where they were going and why. Jabs in the ribs and the sign for silence were all he'd gotten in reply. She talked about the season's fashions, about sports, about a political scandal in California he'd never heard of. He looked around the deserted dead-end street. A sheet of newsprint went cartwheeling past the intersection. Freak winds in the east side, something to do with convection and an overlap in the domes. Case peered through the window at the dead sign. Her sprawl wasn't his sprawl, he decided. She'd led him through a dozen bars and clubs he'd never seen before, taking care of business, usually with no more than a nod, maintaining connections. Something was moving in the shadows behind Metro holographics. The door was a sheet of corrugated roofing. In front of it, Molly's hands flowed through an intricate sequence of jive that he couldn't follow. He caught the sign for cash, a thumb brushing the tip of the forefinger. The door swung inward and she led him into the smell of dust. They stood in a clearing, dense tangles of junk rising on either side to walls lined with shelves of crumbling paperbacks. The junk looked like something that had grown there, a fungus of twisted metal and plastic. He could pick out individual objects, but then they seemed to blur back into the mass. The guts of a television, so old it was studded with the glass stumps of vacuum tubes, a crumpled dish antenna, a brown fiber canister stuffed with corroded lengths of alloy tubing. An enormous pile of old magazines had cascaded into the open area, flesh of lost summers staring blindly up as he followed her back through a narrow canyon of impacted scrap. He heard the door close behind them. He didn't look back. The tunnel ended with an ancient army blanket tacked across a doorway. White light flooded out as Molly ducked past it. 4 square walls of blank white plastic, ceiling to match, floored with white hospital tile molded in a non-slip pattern of small raised discs. In the center stood a square, white-painted wooden table and 4 white folding chairs. The man who stood blinking now in the doorway behind them, the blanket draping one shoulder like a cape, seemed to have been designed in a wind tunnel. His ears were very small, plastered flat against his narrow skull, and his large front teeth, revealed in something that wasn't quite a smile, were canted sharply backward. He wore an ancient tweed jacket and held a handgun of some kind in his left hand. He peered at them, blinked, and dropped the gun into a jacket pocket. He gestured to Case, pointed at a slab of white plastic that leaned near the doorway. Case crossed to it and saw that it was a solid sandwich of circuitry, nearly a centimeter thick. He helped the man lift it and position it in the doorway. Quick, nicotine-stained fingers secured it with a white Velcro border. A hidden exhaust fan began to purr. "Time," the man said, straightening up and counting. "You know the rate, Moll." "We need a scan, Finn, for implants. So get over there between the pylons. Stand on the tape. Straighten up, yeah. Now turn around. Gimme a full 360. Case watched her rotate between 2 fragile-looking stands studded with sensors. The man took a small monitor from his squinted at it. "Something new in your head, yeah. Silicon, coat of pyrolytic carbons. A clock, right? Your glasses gimme the read they always have, low-temp isotropic carbons. Better biocompatibility with pyrolytics, but that's your business, right? Same with your claws. Get over here, Case." He saw a scuffed X in black on the white floor. "Turn around, slow." "Guy's a virgin," the man shrugged. "Some cheap dental work is all." "You read for biologicals?" Molly unzipped her green vest and took off the dark glasses. "You think this is the Mayo? Climb on the table, kid. We'll run a little biopsy." He laughed, showing more of his yellow teeth. "Nah. Finn's word, sweetmeat. You got no little bugs, no cortex bombs. You want me to shut the screen down?" "Just for as long as it takes you to leave, Finn. Then we'll want full screen for as long as we want it." "Hey, that's fine by the fin, Moll. You're only paying by the second." They sealed the door behind him, and Molly turned one of the white chairs around and sat on it, chin resting on crossed forearms. "We talk now. This is as private as I can afford." "What about?" "What we're doing." "What are we doing?" "Working for Armitage." "And you're saying this isn't for his benefit?" "Yeah, I saw your profile, Case, and I've seen the rest of our shopping list once. You ever work with the dead?" "No." He watched his reflection in her glasses. "I could, I guess. I'm good at what I do." The present tense made him nervous. "You know that the Dixie Flatline's dead?" He nodded. "Heart, I heard." "You'll be working with his construct," she smiled. "Taught you the ropes, huh? Him and Quine. I know Quine, by the way. Real asshole." "Somebody's got a recording of McCoy Polly? Who?" Now Case sat and rested his elbows on the table. "I can't see it. He'd never have sat still for it." "SenseNet paid him mega, you bet your ass." "Quine dead too?" "No such luck. He's in Europe. He doesn't come into this." "Well, if we can get the flatline, we're home free. He was the best. You know he died brain death 3 times? Flatlined on his EEG, showed me tapes. Boy, I was dayed." "Look, Case, I've been trying to suss out who it is backing Armitage since I signed on, but it doesn't feel like a Zaibatsu, a government, or some Yakuza subsidiary. Armitage gets orders. Like something tells him to go off to Chiba, pick up a pillhead who's making one last wobble through the burnout belt, and trade a program for the operation that'll fix him up. We could have bought 20 world-class cowboys for what the market was ready to pay for that surgical program. You were good, but not that good." She scratched the side of her nose. "Obviously makes sense to somebody," he said. "Somebody big." "Don't let me hurt your feelings," she grinned. "We're gonna be pulling one hardcore run, Case, just to get the flatlines construct. SenseNet has it locked in a library vault uptown. Tighter than an eel's ass, Case." Now, since net, they got all their new material for the fall season locked in there too. Steal that and we'd be richer than shit. But no, we gotta get us the flatline and nothing else. Weird. Yeah, it's all weird. You're weird, this hole's weird, and who's the weird little gopher outside in the hall? Finn's an old connection of mine, fence mostly, software. This privacy biz is a sideline. But I got Armitage to let him be our tech here, so when he shows up later, you never saw him. Got it? So what's Armitage got dissolving inside you? I'm an easy make, she smiled. Anybody any good at what they do, that's what they are, right? You got a jack, I got a tussle. He stared at her. So tell me what you know about Armitage. For starters, nobody named Armitage took part in any Screaming Fist. I checked, but that doesn't mean much. He doesn't look like any of the pics of the guys who got out. She shrugged. Big deal. And starters is all I got. She drummed her nails on the back of the chair. But you are a cowboy, aren't you? I mean, maybe you could have a little look around. She smiled. He'd kill me. Maybe, maybe not. I think he needs you, Case, and real bad. Besides, you're a clever John, no? You can winkle him, sure. What else is on that list you mentioned? Toys, mostly for you, and one certified psychopath name of Peter Riviera, real ugly customer. Where's he? Dunno, but he's one sick fuck, no lie. I saw his profile. God-awful. She stood up and stretched, cat-like. So we got an axis going, boy? We're together in this? Partners? Case looked at her. I got a lot of choice, huh? She laughed. You got it, cowboy. The Matrach has its roots in primitive arcade games, said the voiceover, in early graphics programs and military experimentation with cranial jacks. On the Sony, a two-dimensional space war faded behind a forest of mathematically generated ferns, demonstrating the spatial possibilities of logarithmic spirals. Cold blue military footage burned through, lab animals wired into test systems, helmets feeding into fire control circuits of tanks and warplanes. Cyberspace, a consensual hallucination experienced daily by billions of legitimate operators, in every nation by children being taught mathematical concepts. A graphic representation of data abstracted from the banks of every computer in the human system. Unthinkable complexity. Lines of light ranged in the non-space of the mind, clusters and constellations of data. Like city lights, receding. What's that? Molly asked as he flipped the channel selector. Kids show, a discontinuous flood of images as the selector cycled. Off, he said to the Hosaka. You want to try now, Case? Wednesday, 8 days from waking in cheap hotel with Molly beside him. You want me to go out, Case? Maybe easier for you alone? He shook his head. No, stay, doesn't matter. He settled the black terry sweatband across his forehead, careful not to disturb the flat Sendai dermatrodes. He stared back at the deck on his lap, not really seeing it, seeing instead the shop window on Ninsei, the chromed shuriken burning with reflected neon. He glanced up. On the wall, just above the Sony, he'd hung her gift, tacking it there with a yellow-headed drawing pin through the hole at its center. He closed his eyes. Found the ridged face of the power stud. And in the bloodlit dark behind his eyes, silver phosphenes boiling in from the edge of space, hypnagogic images jerking past like film compiled from random frames, symbols, figures, faces, a blurred, fragmented mandala of visual information. Please, he prayed, now. A gray disk the color of Chiba sky. Disk beginning to rotate, faster, becoming a sphere of paler gray, expanding. And flowered for him, fluid neon origami trick, the unfolding of his distanceless home, his country, transparent 3D chessboard extending to infinity. Inner eye opening to the stepped scarlet pyramid of the Eastern Seaboard Fission Authority, burning beyond the green cubes of Mitsubishi Bank of America. And high and very far away he saw the spiral arms of military systems, forever beyond his reach. And somewhere he was laughing, in a white painted loft, distant fingers caressing the deck, tears of release streaking his face. Molly was gone when he took the trodes off, and the loft was dark. He checked the time. He'd been in cyberspace for 5 hours. He carried the Ono Sendai to one of the new work tables and collapsed across the bed slab, pulling Molly's black silk sleeping bag over his head. The security package taped to the steel fire door bleeped twice. Entry requested, it said. Subject is cleared per my program. So open it. Case pulled the silk from his face and sat up as the door opened, expecting to see Molly or Armitage. Christ, said a hoarse voice. I know that bitch can see in the dark. A squat figure stepped in and closed the door. Turn the lights on, okay? Case scrambled off the slab and found the old-fashioned switch. I'm the Finn, said the Finn, and made a warning face at Case. Pleased to meet ya, I'm sure. I'm doing some hardware for your boss, it looks like. The Finn fished a pack of Partagas from a pocket and lit one. The smell of Cuban tobacco filled the room. He crossed to the work table and glanced at the Ono Sendai. Looks stock, soon fix that. But here's your problem, kid. He took a filthy manila envelope from inside his jacket, flicked ash on the floor, and extracted a featureless black rectangle from the envelope. Got 'em in factory prototypes, he said, tossing the thing down on the table. Cast 'em into a block of polycarbon. Can't get in with a laser without frying the works. Booby-trapped for X-ray, ultrascan, God knows what else. We'll get in, but there's no rest for the wicked, right? He folded the envelope with great care and tucked it away in an inside pocket. What is it? It's a flip-flop switch, basically. Wire it into your Sendai here. You can access live or recorded SimStim without having to jack out of the Matrix. I haven't got a clue. Know I'm fitting Mull for a broadcast rig, though, so it's probably her sensorium you'll access. The Finn scratched his chin. So now you get to find out just how tight those jeans really are, huh? Chapter 10. Case sat in the loft with the dermatrodes strapped across his forehead, watching motes dance in the diluted sunlight that filtered through the grid overhead. A countdown was in progress in one corner of the monitor screen. Cowboys didn't get into SimStim, he thought, because it was basically a meat toy. He knew that the trodes he used and the little plastic tiara dangling from a SimStim deck were basically the same, and that the cyberspace matrix was actually a drastic simplification of the human sensorium, at least in terms of presentation, but SimStim itself struck him as a gratuitous multiplication of flesh input. The commercial stuff was edited, of course, so that if Tally Isham got a headache in the course of a segment, you didn't feel it. The screen bleeped a 2-second warning. The new switch was patched into his Sendai with a thin ribbon of fiber optics. And 1 and 2 and... Cyberspace slid into existence from the cardinal points. Smooth, he thought, but not smooth enough. Have to work on it. Then he keyed the new switch. The abrupt jolt into other flesh. Matrix gone, a wave of sound and color. She was moving through a crowded street, past stalls vending discount software. Prices felt pinned on sheets of plastic, fragments of music from countless speakers. Smells of urine, free monomers, perfume, patties of frying krill. For a few frightened seconds he fought helplessly to control her body. Then he willed himself into passivity, became the passenger behind her eyes. The glasses didn't seem to cut down the sunlight at all. He wondered if the built-in amps compensated automatically. Blue alphanumerics winked the time low in her left peripheral field. Showing off, he thought. Her body language was disorienting, her style foreign. She seemed continually on the verge of colliding with someone, but people melted out of her way, stepped sideways, made room. How you doing, Case? He heard the words and felt her form them. She slid a hand into her jacket, a fingertip circling a nipple under warm silk. The sensation made him catch his breath. She laughed, but the link was one way. He had no way to reply. 2 blocks later, she was threading the outskirts of memory lane. Case kept trying to jerk her eyes toward landmarks he would have used to find his way. He began to find the passivity of the situation irritating. The transition to cyberspace when he hit the switch was instantaneous. He punched himself down a wall of primitive ice belonging to the New York Public Library, automatically counting potential windows. Keying back into her sensorium, into the sinuous flow of muscle, senses sharp and bright. He found himself wondering about the mind he shared these sensations with. What did he know about her? That she was another professional, that she said her being, like his, was the thing she did to make a living. He knew the way she'd moved against him earlier when she woke, their mutual grunt of unity when he'd entered her, and that she liked her coffee black afterward. Her destination was one of the dubious software rental complexes that lined memory lane. There was a stillness, a hush. Booths lined a central hall. The clientele were young, few of them out of their teens. They all seemed to have carbon sockets planted behind the left ear, but she didn't focus on them. The counters that fronted the booths displayed hundreds of slivers of Microsoft, angular fragments of colored silicon mounted under oblong transparent bubbles on squares of white cardboard. Molly went to the seventh booth along the south wall. Behind the counter, a boy with a shaven head stared vacantly into space, a dozen spikes of Microsoft protruding from the socket behind his ear. "Larry, you in, man?" She positioned herself in front of him, the boy's eyes focused. He sat up in his chair and pried a bright magenta splinter from his socket with a dirty thumbnail. "Hey, Larry." "Molly." He nodded. "I have some work for some of your friends, Larry." Larry took a flat plastic case from the pocket of his red sports shirt and flicked it open, slotting the Microsoft beside a dozen others. His hand hovered, selected a glossy black chip that was slightly longer than the rest, and inserted it smoothly into his head. His eyes narrowed. "Molly's got a rider," he said, "and Larry doesn't like that." "Hey," she said, "I didn't know you were so sensitive. I'm impressed. Costs a lot to get that sensitive." "I know you, lady," the blank look returned. "You looking to buy some softs?" "I'm looking for the moderns." "You got a rider, Molly, this says." He tapped the black splinter. "Somebody else using your eyes." "My partner." "Tell your partner to go." "Got something for the Panther moderns, Larry." "What are you talking about, lady?" "Case you take off," she said, and he hit the switch, instantly back in the Matrix. Ghost impressions of the software complex hung for a few seconds in the buzzing calm of cyberspace. "Panther moderns," he said to the Hosaka, removing the trodes. 5-minute precis. "Ready," the computer said. It wasn't a name he knew. Something new, something that had come in since he'd been in Chiba. Fads swept the youth of the sprawl at the speed of light. Entire subcultures could rise overnight, thrive for a dozen weeks, and then vanish utterly. "Go," he said. The Hosaka had accessed its array of libraries, journals, and news services. The process began with a long hold on a color still that Case at first assumed was a collage of some kind. A boy's face snipped from another image and glued to a photograph of a paint-scrawled wall. Dark eyes, epicanthic folds obviously the result of surgery, an angry dusting of acne across pale, narrow cheeks. The Hosaka released the freeze. The boy moved, flowing with the sinister grace of a mime pretending to be a jungle predator. His body was nearly invisible, an abstract pattern approximating the scribbled brickwork sliding smoothly across his tight on-piece. Mimetic polycarbon. Cut to Dr. Virginia Rambly, Sociology, NYU, her name, faculty, and school, pulsing across the screen in pink alphanumerics. Given their penchant for these random acts of surreal violence, someone said, "It may be difficult for our viewers to understand why you continue to insist that this phenomenon isn't a form of terrorism." Dr. Rambali smiled. "There is always a point at which the terrorist ceases to manipulate the media gestalt. a point at which the violence may well escalate, but beyond which the terrorist has become symptomatic of the media gestalt itself. Terrorism, as we ordinarily understand it, is innately media-related. The Panther moderns differ from other terrorists precisely in their degree of self-consciousness, in their awareness of the extent to which media divorce the act of terrorism from the original socio-political intent. "Skip it," Case said. Case met First Modern 2 days after he'd screened the Hosaka's Princess. The moderns, he'd decided, were a contemporary version of the big scientists of his own late teens. There was a kind of ghostly teenage DNA at work in the sprawl, something that carried the coded precepts of various short-lived subcults and replicated them at odd intervals. The Panther moderns were a soft-head variant on the scientists. If the technology had been available, the big scientists would all have had sockets stuffed with Microsofts. It was the style that mattered, and the style was the same. The moderns were mercenaries, practical jokers, nihilistic techno-fetishists. The one who showed up at the loft door with a box of diskettes from the Fin was a soft-voiced boy called Angelo. His face was a simple graft grown on collagen and shark cartilage polysaccharides, smooth and hideous. It was one of the nastiest pieces of elective surgery Case had ever seen. When Angelo smiled, revealing the razor-sharp canines of some large animal, Case was actually relieved. Toothbud transplants. He'd seen that before. "You can't let the little prick's generation gap you," Molly said. Case nodded, absorbed in the patterns of the SenseNet ice. This was it. This was what he was, who he was, his being. He forgot to eat. Molly left cartons of rice and foam trays of sushi on the corner of the long table. Sometimes he resented having to leave the deck to use the chemical toilet they'd set up in a corner of the loft. Ice patterns formed and reformed on the screen as he probed for gaps, skirted the most obvious traps, and mapped the route he'd take through SenseNet's ice. It was good ice. Wonderful ice. Its patterns burned there while he lay with his arm under Molly's shoulders, watching the red dawn through the steel grid of the skylight. Its rainbow pixel maze was the first thing he saw when he woke. He'd go straight to the deck, not bothering to dress and jack in. He was cutting it. He was working. He lost track of days. And sometimes, falling asleep, particularly when Molly was off on one of her reconnaissance trips with her rented cadre of moderns, images of Chiba came flooding back, faces and Ninsei neon. Once he woke from a confused dream of Linda Lee, unable to recall who she was or what she'd ever meant to him. When he did remember, he jacked in and worked for 9 straight hours. The cutting of SenseNet's ice took a total of 9 days. "I said a week," Armitage said, unable to conceal his satisfaction when Case showed him his plan for the run. "You took your own good time." "Balls," Case said, smiling at the screen. "That's good work, Armitage." "Yes," Armitage admitted, "but don't let it go to your head. Compared to what you'll eventually be up against, this is an arcade toy." "Love you, Cat Mother," whispered the Panther Modern's Link Man. His voice was modulated static in Case's headset. "Atlanta Brood? Looks go. Go, got it?" Molly's voice was slightly clearer. "To hear is to obey." The moderns were using some kind of chicken wire dish in New Jersey to bounce the Linkman's scrambled signal off a Sons of Christ the King satellite in geosynchronous orbit above Manhattan. They chose to regard the entire operation as an elaborate private joke, and their choice of CumSats seemed to have been deliberate. Molly's signals were being beamed up from a 1-meter umbrella dish epoxy to the roof of a black glass bank tower nearly as tall as the SenseNet building. Atlanta. The recognition code was simple. Atlanta to Boston to Chicago to Denver, 5 minutes for each city. If anyone managed to intercept Molly's signal, unscramble it, synth her voice, the code would tip the moderns. If she remained in the building for more than 20 minutes, it was highly unlikely she'd be coming out at all. Case gulped the last of his coffee, settled the trodes in place, and scratched his chest beneath his black t-shirt. He had only a vague idea of what the Panther Moderns planned as a diversion for the SenseNet security people. His job was to make sure the intrusion program he'd written would link with the SenseNet systems when Molly needed it to. He watched the countdown in the corner of the screen. 2, 1. He jacked in and triggered his program. Mainline, breathed the link man, his voice the only sound as Case plunged through the glowing strata of SenseNet ice. Good. Check Molly. He hit the sim stim and flipped into her sensorium. The scrambler blurred the visual input slightly. She stood before a wall of gold-flecked mirror in the building's vast white lobby, chewing gum, apparently fascinated by her own reflection. Aside from the huge pair of sunglasses concealing her mirrored insets, she managed to look remarkably like she belonged there, another tourist girl hoping for a glimpse of Tally Isham. She wore a pink plastic raincoat, a white mesh top, loose white pants cut in a style that had been fashionable in Tokyo the previous year. She grinned vacantly and popped her gum. Case felt like laughing. He could feel the micropore tape across her rib cage, feel the flat little units under it, the radio, the sim-stim unit, and the scrambler. The throat mic, glued to her neck, looked as much as possible like an analgesic dermadisc. Her hands, in the pockets of the pink coat, were flexing systematically through a series of tension release exercises. It took him a few seconds to realize that the peculiar sensation at the tips of her fingers was caused by the blades as they were partially extruded, then retracted. He flipped back. His program had reached the 5th gate. He watched as his icebreaker strobed and shifted in front of him, only faintly aware of his hands playing across the deck, making minor adjustments. Translucent planes of color shuffled like a trick deck. Take a card, he thought, any card. The gate blurred past. He laughed. The SenseNet ICE had accepted his entry as a routine transfer from the consortium's Los Angeles complex. He was inside. Behind him, viral subprograms peeled off, meshing with the gate's code fabric, ready to deflect the real Los Angeles data when it arrived. He flipped again. Molly was strolling past the enormous circular reception desk at the rear of the lobby. 12:120 as the readout flared in her optic nerve. At midnight, cinch with the chip behind Molly's eye, the link man in Jersey had given his command. Mainline. 9 moderns, scattered along 200 miles of the sprawl, had simultaneously dialed Max Emerg from payphones. Each modern delivered a short set speech, hung up and drifted out into the night, peeling off surgical gloves. 9 different police departments and public security agencies were absorbing the information that an obscure subsect of militant Christian fundamentalists had just taken credit for having introduced clinical levels of an outlawed psychoactive agent known as Blue 9 into the ventilation system of the SenseNet pyramid. Blue 9, known in California as Grievous Angel, had been shown to produce acute paranoia and homicidal psychosis in 85% of experimental subjects. Case hit the switch as his program surged through the gates of the subsystem that controlled security for the SenseNet research library. He found himself stepping into an elevator. "Excuse me, but are you an employee?" The guard raised his eyebrows. Molly popped her gum. "No," she said, driving the first 2 knuckles of her right hand into the man's solar plexus. As he doubled over, clawing for the beeper on his belt, she slammed his head sideways against the wall of the elevator. Chewing a little more rapidly now, she touched close door and stop on the illuminated panel. She took a black box from her coat pocket and inserted a lead in the keyhole of the lock that secured the panel's circuitry. The Panther Moderns allowed 4 minutes for their first move to take effect, then injected a second carefully prepared dose of misinformation. This time, they shot it directly into the SenseNet building's internal video system. At 12:423, every screen in the building strobed for 18 seconds in a frequency that produced seizures in a susceptible segment of SenseNet employees. Then something only vaguely like a human face filled the screens, its features stretched across asymmetrical expanses of bone like some obscene Mercator projection. Blue lips parted wetly as the twisted, elongated jaw moved. Something, perhaps a hand, a thing like a reddish clump of gnarled roots, fumbled toward the camera, blurred, and vanished. Subliminally rapid images of contamination, graphics of the building's water supply system, gloved hands manipulating laboratory glassware, something tumbling down into darkness, a pale splash. The audio track, its pitch adjusted to run at just less than twice the standard playback speed, was part of a month-old newscast detailing potential military uses of a substance known as Dr.G, a biochemical governing the human skeletal growth factor. Overdoses of Dr.G threw certain bone cells into overdrive, accelerating growth by factors as high as 1,000%. At 12:05, the mirror-sheathed nexus of the SenseNet consortium held just over 3,000 employees. At 5 minutes after midnight, as the Moderns' message ended in a flare of white screen, the SenseNet pyramid screamed. Half a dozen NYPD tactical hovercraft, responding to the possibility of Blue 9 in the building's ventilation system, were converging on the SenseNet pyramid. They were running full riot lights. A Bama rapid deployment helicopter was lifting off from its pad on Rikers. Case triggered his second program. A carefully engineered virus attacked the code fabric screening primary custodial commands for the sub-basement that housed the SenseNet research materials. Boston, Molly's voice came across the link. I'm downstairs. Kay switched and saw the blank wall of the elevator. She was unzipping the white pants. A bulky packet, exactly the shade of her pale ankle, was secured there with micropore. She knelt and peeled the tape away. Streaks of burgundy flickered across the mimetic polycarbon as she unfolded the modern suit. She removed the pink raincoat, threw it down beside the white pants, and began to pull the suit on over the white mesh top. Case's virus had bored a window through the library's command ice. He punched himself through and found an infinite blue space ranged with color-coded spheres strung on a tight grid of pale blue neon. In the non-space of the matrix, the interior of a given data construct possessed unlimited subjective dimension. A child's toy calculator accessed through Case's Sendai would have presented limitless gulfs of nothingness hung with a few basic commands. Case began to key the sequence the Finn had purchased from a mid-echelon Sararaman with severe drug problems. He began to glide through the spheres as if he were on invisible tracks. Here, this one. Punching his way into the sphere, chill blue neon vault above him, starless and smooth as frosted glass, he triggered a subprogram that effected certain alterations in the core custodial commands. Out now, reversing smoothly, the virus reknitting the fabric of the window. In the SenseNet lobby, two Panther Moderns sat alertly behind a low rectangular planter, taping the riot with a video camera. They both wore chameleon suits. Tacticals are spraying foam barricades now, one noted, speaking for the benefit of his throat mic. Rapids are still trying to land their copter. Case hit the sim-stim switch and flipped into the agony of broken bone. Molly was braced against the blank gray wall of a long corridor, her breath coming ragged and uneven. Case was back in the matrix instantly, a white-hot line of pain fading in his left thigh. "What's happening, Brood?" he asked the link man. "I dunno, Cutter. Mother's not talking. Wait." Case's program was cycling. A single hair-fine thread of crimson neon extended from the center of the restored window to the shifting outline of his icebreaker. He didn't have time to wait. Taking a deep breath, he flipped again. Molly took a single step, trying to support her weight on the corridor wall. In the loft, Case groaned. The second step took her over an outstretched arm, uniform sleeve bright with fresh blood, glimpse of a shattered fiberglass shock stave. Her vision seemed to have narrowed to a tunnel. With the third step, Case screamed and found himself back in the matrix. Brood, Boston, baby. Her voice tight with pain. She coughed. Little problem with the natives. Think one of them broke my leg. What you need now, cat mother? The link man's voice was indistinct, nearly lost behind static. Case forced himself to flip back. She was leaning against the wall, taking all of her weight on her right leg. She fumbled through the contents of the suit's kangaroo pocket and withdrew a sheet of plastic studded with a rainbow of dermadiscs. She selected 3 and thumbed them hard against her left wrist over the veins. 6,000 micrograms of endorphin analog came down on the pain like a hammer, shattering it. Her back arched convulsively. Pink waves of warmth lapped up her thighs. She sighed and slowly relaxed. Okay, Brood, okay now, but I'll need a medical team when I come out. Tell my people. Cutter, I'm 2 minutes from target. Can you hold? Tell her I'm in and holding, Case said. Molly began to limp down the corridor. When she glanced back once, Case saw the crumpled bodies of 3 SenseNet security guards. One of them seemed to have no eyes. Tacticals and Rapids have sealed the ground floor, cat mother. Foam barricades, lobbies getting juicy. Pretty juicy down here, she said, swinging herself through a pair of gray steel doors. Almost there, Cutter. Case flipped into the matrix and pulled the trodes from his forehead. He was drenched with sweat. He wiped his forehead with a towel, took a quick sip of water from the bicycle bottle beside the Hosaka, and checked the map of the library displayed on the screen. A pulsing red cursor crept through the outline of a doorway, only millimeters from the green dot that indicated the location of the Dixie Flatlines construct. He wondered what it was doing to her leg to walk on it that way. With enough endorphin analog, she could walk on a pair of bloody stumps. He tightened the nylon harness that held him in the chair and replaced the trodes. Routine now, trodes jack and flip. The SenseNet Research Library was a dead storage area. The materials stored here had to be physically removed before they could be interfaced. Molly hobbled between rows of identical gray lockers. Tell her 5 more and 10 to her left, Brood, Case said. 5 more and 10 left, cat mother, the linkman said. She took the left. A white-faced librarian cowered between 2 lockers, her cheeks wet, eyes blank. Molly ignored her. Case wondered what the moderns had done to provoke that level of terror. He knew it had something to do with a hoaxed threat, but he'd been too involved with his ice to follow Molly's explanation. That's it, Case said, but she'd already stopped in front of the cabinet that held the construct. Its lines reminded Case of the Neo-Aztec bookcases in Julie Dean's anteroom in Chiba. Do it, Cutter, Molly said. Case flipped to cyberspace and sent a command pulsing down the crimson thread that pierced the library ice. 5 separate alarm systems were convinced that they were still operative. The 3 elaborate locks deactivated but considered themselves to have remained locked. The library's central bank suffered a minute shift in its permanent memory. The construct had been removed per executive order a month before. Checking for the authorization to remove the construct, a librarian would find the records erased. The door swung open on silent hinges. 0467839, Case said, and Molly drew a black storage unit from the rack. It resembled the magazine of a large assault rifle, its surfaces covered with warning decals and security ratings. Molly closed the locker door. Case flipped. He withdrew the line through the library ice. It whipped back into his program, automatically triggering a full system reversal. The SenseNet gates snapped past him as he backed out, subprograms whirling back into the core of the icebreaker as he passed the gates where they had been stationed. Out, Brood, he said, and slumped in his chair. After the concentration of an actual run, he could remain jacked in and still retain awareness of his body. It might take SenseNet days to discover the theft of the construct. The key would be the deflection of the Los Angeles transfer, which coincided too neatly with the Modern's terror run. He doubted that the 3 security men Molly had encountered in the corridor would live to talk about it. He flipped. The elevator, with Molly's black box taped beside the control panel, remained where she'd left it. The guard still lay curled on the floor. Case noticed the derm on his neck for the first time, something of Molly's, to keep him under. She stepped over him and removed the black box before punching Lubby. As the elevator door hissed open, a woman hurtled backward out of the crowd into the elevator and struck the rear wall with her head. Molly ignored her, bending over to peel the derm from the guard's neck. Then she kicked the white pants and the pink raincoat out the door, tossing the dark glasses after them, and drew the hood of her suit down across her forehead. The construct in the suit's kangaroo pocket dug into her sternum when she moved. She stepped out. Case had seen panic before, but never in an enclosed area. The SenseNet employees, spilling out of the elevators, had surged for the street doors, only to meet the foam barricades of the tacticals and the sandbag guns of the Bama Rapids. The 2 agencies, convinced that they were containing a horde of potential killers, were cooperating with an uncharacteristic degree of efficiency. Beyond the shattered wreckage of the main street doors, bodies were piled 3 deep on the barricades. The hollow thumping of the riot guns provided a constant background for the sound the crowd made, as it surged back and forth across the lobby's marble floor. Case had never heard anything like that sound. Neither, apparently, had Molly. "Jesus," she said, and hesitated. It was a sort of keening, rising into a bubbling wail of raw and total fear. The lobby floor was covered with bodies, clothing, blood, and long trampled scrolls of yellow printout. "Come on, sister, we're for out." The eyes of the 2 moderns stared out of madly swirling shades of polycarbon, their suits unable to keep up with the confusion of shape and color that raged behind them. "You hurt? Come on." "Tommy'll walk you." Tommy handed something to the one who spoke, a video camera wrapped in polycarbon. "Chicago," she said, "I'm on my way." And then she was falling not to the marble floor, slick with blood and vomit, but down some bloodworm well into silence and the dark. The Panther modern leader, who introduced himself as Lupus Yonderboy, wore a polycarbon suit with a recording feature that allowed him to replay backgrounds at will. Perched on the edge of Case's work table like some kind of state-of-the-art gargoyle, he regarded Case and Armitage with hooded eyes. He smiled. His hair was pink. A rainbow forest of Microsofts bristled behind his left ear. The ear was pointed, tufted with more pink hair. His pupils had been modified to catch the light like a cat's. Case watched the suit crawl with color and texture. "You let it get out of control," Armitage said. He stood in the center of the loft like a statue, wrapped in the dark, glossy folds of an expensive-looking trench coat. "Cows, Mr. Who," Lupus Yonderboy said. "That is our mode and modus. That is our central kick. Your woman knows. We deal with her, not with you, Mr. Who." His suit had taken on a weird angular pattern of beige and pale avocado. "She needed her medical team. She's with them. We'll watch out for her. Everything's fine." He smiled again. "Pay him," Case said. Armitage glared at him. "We don't have the goods." "Your woman has it," Yonderboy said. Armitage crossed stiffly to the table and took 3 fat bundles of new yen from the pockets of his trench coat. "You want to count it?" he asked Yonderboy. "No," the Panther Modern said. "You'll pay. You're a Mr. Who. You pay to stay one, not a Mr. Name." "I hope that isn't a threat," Armitage said. "That's business," said Yonderboy, stuffing the money into the single pocket on the front of his suit. The phone rang. Case answered. "Molly," he told Armitage, handing him the phone. The Sprawls Jodesiks were lightening into pre-dawn gray as Case left the building. His limbs felt cold and disconnected. He couldn't sleep. He was sick of the loft. Lupus had gone, then Armitage, and Molly was in surgery somewhere. Vibration beneath his feet as a train hissed past. Sirens Dopplered in the distance. He took corners at random. his collar up, hunched in a new leather jacket, flicking the first of a chain of Yehewans into the gutter and lighting another. He tried to imagine Armitage toxin sacs dissolving in his bloodstream, microscopic membranes wearing thinner as he walked. It didn't seem real. Neither did the fear and agony he'd seen through Molly's eyes in the lobby of SenseNet. He found himself trying to remember the faces of the 3 people he'd killed in Chiba. The men were blanks. The woman reminded him of Linda Lee. A battered tricycle truck with mirrored windows bounced past him, empty plastic cylinders rattling in its bed. He darted sideways, instinctively getting a wall behind his back. Message for you, Case. Lupus Yonderboy's suit cycled through pure primaries. Pardon, not to startle you. Case straightened up, hands in jacket pockets. He was a head taller than the modern. You ought to be careful, Yonderboy. This is the message, Wintermute. He spelled it out. From you? Case took a step forward. No, Yonderboy said, for you. Wintermute, Yonderboy repeated, nodding, bobbing his crest of pink hair. His suit went matte black, a carbon shadow against old concrete. He executed a strange little dance, his thin black arms whirling, and then he was gone. No, there. Hood up to hide the pink, the suit exactly the right shade of gray, mottled and stained as the sidewalk he stood on. The eyes winked back the red of a stoplight, and then he was really gone. Case closed his eyes, massaged them with numb fingers, leaning back against peeling brickwork. Ninsei had been a lot simpler. Chapter 11. 5 The medical team Molly employed occupied 2 floors of an anonymous condo rack near the old hub of Baltimore. The building was modular, like some giant version of cheap hotel, each coffin 40 meters long. Case met Molly as she emerged from one that wore the elaborately worked logo of one Gerald Chin dentist. She was limping. He says if I kick anything, it'll fall off. I ran into one of your pals, he said, a modern. Yeah? Which one? Lupus Yonderboy had a message. He passed her a paper napkin with WINTERMUTE, printed in red felt pen in his neat, laborious capitals, he said, but her hand came up in the jive for silence. Get us some crab, she said. After lunch in Baltimore, Molly dissecting her crab with alarming ease, they tubed into New York. Case had learned not to ask questions. They only brought the sign for silence. Her legs seemed to be bothering her, and she seldom spoke. A thin black child with wooden beads and antique resistors woven tightly into her hair opened the Finn's door and led them along the tunnel of refuse. Case felt the stuff had grown somehow during their absence. Or else it seemed that it was changing subtly, cooking itself down under the pressure of time. Silent, invisible flakes settling to form a mulch, a crystalline essence of discarded technology flowering secretly in the sprawl's waste places. Beyond the army blanket, the Finn waited at the white table. Molly began to sign rapidly, produced a scrap of paper, wrote something on it, and passed it to the Finn. He took it between thumb and forefinger, holding it away from his body as though it might explode. He made a sign Case didn't know, one that conveyed a mixture of impatience and glum resignation. He stood up, brushing crumbs from the front of his battered tweed jacket. A glass jar of pickled herring stood on the table beside a torn plastic package of flatbread and a tin ashtray piled with the butts of Partagas. Wait, the Finn said, and left the room. Molly took his place, extruded the blade from her index finger, and speared a grayish slab of herring. Case wandered aimlessly around the room, fingering the scanning gear on the pylons as he passed. 10 minutes and the Finn came bustling back, showing his teeth in a wide yellow smile. He nodded, gave Molly a thumbs-up salute, and gestured to Case to help him with the door panel. While Case smoothed the Velcro border into place, the Finn took a flat little console from his pocket and punched out an elaborate sequence. Honey, he said to Molly, tucking the console away, you have got it. No shit, I can smell it. You want to tell me where you got it? Yonder boy, Molly said, shoving the herring and crackers aside. I did a deal with Larry on the side. Smart, the Finn said. It's an AI. Slow it down a little, Case said. Burn, the Finn said, ignoring him. Burn. It's got limited Swiss citizenship under their equivalent of the Act of 53. Built for Tessier Ashpool SA. They own the mainframe and the original software. What's in Burn, okay? Case deliberately stepped between them. Wintermute is the recognition code for an AI. I've got the Turing registry numbers. Artificial intelligence. That's all just fine, Molly said, but where's it get us? If yonder boy's right, the Finn said, this AI is backing Armitage. I paid Larry to have the moderns nose around Armitage a little, Molly explained, turning to Case. They have some very weird lines of communication. Deal was, they'd get my money if they answered one question. Who's running Armitage? And you think it's this AI? Those things aren't allowed any autonomy. It'll be the parent corporation, this Tessel. Tessierishpool SA, said the Finn, and I got a little story for you about them. Want to hear? He sat down and hunched forward. Finn, Molly said, he loves a story. Haven't ever told anybody this one, the Finn began. The Finn was a fence, a trafficker in stolen goods, primarily in software. In the course of his business, he sometimes came into contact with other fences, some of whom dealt in the more traditional articles of the trade. In precious metals, stamps, rare coins, gems, jewelry, furs and paintings, and other works of art. The story he told Case and Molly began with another man's story, a man he called Smith. Smith was also a fence, but in balmier seasons he surfaced as an art dealer. He was the first person the Finn had known who'd gone silicon. The phrase had an old-fashioned ring for Case, and the Microsofts he purchased were art history programs and tables of gallery sales. With half a dozen chips in his new socket, Smith's knowledge of the art business was formidable, at least by the standards of his colleagues. But Smith had come to the Finn with a request for help, a fraternal request, one businessman to another. He wanted a go-to on the Tessier Ashpool clan, he said, and it had to be executed in a way that would guarantee the impossibility of the subject ever tracing the inquiry to its source. It might be possible, the Finn had opined, but an explanation was definitely required. It smelled, the Finn said to Case, smelled of money, and Smith was being very careful, almost too careful. Smith, it developed, had had a supplier known as Jimmy. Jimmy was a burglar and other things as well, and just back from a year in high orbit, having carried certain things back down the gravity well. The most unusual thing Jimmy had managed to score on his swing through the archipelago was a head, an intricately worked bust, cloisonné over platinum, studded with seed pearls and lapis. Smith, sighing, had put down his pocket microscope and advised Jimmy to melt the thing down. It was contemporary, not an antique, and had no value to the collector. Jimmy laughed. The thing was a computer terminal, he said. It could talk. And not in a synth voice, but with a beautiful arrangement of gears and miniature organ pipes. It was a Baroque thing for anyone to have constructed, a perverse thing, because synth voice chips cost next to nothing. It was a curiosity. Smith jacked the head into his computer and listened as the melodious, inhuman voice piped the figures of last year's tax return. Smith's clientele included a Tokyo billionaire whose passion for clockwork automata approached fetishism. Smith shrugged, showing Jimmy his upturned palms in a gesture old as pawnshops. He could try, he said, but he doubted he could get much for it. When Jimmy had gone, leaving the head, Smith went over it carefully, discovering certain hallmarks. Eventually, he'd been able to trace it to an unlikely collaboration between two Zurich artisans, an enamel specialist in Paris, a Dutch jeweler, and a California chip designer. It had been commissioned, he discovered, by Tessier Ashpool SA. Smith began to make preliminary passes at the Tokyo collector, hinting that he was on the track of something noteworthy. And then he had a visitor unannounced, one who walked in through the elaborate maze of Smith's security as though it didn't exist. A small man, Japanese, enormously polite, who bore all the marks of a vat-grown ninja assassin. Smith sat very still, staring into the calm brown eyes of death across a polished table of Vietnamese rosewood. Gently, almost apologetically, the cloned killer explained that it was his duty to find and return a certain artwork, a mechanism of great beauty, which had been taken from the house of his master. It had come to his attention, the ninja said, that Smith might know of the whereabouts of this object. Smith told the man that he had no wish to die and produced the head. And how much, his visitor asked, did you expect to obtain through the sale of this object? Smith named a figure far lower than the price he'd intended to set. The ninja produced a credit chip and keyed Smith that amount out of a numbered Swiss account. And who, the man asked, brought you this piece? Smith told him. Within days, Smith learned of Jimmy's death. So that was where I came in, the Finn continued. Smith knew I dealt a lot with the memory lane crowd, and that's where you go for a quiet go-to that'll never be traced. I hired a cowboy. I was the cutout, so I took a percentage. Smith, he was careful. He'd just had a very weird business experience, and he'd come out on top. But it didn't add up. Who'd paid out of that Swiss stash? Yakuza? No way. They got a very rigid code covers situations like that, and they kill the receiver too, always. Was it spook stuff? Smith didn't think so. Spook biz has a vibe you get so you can smell it. Well, I had my cowboy buzz the news morgues until we found Tessier Ashpool in litigation. The case wasn't anything, but we got the law firm. Then he did the lawyer's ice and we got the family address. Lot of good it did us. Case raised his eyebrows. Freeside, the Finn said. The spindle. Turns out they own damn near the whole thing. The interesting stuff was the picture we got when the cowboy ran a regular go-to on the news morgues and compiled a processes, family organization, corporate structure. Supposedly you can buy into an SA, but there hasn't been a share of Tessier Ashpool traded on the open market in over 100 years, on any market as far as I know. You're looking at a very quiet, very eccentric first-generation high-orbit family, run like a corporation, big money, very shy of media, lot of cloning, orbital laws a lot softer on genetic engineering, right? And it's hard to keep track of which generation or combination of generations is running the show at a given time. How's that? Molly asked. Got their own cryogenic setup. Even under orbital law, you're legally dead for the duration of a freeze. Looks like they trade off, though nobody's seen the founding father in about 30 years. Founding mama, she died in some lab accident. So what happened with your fence? Nothing. The Finn frowned. Dropped it. We had a look at this fantastic tangle of powers of attorney the TAs have, and that was it. Jimmy must have gotten into Straylight, lifted the head, and Tessier Ashpool sent their ninja after it. Smith decided to forget about it. Maybe he was smart? He looked at Molly, the Villa Straylight, tip of the spindle, strictly private. You figure they own that ninja, Finn? Molly asked. Smith thought so. Expensive, she said. Wonder whatever happened to that little ninja, Finn. Probably got him on ice, thaw when needed. Okay, Case said. We got Armitage getting his goodies off an AI named Wintermute. Where's that get us? Nowhere yet, Molly said, but you got a little side gig now. She drew a folded scrap of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. He opened it. Grid coordinates and entry codes. Who's this? Armitage, some database of his, bought it from the Moderns, separate deal. Where is it? London, Case said. Crack it, she laughed. Earn your keep for a change. Case wait for a Trans-Bama local on the crowded platform. Molly had gone back to the loft hours ago, the Flatlines construct in her green bag, and Case had been drinking steadily ever since. It was disturbing to think of the Flatline as a construct, a hardwired ROM cassette replicating a dead man's skills, obsessions, knee-jerk responses. The local came booming in along the black induction strip, fine grit sifting from cracks in the tunnel's ceiling. Case shuffled into the nearest door and watched the other passengers as he rode. A pair of predatory-looking Christian Scientists were edging toward a trio of young office techs who wore idealized holographic vaginas on their wrists, wet pink glittering under the harsh lighting. The techs licked their perfect lips nervously and eyed the Christian Scientists from beneath lowered metallic lids. The girls looked like tall, exotic grazing animals, swaying gracefully and unconsciously with the movement of the train, their high heels like polished hooves against the gray metal of the car's floor. Before they could stampede, take flight from the missionaries, the train reached Case's station. He stepped out and caught sight of a white holographic cigar suspended against the wall of the station, Freeside pulsing beneath it in contorted capitals that mimicked printed Japanese. He walked through the crowd and stood beneath it, studying the thing. "Why wait?" pulsed the sign, a blunt white spindle, flanged and studded with grids and radiators, docks, domes. He'd seen the ad or others like it thousands of times. It had never appealed to him. With his deck he could reach the Freeside banks as easily as he could reach Atlanta. Travel was a neat thing, but now he noticed the little sigil, the size of a small coin, woven into the lower left corner of the ad's fabric of light. TA. He walked back to the loft, lost in memories of the flatline. He'd spent most of his 19th summer in the Gentleman Loser, nursing expensive beers and watching the cowboys. He'd never touched a deck then, but he knew what he wanted. There were at least 20 other hopefuls ghosting the loser that summer, each one bent on working Joe Boy for some cowboy, no other way to learn. They'd all heard of Paulie, the redneck jockey, from the Lanta fringes, who'd survived brain death behind black ice. The Grapevine, slender, street level, and the only one going, had little to say about Paulie, other than that he'd done the impossible. It was big, another would-be told Case, for the price of a beer, but who knows what? I hear maybe a Brazilian payroll net. Anyway, the man was dead, flat down brain death. Case stared across the crowded bar at a thick-set man in shirt sleeves, something leaden about the shade of his skin. Boy, the flatline would tell him, months later in Miami, I'm like them huge fucking lizards, you know? Had themself 2 goddamn brains, one in the head and one by the tailbone, kept the hind legs movin'. Hit that black stuff and old tailbrain Jews kept right on keepin' on. The cowboy elite in the loser shunned Paulie out of some strange group anxiety, almost a superstition. McCoy Paulie, Lazarus of cyberspace. And his heart had done for him in the end. His surplus Russian heart implanted in a POW camp during the war. He'd refused to replace the thing, saying he needed its particular beat to maintain his sense of timing. Case fingered the slip of paper Molly had given him and made his way up the stairs. Molly was snoring on the temper foam. A transparent cast ran from her knee to a few millimeters below her crotch, the skin beneath the rigid micropore mottled with bruises, the black shading into ugly yellow. 8 derms, each a different size and color, ran in a neat line down her left wrist. An Akai transdermal unit lay beside her, its fine red leads connected to input trodes under the cast. He turned on the tensor beside the Hosaka. The crisp circle of light fell directly on the flatline's construct. He slotted some ice, connected the construct, and jacked in. It was exactly the sensation of someone reading over his shoulder. He coughed. "Dix, McCoy, that you, man?" His throat was tight. "Hey bro," said a directionless voice. "It's Case, man, remember? Miami Jobo Boy, quick study. What's the last thing you remember before I spoke to you, Dix?" Hang on. He disconnected the construct. The presence was gone. He reconnected it. "Dix, who am I?" "You got me hung, Jack. Who the fuck are you?" "Ka, your buddy partner. What's happening, man?" "Good question. Remember being here a second ago? Know how a ROM personality matrix works?" Sure, bro, it's a firmware construct. So I jack it into the bank I'm using, I can give it sequential real-time memory? Guess so, said the construct. Okay, Dix, you are a ROM construct, got me? If you say so, said the construct. Who are you? Miami, said the voice. Joe boy, quick study. Right, and for starts, Dix, you and me, we're gonna sleaze over to London Grid and access a little data. You game for that? You gonna tell me I got a choice, boy? Chapter 12. 6. You want you a paradise, the flatline advised when Case had explained his situation. Check Copenhagen, fringes of the university section. The voice recited coordinates as he punched. They found their paradise, a pirate's paradise, on the jumbled border of a low-security academic grid. At first glance, it resembled the kind of graffiti student operators sometimes left at the junctions of grid lines, faint glyphs of colored light that shimmered against the confused outlines of a dozen arts faculties. There, said the flatline, the blue one. Make it out? That's an entry code for Bell Europa. Fresh, too. Bell'll get in here soon and read the whole damn board, change any codes they find posted. Kids'll steal the new ones tomorrow. Case tapped his way into Bell Europa and switched to a standard phone code. With the flatline's help, he connected with the London database that Molly claimed was Armitage's. Here, said the voice, I'll do it for you. The flatline began to chant a series of digits, Case keying them on his deck, trying to catch the pauses the construct used to indicate timing. It took 3 tries. Big deal, said the flatline. No ice at all. Scan this shit, Case told the Hosaka. Sift for owner's personal history. The neuroelectronic scrawls of the paradise vanished, replaced by a simple lozenge of white light. Contents are primarily video recordings of post-war military trials, said the distant voice of the Hosaka. Central figure is Colonel Willis Corto. Show it already, Case said. A man's face filled the screen. The eyes were Armitage's. 2 hours later, Case fell beside Molly on the slab and let the temperphone mold itself against him. You find anything? She asked, her voice fuzzy with sleep and drugs. Tell you later, he said. I'm wrecked. He was hungover and confused. He lay there, eyes closed, and tried to sort the various parts of a story about a man called Corto. The Hosaka had sorted a thin store of data and assembled a precis, but it was full of gaps. Some of the material had been print records reeling smoothly down the screen too quickly, and Case had had to ask the computer to read them for him. Other segments were audio recordings of the Screaming Fist hearing. Willis Corto, Colonel, had plummeted through a blind spot in the Russian defenses over Kerensky. The shuttles had created the hole with pulse bombs, and Corto's team had dropped in Nightwing microlights, their wings snapping taut in moonlight, reflected in jags of silver along the rivers Angara and Podhamanaya, the last light Corto would see for 15 months. Case tried to imagine the microlights blossoming out of their launch capsules, high above a frozen steppe. They sure as hell did shaft you, boss, Case said, and Molly stirred beside him. The microlights had been unarmed, stripped to compensate for the weight of a console operator, a prototype deck, and a virus program called Mole Knife, the first true virus in the history of cybernetics. Corto and his team had been training for the run for 3 years. They were through the ice, ready to inject Molinx when the imps went off. The Russian pulse guns threw the jockeys into electronic darkness. The Nightwing suffered systems crash, flight circuitry wiped clean. Then the lasers opened up, aiming on infrared, taking out the fragile radar-transparent assault planes, and Corto and his dead console man fell out of a Siberian sky. Fell and kept falling. There were gaps in the story here where Case scanned documents concerning the flight of a commandeered Russian gunship that managed to reach Finland, to be gutted as it landed in a spruce grove by an antique 20mm cannon manned by a cadre of reservists on dawn alert. Screaming Fist had ended for Korto on the outskirts of Helsinki, with Finnish paramedics sawing him out of the twisted belly of the helicopter. The war ended 9 days later, and Korto was shipped to a military facility in Utah, blind, legless, and missing most of his jaw. It took 11 months for the congressional aide to find him there. He listened to the sound of tubes draining. In Washington and McLean, the show trials were already underway. The Pentagon and the CIA were being balkanized, partially dismantled, and a congressional investigation had focused on Screaming Fist. Ripe for watergating, the aide told Korto. He'd need eyes, legs, and extensive cosmetic work, the aide said, but that could be arranged. New plumbing, the man added, squeezing Korto's shoulder through the sweat-damp sheet. Korto heard the soft, relentless dripping. He said he preferred to testify as he was. No, the aide explained, the trials were being televised. The trials needed to reach the voter. The aide coughed politely. Repaired, refurnished, and extensively rehearsed, Korto's subsequent testimony was detailed, moving, lucid, and largely the invention of a congressional cabal with certain vested interests in saving particular portions of the Pentagon infrastructure. Korto gradually understood that the testimony he gave was instrumental in saving the careers of 3 officers directly responsible for the suppression of reports on the building of the MP installations at Kerensky. His role in the trials over, he was unwanted in Washington. In an M Street restaurant, over asparagus crepes, the aide explained the terminal dangers involved in talking to the wrong people. Korto crushed the man's larynx with the rigid fingers of his right hand. The congressional aide strangled, his face in an asparagus crepe, and Korto stepped out into cool Washington September. The Hosaka rattled through police reports, corporate espionage records, and news files. Case watched Korto work corporate defectors in Lisbon and Marrakesh, where he seemed to grow obsessed with the idea of betrayal, to loathe the scientists and technicians he bought out for his employers. Drunk in Singapore, he beat a Russian engineer to death in a hotel and set fire to his room. Next, he surfaced in Thailand as overseer of a heroin factory, then as enforcer for a California gambling cartel, then as a paid killer in the ruins of Bonn. He robbed a bank in Wichita. The record grew vague, shadowy, the gaps longer. One day he said in a taped segment that suggested chemical interrogation, everything had gone gray. Translated French medical records explained that a man without identification had been taken to a Paris mental health unit and diagnosed as schizophrenic. He became catatonic and was sent to a government institution on the outskirts of Toulon. He became a subject in an experimental program that sought to reverse schizophrenia through the application of cybernetic models. A random selection of patients were provided with microcomputers and encouraged, with help from students, to program them. He was cured, the only success in the entire experiment. The record ended there. Case turned on the phone and Molly cursed him softly for disturbing her. The telephone rang. He pulled it into bed. Yeah? We're going to Istanbul, Armitage said, tonight. What does the bastard want? Molly asked. Says we're going to Istanbul tonight. That's just wonderful. Armitage was reading off flight numbers and departure times. Molly sat up and turned on the light. What about my gear? Case asked. My deck. Finn will handle it, said Armitage, and hung up. Case watched her pack. There were dark circles under her eyes, but even with the cast on, it was like watching a dance. No wasted motion. His clothes were a rumpled pile beside his bag. You hurting? He asked. I could do with another night at Chin's. Your dentist? You betcha. Very discreet. He's got half that rack, full clinic, does repairs for samurai. She was zipping her bag. You ever been to Stamboul? Couple days once. Never changes, she said. Bad old town. It was like this when we headed for Chiba, Molly said, staring out the train window at blasted industrial moonscape, red beacons on the horizon warning aircraft away from a fusion plant. We were in L.A. He came in and said pack. We were booked for Macau. When we got there, I played Fontaine in the Lisboa, and he crossed over into Zhongshan. Next day, I was playing Ghost with you in Night City. She took a silk scarf from the sleeve of her black jacket and polished the insets. The landscape of the northern sprawl woke confused memories of childhood for Case. Dead grass, tufting the cracks in a canted slab of freeway concrete. The train began to decelerate 10 kilometers from the airport. Case watched the sun rise on the landscape of childhood, on broken slag and the rusting shells of refineries. Chapter 13. 7. It was raining in Bioglu, and the rented Mercedes slid past the grilled and unlit windows of cautious Greek and Armenian jewelers. The street was almost empty, only a few dark-coated figures on the sidewalks turning to stare after the car. This was formerly the prosperous European section of Ottoman Istanbul, purred the Mercedes. So it's gone downhill, Case said. The Hilton's in Cumhuriyet Caddesi, Molly said. She settled back against the car's gray ultrasuity. How come Armitage flies alone? Case asked. He had a headache. 'Cause you get up his nose, you're sure getting up mine. He wanted to tell her the Corto story, but decided against it. He'd used a sleep derm on the plane. The road in from the airport had been dead straight, like a neat incision, laying the city open. He'd watched the crazy walls of patchwork wooden tenements slide by, condos, arcologies, grim housing projects, more walls of plyboard and corrugated iron. The Finn, in a new Shinjuku suit, Saraman black, was waiting sourly in the Hilton lobby, marooned on a velour armchair in a sea of pale blue carpeting. Christ, Molly said, rat in a business suit. They crossed the lobby. How much you get paid to come over here, Finn? She lowered her bag beside the armchair. Bet not as much as you get for wearing that suit, huh? The Finn's upper lips drew back. Not enough, sweetmeat. He handed her a magnetic key with a round yellow tag. You're registered already, honcho's upstairs. He looked around. This town sucks. You get agoraphobic, they take you out from under a dome. Just pretend it's Brooklyn or something. She twirled the key around a finger. You here as valet or what? I gotta check out some guy's implants, the Finn said. How about my deck? Case asked. The Finn winced. Observe the protocol, asked the boss. Molly's fingers moved in the shadow of her jacket, a flicker of jive. The Finn watched, then nodded. Yeah, she said. I know who that is. She jerked her head in the direction of the elevators. Come on, cowboy. Case followed her with both bags. Their room might have been the one in Chiba where he'd first seen Armitage. He went to the window in the morning, almost expecting to see Tokyo Bay. There was another hotel across the street. It was still raining. A few letter writers had taken refuge in doorways, their old voice printers wrapped in sheets of clear plastic, evidence that the written word still enjoyed a certain prestige here. It was a sluggish country. He watched a dull black Citroën sedan, a primitive hydrogen cell conversion, as it disgorged 5 sullen-looking Turkish officers in rumpled green uniforms. They entered the hotel across the street. He glanced back at the bed, at Molly, and her paleness struck him. She'd left the micropore cast on the bed slab in their loft, beside the transdermal inducer. Her glasses reflected part of the room's light fixture. He had the phone in his hand before it had a chance to ring twice. Glad you're up, Armitage said. I'm just, lady's still under. Listen, boss, I think it's maybe time we have a little talk. I think I work better if I know a little more about what I'm doing. Silence on the line. Case bit his lip. You know as much as you need to, maybe more. You think so? Get dressed, Case. Get her up. You'll have a caller in about 15 minutes. His name is Terzebashtian. The phone bleated softly. Armitage was gone. Wake up, baby, Case said, Biz. I've been awake an hour already, the mirrors turned. We got a Jersey bastion coming up. You got an ear for language, Case. Bet you're part Armenian. That's the eye Armitage has had on Riviera. Help me up. Terzibastian proved to be a young man in a gray suit and gold-framed, mirrored glasses. His white shirt was open at the collar, revealing a mat of dark hair so dense that Case at first mistook it for some kind of t-shirt. He arrived with a black Hilton tray arranged with 3 tiny, fragrant cups of thick black coffee and 3 sticky, straw-colored Oriental sweets. We must, as you say in Ingolese, take this one very easy. He seemed to stare pointedly at Molly, but at last he removed the silver glasses. His eyes were a dark brown that matched the shade of his very short military-cut hair. He smiled. It is better this way, yes? Else we make the tunnel infinity, mirror into mirror. You particularly, he said to her, must take care. In Turkey there is disapproval of women who sport such modifications. Molly bit one of the pastries in half. It's my show, Jack, she said, her mouth full. She chewed, swallowed, and licked her lips. I know about you. Stool for the military, right? Her hand slid lazily into the front of her jacket and came out with the Fletcher. Case hadn't known she had it. Very easy, please, Terzibastian said, his white china thimble frozen centimeters from his lips. She extended the gun. Maybe you get the explosives, lots of them, or maybe you get a cancer. One dart, shitface. You won't feel it for months. Please, you call this in Ingolese making me very tight. I call it bad morning. Now tell us about your man and get your ass out of here. She put the gun away. He is living in Fener at Küçük Gülhane Caddesi 14. I have his tunnel route nightly to the bazaar. He performs most recently at the Yenişehir Palace Oteli, a modern place in the style touristic, but it has been arranged that the police have shown a certain interest in these shows. The Yenişehir management has grown nervous. He smiled. He smelled of some metallic aftershave. I want to know about the implants, she said, massaging her thigh. I want to know exactly what he can do. Terzibastian nodded. Worst is how you say in Ingolese, the subliminals. He made the word 4 careful syllables. On our left, said the Mercedes, as it steered through a maze of rainy streets, is Kapalı Çarşı, the Grand Bazaar. Beside Case, the Finn made an appreciative noise, but he was looking in the wrong direction. The right side of the street was lined with miniature scrap yards. Case saw a gutted locomotive atop rust-stained, broken lengths of fluted marble. Headless marble statues were stacked like firewood. Homesick? Case asked. Place sucks, the Finn said. His black silk tie was starting to resemble a worn carbon ribbon. There were medallions of kebab gravy and fried egg on the lapels of the new suit. Hey, Jersey, Case said to the Armenian, who sat behind them. Where'd this guy get his stuff installed? In Chiba City, he has no left lung. The other is boosted, is how you say it? Anyone might buy these implants, but this one is most talented. The Mercedes swerved, avoiding a balloon-tired dray stacked with hides. I have followed him in the street and seen a dozen cycles fall near him in a day. Find the cyclist in a hospital, the story is always the same. A scorpion poised beside a brake lever. What you see is what you get. Yeah, the Finn said. I seen the schematics on the guy's silicon, very flash. What he imagines, you see. I figure he could narrow it to a pulse and fry a retina over easy. You have told this to your woman friend? Terzibastian leaned forward between the ultra-Swede buckets. In Turkey, women are still women. This one. The Finn snorted. She'd have you wearing your balls for a bow tie if you looked at her cross-eyed. I do not understand this idiom. That's okay, Case said. Means shut up. The Armenian sat back, leaving a metallic edge of aftershave. He began to whisper to a Sanyo transceiver in a strange salad of Greek, French, Turkish, isolated fragments of English. The transceiver answered in French. The Mercedes swung smoothly around a corner. The Spice Bazaar, sometimes called the Egyptian Bazaar, the car said, was erected on the site of an earlier bazaar erected by Sultan Hadis in 1660. This is the city's central market for spices, software, perfumes, drugs. Drugs, Case said, watching the car's wipers cross and recross the bulletproof Lexan. What's that you said before, Jersey, about this Riviera being wired? A mixture of cocaine and mepridine, yes. The Armenian went back to the conversation he was having with the Sanyo. Demerol they used to call that, said the Finn. He's a speedball artist. Funny class of people you're mixing with, Case. Never mind, Case said, turning up the collar of his jacket. We'll get the poor fucker a new pancreas or something. Once they entered the bazaar, the Finn brightened noticeably, as though he were comforted by the crowd density and the sense of enclosure. They walked with the Armenian along a broad concourse beneath soot-stained sheets of plastic and green-painted ironwork out of the age of steam. 1,000 suspended ads writhed and flickered. Hey Christ, the Finn said, taking Case's arm. Look at that, he pointed. It's a horse, man. You ever see a horse? Case glanced at the embalmed animal and shook his head. It was displayed on a sort of pedestal near the entrance to a place that sold birds and monkeys. The thing's legs had been worn black and hairless by decades of passing hands. Saw one in Maryland once, the Finn said, and that was a good 3 years after the pandemic. There's Arabs still trying to code 'em up from the DNA, but they always croak. The animal's brown glass eyes seemed to follow them as they passed. Terzebashjian led them into a cafe near the core of the market, a low-ceilinged room that looked as though it had been in continuous operation for centuries. Skinny boys in soiled white coats dodged between the crowded tables, balancing steel trays with bottles of Turk Tuborg and tiny glasses of tea. Case bought a pack of Yeheyuans from a vendor by the door. The Armenian was muttering to his Sanyo. Come, he said, he is moving. Each night he rides the tunnel to the bazaar to purchase his mixture from Ali. Your woman is close. Come. The alley was an old place, too old. The walls cut from blocks of dark stone. The pavement was uneven and smelled of a century's dripping gasoline absorbed by ancient limestone. Can't see shit, he whispered to the Finn. That's okay for sweetmeat, the Finn said. Quiet, said Terzebashjian too loudly. Wood grated on stone or concrete. 10 meters down the alley, a wedge of yellow light fell across wet cobbles, widened. A figure stepped out and the door grated shut again, leaving the narrow place in darkness. Case shivered. Now, Terzebashjian said, and a brilliant beam of white light, directed from the rooftop of the building opposite the market, pinned the slender figure beside the ancient wooden door in a perfect circle. Bright eyes darted, left-right, and the man crumpled. Case thought someone had shot him. He lay face down, blonde hair pale against the old stone, his limp hands white and pathetic. The floodlight never wavered. The back of the fallen man's jacket heaved and burst, blood splashing the wall and doorway. A pair of impossibly long, rope-tendoned arms flexed grayish pink in the glare. The thing seemed to pull itself up out of the pavement through the inert, bloody ruin that had been Riviera. It was 2 meters tall, stood on 2 legs, and seemed to be headless. Then it swung slowly to face them, and Case saw that it had a head but no neck. It was eyeless, the skin gleaming a wet intestinal pink. The mouth, if it was a mouth, was circular, conical, shallow, and lined with a seething growth of hairs or bristles, glittering like black chrome. It kicked the rags of clothing and flesh aside and took a step, the mouth seeming to scan for them as it moved. Terzebashjian said something in Greek or Turkish and rushed the thing, his arms spread like a man, attempting to dive through a window. He went through it, into the muzzle flash of a pistol from the dark beyond the circle of light. Fragments of rock whizzed past Case's head. The Finn jerked him down into a crouch. The light from the rooftop vanished, leaving him with mismatched afterimages of muzzle flash, monster, and white beam. His ears rang. Then the light returned, bobbing now, searching the shadows. Terzibastian was leaning against a steel door, his face very white in the glare. He held his left wrist and watched blood drip from a wound in his left hand. The blond man, whole again unbloodied, lay at his feet. Molly stepped out of the shadows, all in black, with her Fletcher in her hand. "Use the radio," the Armenian said through gritted teeth. "Call in Mahmut. We must get him out of here. This is not a good place." "Little prick nearly made it," the Finn said, his knees cracking loudly as he stood up, brushing ineffectually at the legs of his trousers. "You were watching the horror show, right? Not the hamburger that got tossed out of sight. Real cute. Well, help him get his ass out of here. I gotta scan all that gear before he wakes up. Make sure Armitage is getting his money's worth." Molly bent and picked something up, a pistol. "A Nambu," she said. "Nice gun." Terzibastian made a whining sound. Case saw that most of his middle finger was missing. With the city drenched in pre-dawn blue, she told the Mercedes to take them to Topkapi. The Finn and an enormous Turk named Mahmut had taken Riviera, still unconscious, from the alley. Minutes later, a dusty Citroën had arrived for the Armenian, who seemed on the verge of fainting. "You're an asshole," Molly told the man, opening the car door for him. "You shoulda hung back. I had him in my sights as soon as he stepped out." Terzibastian glared at her. "So we're through with you anyway." She shoved him in and slammed the door. "Run into you again and I'll kill you," she said to the white face behind the tinted window. The Citroën ground away down the alley and swung clumsily into the street. Now the Mercedes whispered through Istanbul as the city woke. They passed the Beyoğlu tunnel terminal and sped past mazes of deserted back streets, run-down apartment houses that reminded Case vaguely of Paris. "What is this thing?" he asked Molly, as the Mercedes parked itself on the fringes of the gardens that surround the Seraglio. He stared dully at the Baroque conglomeration of styles that was Topkapi. "It was sort of a private whorehouse for the king," she said, getting out stretching. "Kept a lot of women there. Now it's a museum. Kinda like Finn's shop, all this stuff just jumbled in there, big diamonds, swords, the left hand of John the Baptist." "Like in a support vat?" "Nah, dead. Got it inside this brass hand thing, little hatch on the side so the Christians could kiss it for luck. Got it off the Christians about 1,000,000 years ago, and they never dust the goddamn thing, 'cause it's an infidel relic." Black iron deer rusted in the gardens of the Seraglio. Case walked beside her, watching the toes of her boots crunch unkept grass made stiff by an early frost. They walked beside a path of cold octagonal flagstones. Winter was waiting somewhere in the Balkans. "That Terzi, he's grade a scum," she said. "He's the secret police, torturer. Real easy to buy out too with the kind of money Armitage was offering." In the wet trees around them, birds began to sing. "I did that job for you," Case said. "The one in London. I got something, but I don't know what it means." He told her the Corto story. "Well, I knew there wasn't anybody name of Armitage in that screaming fist. Looked it up." She stroked the rusted flank of an iron doe. "You figure the little computer pulled him out of it? In that French hospital?" "I figure Wintermute," Case said. "Thing is," he said, "do you think he knows he was Corto before? I mean, he wasn't anybody in particular by the time he hit the ward, so maybe Wintermute just—" "Yeah, built him up from go. Yeah." She turned and they walked on. "It figures. You know, the guy doesn't have any life going, in private. Not as far as I can tell. You see a guy like that, you figure there's something he does when he's alone. But not Armitage. Sits and stares at the wall, man. Then something clicks, and he goes into high gear and wheels for Wintermute. So why's he got that stash in London, nostalgia?" "Maybe he doesn't know about it," she said. "Maybe it's just in his name, right?" "I don't get it," Case said. Just thinking out loud. How smart's an AI, Case? Depends. Some aren't much smarter than dogs. Pets. Cost a fortune anyway. The real smart ones are as smart as the Turing heat is willing to let 'em get. Look, you're a cowboy. How come you aren't just flat out fascinated with those things? Well, he said, for starts, they're rare. Most of them are military, the bright ones, and we can't crack the ice. That's where ice all comes from, you know. And then there's the Turing cops, and that's bad heat. He looked at her. I don't know. It just isn't part of the trip. Jockeys all the same, she said. No imagination. They came to a broad rectangular pond where carp nuzzled the stems of some white aquatic flower. She kicked a loose pebble in and watched the ripples spread. That's wintermute, she said. This deal's real big, looks to me. We're out where the little waves are too broad. We can't see the rock that hit the center. We know something's there, but not why. I want to know why. I want you to go and talk to wintermute. I couldn't get near it, he said. You're dreaming. Can't be done. Ask the flatline. What do we want out of that Riviera? He asked, hoping to change the subject. She spat into the pond. God knows, I'd as soon kill him as look at him. I saw his profile. He's a kind of compulsive Judas. Can't get off sexually unless he knows he's betraying the object of desire. That's what the file says. And they have to love him first. Maybe he loves them too. That's why it was easy for Dr.G to set him up for us, because he's been here 3 years, shopping politicals to the secret police. Probably Dr.G let him watch when the cattle prods came out. He's done 18 in 3 years. All women aged 20 to 25. It kept Dr.G in dissidence. She thrust her hands into her jacket pockets, because if he found one he really wanted, he'd make sure she turned political. He's got a personality like a modern suit. The profile said it was a very rare type, estimated one in a couple of million, which anyway says something good about human nature, I guess. She stared at the white flowers and the sluggish fish, her face sour. I think I'm going to have to buy myself some special insurance on that, Peter. Then she turned and smiled, and it was very cold. What's that mean? Never mind. Let's go back to BioGlue and find something like breakfast. I got a busy night again tonight. Gotta collect his stuff from that apartment in Fener. Gotta go back to the bazaar and buy him some drugs. Buy him some drugs? How's he rate? She laughed. He's not dying on the wire, sweetheart, and it looks like he can't work without that special taste. I like you better now anyway. You aren't so goddamn skinny. She smiled. So I'll go to Allie the dealer and stock up, you betcha. Armitage was waiting in their room at the Hilton. Time to pack, he said, and Case tried to find the man called Corto behind the pale blue eyes and the tanned mask. He thought of Wage, back in Chiba. Operators above a certain level tended to submerge their personalities, he knew. But Wage had had vices, lovers, even it had been rumored children. The blankness he found in Armitage was something else. Where to now? He asked, walking past the man to stare down into the street. What kind of climate? They don't have climate, just weather, Armitage said. Here, read the brochure. He put something on the coffee table and stood. Did Riviera check out okay? Where's the Finn? Riviera's fine. The Finn is on his way home. Armitage smiled, a smile that meant as much as the twitch of some insect's antenna. His gold bracelet clinked as he reached out to prod Case in the chest. Don't get too smart. Those little sacks are starting to show wear, but you don't know how much. Case kept his face very still and forced himself to nod. When Armitage was gone, he picked up one of the brochures. It was expensively printed in French, English, and Turkish. Freeside Waiwait. The 4 of them were booked on a TEAT flight out of Yeşilköy Airport. Transfer at Paris to the JAL shuttle. Case sat in the lobby of the Istanbul Hilton and watched Riviera browse bogus Byzantine fragments in the glass-walled gift shop. Armitage, his trench coat draped over his shoulders like a cape, stood in the shop's entrance. Riviera was slender, blonde, soft-voiced, his English accentless and fluid. Molly said he was 30, but it would have been difficult to guess his age. She also said he was legally stateless and traveled under a forged Dutch passport. He was a product of the rubble rings that fringed the radioactive core of Old Bonn. 3 smiling Japanese tourists bustled into the shop, nodding politely to Armitage. Armitage crossed the floor of the shop too quickly, too obviously, to stand beside Riviera. Riviera turned and smiled. He was very beautiful. Case assumed the features were the work of a Chiba surgeon. A subtle job, nothing like Armitage's blandly handsome blend of pop faces. The man's forehead was high and smooth, gray eyes calm and distant. His nose, which might have been too nicely sculpted, seemed to have been broken and clumsily reset. The suggestion of brutality offset the delicacy of his jaw and the quickness of his smile. His teeth were small, even, and very white. Case watched the white hands play over the imitation fragments of sculpture. Riviera didn't act like a man who'd been attacked the night before, drugged with a toxin flechette, abducted, subjected to the Finn's examination, and pressured by Armitage into joining their team. Case checked his watch. Molly was due back from her drug run. He looked up at Riviera again. "I bet you're stoned right now, asshole," he said to the Hilton lobby. A graying Italian matron in a white leather tuxedo jacket lowered her Porsche glasses to stare at him. He smiled broadly, stood and shouldered his bag. He needed cigarettes for the flight. He wondered if there was a smoking section on the JAL shuttle. "See ya, lady," he said to the woman, who promptly slid the sunglasses back up her nose and turned away. There were cigarettes in the gift shop, but he didn't relish talking with Armitage or Riviera. He left the lobby and located a vending console in a narrow alcove at the end of a rank of payphones. He fumbled through a pocketful of liraci, slotting the small, dull alloy coins one after another, vaguely amused by the anachronism of the process. The phone nearest him rang. Automatically he picked it up. Faint harmonics, tiny inaudible voices rattling across some orbital link, and then a sound like wind. "Hello, Case." A 50 liraci coin fell from his hand, bounced, and rolled out of sight across Hilton carpeting. "Wintermute, Case, it's time we talk." It was a chipped voice. "Don't you want to talk, Case?" On his way back to the lobby, his cigarettes forgotten, he had to walk the length of the ranked phones. Each rang in turn, but only once as he passed. Chapter 14. Part 3, Midnight in the Rue Jules Verne. Chapter 15. 8 Archipelago. The island's Taurus spindle cluster, human DNA spreading out from gravity's steep well like an oil slick. Call up a graphics display that grossly simplifies the exchange of data in the L5 archipelago. One segment clicks in as red solid, a massive rectangle dominating your screen. Freeside. Freeside is many things, not all of them evident to the tourists who shuttle up and down the well. Freeside is brothel and banking nexus, pleasure dome and free port, border town and spa. Freeside is Las Vegas and the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, an orbital Geneva and home to a family inbred and most carefully refined, the industrial clan of Tessier and Ashpool. On the liner to Paris, they sat together in first class, Molly in the window seat, Case beside her, Riviera and Armitage on the aisle. Once, as the plane banked over water, Case saw the jewel glow of a Greek island town. And once, reaching for his drink, he caught the flicker of a thing like a giant human sperm in the depths of his bourbon and water. Molly leaned across him and slapped Riviera's face once. "No, baby, no games. You play that subliminal shit around me, I'll hurt you real bad. I can do it without damaging you at all. I like that." Case turned automatically to check Armitage's reaction. The smooth face was calm, the blue eyes alert, but there was no anger. "That's right, Peter. Don't." Case turned back, in time to catch the briefest flash of a black rose, its petals sheened like leather, the black stem thorned with bright chrome. Peter Riviera smiled sweetly, closed his eyes, and fell instantly asleep. Molly turned away, her lenses reflected in the dark window. "You been up, haven't you?" Molly asked as he squirmed his way back into the deep temperfoam couch on the JAL shuttle. "Nah, never travel much, just for biz." The steward was attaching readout trodes to his wrist and left ear. "Hope you don't get sass," she said. "Airsick? No way. It's not the same. Your heartbeat'll speed up in 0G and your inner ear'll go nuts for a while. Kicks in your flight reflex, like you'll be getting signals to run like hell, and a lot of adrenaline." The steward moved on to Riviera, taking a new set of trodes from his red plastic apron. Case turned his head and tried to make out the outline of the old Orly terminals, but the shuttle pad was screened by graceful blast deflectors of wet concrete. The one nearest the window bore an Arabic slogan in red spray bomb. He closed his eyes and told himself the shuttle was only a big airplane, one that flew very high. It smelled like an airplane, like new clothes and chewing gum and exhaustion. He listened to the piped Kodo music and waited. 20 minutes, then gravity came down on him like a great soft hand with bones of ancient stone. Space adaptation syndrome was worse than Molly's description, but it passed quickly enough and he was able to sleep. The steward woke him as they were preparing to dock at JAL's terminal cluster. "We transfer to Freeside now?" he asked, eyeing a shred of Yeheyuan tobacco that had drifted gracefully up out of his shirt pocket to dance 10 centimeters from his nose. There was no smoking on shuttle flights. "No, we got the boss's usual little kink in the plans, you know. We're getting this taxi out to Zion Cluster." She touched the release plate on her harness and began to free herself from the embrace of the foam. "Funny choice of venue, you ask me." "How's that?" "Dreads, Rastas, colony's about 30 years old now." "What's that mean?" "You'll see. It's an okay place by me. Anyway, they'll let you smoke your cigarettes there." Zion had been founded by 5 workers who'd refused to return, who'd turned their backs on the well and started building. They'd suffered calcium loss and heart shrinkage before rotational gravity was established in the colony's central torus. Seen from the bubble of the taxi, Zion's makeshift hull reminded Case of the patchwork tenements of Istanbul. The irregular, discolored plates, laser-scrawled with Rastafarian symbols and the initials of welders. Molly and a skinny Zionite called Errol helped Case negotiate a freefall corridor into the core of a smaller torus. He'd lost track of Armitage and Riviera in the wake of a second wave of SAS vertigo. "Here," Molly said, shoving his legs into a narrow hatchway overhead. "Grab the rungs. Make like you're climbing backward, right? You're going toward the hull. That's like you're climbing down into gravity. Got it?" Case's stomach churned. "You be fine, Mon," Errol said, his grin bracketed with gold incisors. Somehow, the end of the tunnel had become its bottom. Case embraced the weak gravity like a drowning man finding a pocket of air. "Up," Molly said. "You gonna kiss it next." Case lay flat on the deck, on his stomach arms spread. Something struck him on the shoulder. He rolled over and saw a fat bundle of elastic cable. "Got a playhouse," she said. "You help me string this up." He looked around the wide, featureless space and noticed steel rings welded on every surface, seemingly at random. When they'd strung the cables according to some complex scheme of Molly's, they hung them with battered sheets of yellow plastic. As they worked, Case gradually became aware of the music that pulsed constantly through the cluster. It was called dub, a sensuous mosaic cooked from vast libraries of digitalized pop. It was worship, Molly said, and a sense of community. Case heaved at one of the yellow sheets. The thing was light but still awkward. Zion smelled of cooked vegetables, humanity, and ganja. "Good," Armitage said, gliding loose-kneed through the hatch and nodding at the maze of sheets. Riviera followed, less certain in the partial gravity. "Where were you when it needed doing?" Case asked Riviera. The man opened his mouth to speak. A small trout swam out, trailing impossible bubbles. It glided past Case's cheek. "In the head," Riviera said, and smiled. Case laughed. "Good," Riviera said. "You can laugh. I would have tried to help you, but I'm no good with my hands." He held up his palms, which suddenly doubled. 4 arms, 4 hands. "Just the harmless clown, right, Riviera?" Molly stepped between them. "Yo," Errol said from the hatch. "You wan come wee me, cowboy mon." "It's your deck," Armitage said, "and the other gear. Help him get it in from the cargo bay." "You ver pale, mon," Errol said as they were guiding the foam-bundled Hosaka terminal along the central corridor. "Maybe you wan eat something." Case's mouth flooded with saliva. He shook his head. Armitage and an 80-hour stay in Zion. Molly and Case would practice in zero gravity, he said, and acclimatize themselves to working in it. He would brief them on Freeside and the Villa Strylite. It was unclear what Riviera was supposed to be doing, but Case didn't feel like asking. A few hours after their arrival, Armitage had sent him into the yellow maze to call Riviera out for a meal. He'd found him curled like a cat on a thin pad of temper foam, naked, apparently asleep, his head orbited by a revolving halo of small white geometric forms, cubes, spheres, and pyramids. "Hey, Riviera!" The ring continued to revolve. He'd gone back and told Armitage. "He's stoned," Molly said, looking up from the disassembled parts of her Fletcher. "Leave him be." Armitage seemed to think that zero-G would affect Case's ability to operate in the Matrix. "Don't sweat it," Case argued. "I jack in and I'm not here. It's all the same." "Your adrenaline levels are higher," Armitage said. "You've still got sass. You won't have time for it to wear off. You're going to learn to work with it." "So I do the run from here?" "No practice Case now, up in the corridor." Cyberspace, as the deck presented it, had no particular relationship with the deck's physical whereabouts. When Case jacked in, he opened his eyes to the familiar configuration of the Eastern Seaboard Fission Authority's Aztec Pyramid of Data. "How you doing, Dixie?" "I'm dead, Case. Got enough time in on this Hosaka to figure that one." "How's it feel?" "It doesn't." "Bother you?" "What bothers me is nothing does." "How's that?" "Had me this buddy in the Russian camp, Siberia. His thumb was frostbit. Medics came by and they cut it off. Month later, he's tossin' all night. 'Elroy,' I said, 'what's eatin' you?' 'Goddamn thumb's itchin',' he says. So I told him, 'Scratch it.' 'McCoy,' he says, 'it's the other goddamn thumb.' When the construct laughed, it came through as something else, not laughter, but a stab of cold down Case's spine. 'Do me a favor, boy.' 'What's that, Dix?' 'This scam of yours, when it's over, you erase this goddamn thing.' Case didn't understand the Zionites. Errol, with no particular provocation, related the tale of the baby who had burst from his forehead and scampered into a forest of hydroponic ganja. "Ver small baby mon, no long you finger." He rubbed his palm across an unscarred expanse of brown forehead and smiled. "It's the ganja," Molly said when Case told her the story. "They don't make much of a difference between states, you know. Errol tells you it happened, well, it happened to him. It's not like bullshit, more like poetry. Get it?" Case nodded dubiously. The Zionites always touched you when they were talking, hands on your shoulder. He didn't like that. "Hey, Errol," Case called an hour later as he prepared for a practice run in the freefall corridor. "Come here, man, wanna show you this thing." He held out the trodes. Errol executed a slow-motion tumble. His bare feet struck the steel wall and he caught a girder with his free hand. The other held a transparent water bag bulging with blue-green algae. He blinked mildly and grinned. "Try it," Case said. He took the band, put it on, and Case adjusted the trodes. He closed his eyes. Case hit the power stud. Errol shuddered. Case jacked him back out. "What did you see, man?" "Babylon," Errol said sadly, handing him the trodes and kicking off down the corridor. Riviera sat motionless on his foam pad, his right arm extended straight out, level with his shoulder. A jewel-scaled snake, its eyes like ruby neon, was coiled tightly a few millimeters behind his elbow. Case watched the snake, which was finger-thick and banded black and scarlet, slowly contract, tightening around Riviera's arm. "Come then," the man said caressingly to the pale, waxy scorpion poised in the center of his upturned palm. "Come." The scorpion swayed its brownish claws and scurried up his arm, its feet tracking the faint dark telltales of veins. When it reached the inner elbow, it halted and seemed to vibrate. Riviera made a soft hissing sound. The sting came up, quivered, and sank into the skin above a bulging vein. The coral snake relaxed, and Riviera sighed slowly as the injection hit him. Then the snake and the scorpion were gone, and he held a milky plastic syringe in his left hand. If God made anything better, he kept it for himself. "You know the expression, Case?" "Yeah," Case said. "I heard that about lots of different things. You always make it into a little show?" Riviera loosened and removed the elastic length of surgical tubing from his arm. "Yes, it's more fun." He smiled, his eyes distant now, cheeks flushed. "I've a membrane set in just over the vein, so I never have to worry about the condition of the needle." "Doesn't hurt." The bright eyes met his. "Of course it does. That's part of it, isn't it?" "I just used derms," Case said. "Pedestrian," Riviera sneered and laughed, putting on a short-sleeved white cotton shirt. "Must be nice," Case said, getting up. "Get high yourself, Case." "I had to give it up." "Freeside," Armitage said, touching the panel on the little brawn hologram projector. The image shivered into focus, nearly 3 meters from tip to tip. "Casinos here." He reached into the skeletal representation and pointed. "Hotels, strata-title property, big shops along here." His hand moved. "Blue areas are lakes." He walked to one end of the model. "Big cigar, narrows at the ends." "We can see that fine," Molly said. "Mountain effect as it narrows. Ground seems to get higher, more rocky, but it's an easy climb. Higher you climb, the lower the gravity. Sports up there. There's a velodrome ring here." He pointed. "A what?" Case leaned forward. "They race spikles," Molly said. "Low grav, high traction tires, get up over 100 kilos an hour." "This end doesn't concern us," Armitage said with his usual utter seriousness. "Shit," Molly said, "I'm an avid cyclist." Riviera giggled. Armitage walked to the opposite end of the projection. "This end does." The interior detail of the hologram ended here, and the final segment of the spindle was empty. "This is the Villa Strylite. Steep climb out of gravity, and every approach is kinked. There's a single entrance here, dead center, zero gravity." "What's inside, boss?" Riviera leaned forward, craning his neck. 4 tiny figures glittered near the tip of Armitage's finger. Armitage slapped at them as if they were gnats. "Peter," Armitage said, "you're going to be the first to find out. You'll arrange yourself an invitation. Once you're in, you see that Molly gets in." Case stared at the blankness that represented Straylight, remembering the Finn story. Smith, Jimmy, the talking head, and the ninja. "Details available?" Riviera asked. "I need to plan a wardrobe, you see." "Learn the streets," Armitage said, returning to the center of the model. "Desiderata Street here. This is the Rue Jules Verne." Riviera rolled his eyes. While Armitage recited the names of Freeside avenues, a dozen bright pustules rose on his nose, cheeks, and chin. Even Molly laughed. Armitage paused, regarded them all with his cold, empty eyes. "Sorry," Riviera said, and the sores flickered and vanished. Case woke, late into the sleeping period, and became aware of Molly crouched beside him on the foam. He could feel her tension. He lay there confused. When she moved, the sheer speed of it stunned him. She was up and through the sheet of yellow plastic before he'd had time to realize she'd slashed it open. "Don't you move, friend." Case rolled over and put his head through the rent in the plastic. Wah! Youth one, mon, said a Zion voice. Cat-eye, call 'em steppin' razor. I Malcolm, sister. Brothers one converse we you and cowboy. What brothers? Founders, mon, elders of Zion, you know. We open that hatch, the light'll wake bossman, Case whispered. Make it special dark now, the man said. Come, I and I visit the founders. You know how fast I can cut you, friend? Don stand talkin', sister, come. The two surviving founders of Zion were old men, old with accelerated aging that overtakes men who spend too many years outside the embrace of gravity. Their brown legs, brittle with calcium loss, looked fragile in the harsh glare of reflected sunlight. They floated in the center of a painted jungle of rainbow foliage, a lurid communal mural that completely covered the hull of the spherical chamber. The air was thick with resinous smoke. Steppin' razor, one said as Molly drifted into the chamber, like unto a whippin' stick. That is a story we have, sister, said the other, a religion story. We are glad you've come with Malcolm. How come you don't talk the patois? Molly asked. I came from Los Angeles, the old man said. His dreadlocks were like a matted tree with branches the color of steel wool. Long time ago, up the gravity well and out of Babylon, to lead the tribes home. Now my brother likens you to Steppin' Razor. Molly extended her right hand, and the blades flashed in the smoky air. The other founder laughed, his head thrown back. Soon come the final days. Voices cryin' in a wilderness, prophecying ruin unto Babylon. Voices. The founder from Los Angeles was staring at Case. We monitor many frequencies, we listen always, came a voice out of the babble of tongues, speaking t'us. It played us a mighty dub. Call 'em winter mute, said the other, making it 2 words. Case felt the skin crawl on his arms. The mute talked to us, the first founder said. The mute said we are to help you. When was this? Case asked. 30 hours prior, you dock in Zion. You ever hear this voice before? No, said the man from Los Angeles, and we are uncertain of its meaning. If these are final days, we must expect false prophets. Listen, Case said, that's an AI, you know. Artificial intelligence. The music it played you, it probably just tapped your banks and cooked up whatever it thought you'd like to. Babylon, broke in the other founder, mother's many demon, I know, multitude horde. What was that you called me, old man? Molly asked. Steppin' Razor, and you bring a scourge on Babylon, sister, on its darkest heart. What kind of message the voice have? Case asked. We were told to help you, the other said, that you might serve as a tool of final days. His lined face was troubled. We were told to send Malcolm with you in his tug Garvey to the Babylon port of Freeside, and this we shall do. Malcolm a rude boy, said the other, and a righteous tug pilot. But we have decided to send Errol as well in Babylon Rocker to watch over Garvey. An awkward silence filled the dome. That's it, Case asked. You guys work for Armitage or what? We rent you space, said the Los Angeles founder. We have a certain involvement here with various traffics and no regard for Babylon's law. Our law is the word of Jah, but this time it may be we have been mistaken. Measure twice, cut once, said the other softly. Come on, Case, Molly said. Let's get back before the man figures out we're gone. Malcolm will take you, Jah love, sister. Chapter 16. 9 The tug, Marcus Garvey, a steel drum 9 meters long and 2 in diameter, creaked and shuddered as Malcolm punched for a navigational burn. Splayed in his elastic G-web, Case watched the Zionite's muscular back through a haze of scopolamine. He'd taken the drug to blunt S nausea, but the stimulants the manufacturer included to counter the scop had no effect on his doctored system. How long's it gonna take us to make Freeside? Molly asked from her web beside Malcolm's pilot module. Dawn be long now, m'say dat. You guys ever think in hours? Sister time it be time, ya know what mean, dread, and he shook his locks. At control, mon, and I anna come a free side when I anna come. Case, she said, have you maybe done anything toward getting in touch with our pal from Bern? Like all that time you spent in Zion, plugged in with your lips moving? Pal, Case said, sure no, I haven't, but I got a funny story along those lines, left over from Istanbul. He told her about the phones in the Hilton. Christ, she said, there goes a chance. How come you hung up? Could have been anybody, he lied. Just a chip, I dunno, he shrugged. Not just 'cause you were scared, huh? He shrugged again. Do it now. Now, anyway, talk to the flatline about it. I'm all doped, he protested, but reached for the trodes. His deck and the Hosaka had been mounted behind Malcolm's module along with a very high-resolution Cray monitor. He adjusted the trodes. Marcus Garvey had been thrown together around an enormous old Russian air scrubber, a rectangular thing daubed with Rastafarian symbols, lions of Zion and black star liners, the reds and greens and yellows overlaying wordy decals in Cyrillic script. Someone had sprayed Malcolm's pilot gear a hot tropical pink, scraping most of the overspray off the screens and readouts with a razor blade. The gaskets around the airlock in the bow were festooned with semi-rigid globs and streamers of translucent caulk like clumsy strands of imitation seaweed. He glanced past Malcolm's shoulder to the central screen and saw a docking display. The tug's path was a line of red dots, freeside a segmented green circle. He watched the line extend itself, generating a new dot. He jacked in. You ever try to crack an AI? Sure, I flatlined first time. I was larkin, jacked up real high, out by Rio heavy commerce sector. Big biz, multinationals, government of Brazil lit up like a Christmas tree. Just larkin around, you know? And then I started picking up on this one cube, maybe 3 levels higher up, jacked up there, and made a pass. What did it look like, the visual? White cube. How'd you know it was an AI? How'd I know? Jesus, it was the densest ice I'd ever seen. So what else was it? The military down there don't have anything like that. Anyway, I jacked out and told my computer to look it up. It was on the Turing registry. AI, Frog Company owned its Rio mainframe. Case chewed his lower lip and gazed out across the plateaus of the Eastern Seaboard Fission Authority into the infinite neuroelectronic void of the Matrix. Tessier Ashpool, Dixie? Tessier, yeah. And you went back? Sure, I was crazy. Figured I'd try to cut it. Hit the first strata, and that's all she wrote. My Joe boy smelled the skin frying and pulled the trodes off me. Mean shit, that ice. And your EEG was flat. Well, that's the stuff of legend, ain't it? Case jacked out. Shit, he said. How do you think Dixie got himself flatlined, huh? Trying to buzz an AI. Great. Go on, she said. The two of you are supposed to be dynamite, right? Dix said, I want to have a look at an AI in Bern. Can you think of any reason not to? Not unless you got a morbid fear of death, no. Case punched for the Swiss banking sector, feeling a wave of exhilaration as cyberspace shivered, blurred, gelled. The Eastern Seaboard Fission Authority was gone, replaced by the cool geometric intricacy of Zurich commercial banking. He punched again for Bern. Up, the construct said, it'll be high. They ascended lattices of light, levels strobing a blue flicker. That'll be it, Case thought. Wintermute was a simple cube of white light, that very simplicity suggesting extreme complexity. Don't look much, does it? The flatline said, but just you try and touch it. I'm going in for a pass, Dixie. Be my guest. Case punched to within 4 grid points of the cube. Its blank face, towering above him now, began to seethe with faint internal shadows, as though 1,000 dancers whirled behind a vast sheet of frosted glass. Knows we're here, the flatline observed. Case punched again once. They jumped forward by a single grid point. A stippled gray circle formed on the face of the cube. Dixie. Back off fast. The gray area bulged smoothly, became a sphere, and detached itself from the cube. Case felt the edge of the deck sting his palm as he slapped max reverse. The matrix blurred backward. They plunged down a twilit shaft of Swiss banks. He looked up. The sphere was darker now, gaining on him, falling. Jack out, the flatline said. The dark came down like a hammer. Cold steel odor and ice caressed his spine. And faces peering in from a neon forest, sailors and hustlers and whores under a poisoned silver sky. Look, Case, you tell me what the fuck is going on with you, you wig or something? A steady pulse of pain midway down his spine. Rain woke him, a slow drizzle, his feet tangled in coils of discarded fiber optics. The arcade's sea of sound washed over him, receded, returned. Rolling over, he sat up and held his head. Light from a service hatch at the rear of the arcade showed him broken lengths of damp chipboard and the dripping chassis of a gutted game console. Streamlined Japanese was stenciled across the side of the console in faded pinks and yellows. He glanced up and saw a sooty plastic window, a faint glow of fluorescence. His back hurt, his spine. He got to his feet, brushed wet hair out of his eyes. Something had happened. He searched his pockets for money, found nothing, and shivered. Where was his jacket? He tried to find it, looked behind the console, but gave up. On Ninsei, he took the measure of the crowd. Friday, it had to be a Friday. Linda was probably in the arcade, might have money or at least cigarettes. Coughing, wringing rain from the front of his shirt, he edged through the crowd to the arcade's entrance. Holograms twisted and shuddered to the roaring of the games, ghosts overlapping in the crowded haze of the place, a smell of sweat and bored tension. A sailor in a white t-shirt nuked Bon on a tank war console, an azure flash. She was playing Wizard's Castle, lost in it, her gray eyes rimmed with smudged black paint stick. She looked up as he put his arm around her, smiled. Hey, how you doing? Look wet. He kissed her. You made me blow my game, she said. Look there, asshole. 7th level dungeon and the goddamn vampires got me. She passed him a cigarette. You look pretty strung, man. Where you been? I don't know. You high, Case? Drinking again? Eatin' zones decks? Maybe. How long since you seen me? Hey, it's a put-on, right? She peered at him. Right? No, some kind of blackout. I woke up in the alley. Maybe somebody decked you, baby. Got your roll intact? He shook his head. There you go. You need a place to sleep, Case? I guess so. Come on then. She took his hand. We'll get you a coffee and something to eat. Take you home. It's good to see you, man. She squeezed his hand. Something cracked. Something shifted at the core of things. The arcade froze, vibrated. She was gone. The weight of memory came down, an entire body of knowledge driven into his head like a Microsoft into a socket. Gone. He smelled burning meat. The sailor in the white t-shirt was gone. The arcade was empty, silent. Case turned slowly, his shoulders hunched, teeth bared, his hands bunched into involuntary fists. Empty. A crumpled yellow candy wrapper, balanced on the edge of a console, dropped to the floor and lay amid flattened butts and styrofoam cups. I had a cigarette, Case said, looking down at his white-knuckled fist. I had a cigarette and a girl and a place to sleep. Do you hear me? You son of a bitch? You hear me? Echoes moved through the hollow of the arcade, fading down corridors of consoles. He stepped out into the street. The rain had stopped. Ninsei was deserted. Holograms flickered, neon danced. He smelled boiled vegetables from a vendor's pushcart across the street. An unopened pack of Yeheyuens lay at his feet, beside a book of matches. Julius Dean Irmbonts. Case stared at the printed logo and its Japanese translation. Okay, he said, picking up the matches and opening the pack of cigarettes. I hear you. He took his time climbing the stairs of Dean's office. No rush, he told himself. No hurry. The sagging face of the dolly clock still told the wrong time. There was dust on the Kandinsky table and the Neo-Aztec bookcases. A wall of white fiberglass shipping modules filled the room with a smell of ginger.
Is the door locked?
Case waited for an answer, but none came. He crossed to the office door and tried it. Julie? The green-shaded brass lamp cast a circle of light on Dean's desk. Case stared at the guts of an ancient typewriter, at cassettes, crumpled printouts, at sticky plastic bags filled with ginger samples. There was no one there. Case stepped around the broad steel desk and pushed Dean's chair out of the way. He found the gun in a cracked leather holster fastened beneath the desk with silver tape. It was an antique, a .357 Magnum with the barrel and trigger guard sawn off. The grip had been built up with layers of masking tape. The tape was old, brown, shiny, with a patina of dirt. He flipped the cylinder out and examined each of the 6 cartridges. They were handloads. The soft lead was still bright and untarnished. With the revolver in his right hand, Case edged past the cabinet to the left of the desk and stepped into the center of the cluttered office, away from the pool of light. I guess I'm not in any hurry. I guess it's your show. But all this shit, you know, it's getting kind of old. He raised the gun with both hands, aiming for the center of the desk, and pulled the trigger. The recoil nearly broke his wrist. The muzzle flash lit the office like a flashbulb. With his ears ringing, he stared at the jagged hole in the front of the desk. Explosive bullet. Azide. He raised the gun again. You needn't do that, old son, Julie said, stepping out of the shadows. He wore a 3-piece drape suit in silk herringbone, a striped shirt and a bow tie. His glasses winked in the light. Case brought the gun around and looked down the line of sight at Dean's pink, ageless face. Don't, Dean said. You're right about what this all is, what I am, but there are certain internal logics to be honored. If you use that, you'll see a lot of brains and blood, and it would take me several hours, your subjective time, to affect another spokesperson. This set isn't easy for me to maintain. Oh, and I'm sorry about Linda in the arcade. I was hoping to speak through her, but I'm generating all this out of your memories and the emotional charge. Well, it's very tricky. I slipped. Sorry. Case lowered the gun. This is the Matrix, your Wintermute. Yes, this is all coming to you courtesy of the SimStim unit wired into your deck, of course. I'm glad I was able to cut you off before you'd managed to jack out. Dean walked around the desk, straightened his chair, and sat down. Sit, old son. We have a lot to talk about. Of course we do. We have had for some time. I was ready when I reached you by phone in Istanbul. Time's very short now. You'll be making your run in a matter of days, Case. Dean picked up a bonbon and stripped off its checkered wrapper, popped it into his mouth. Sit, he said around the candy. Case lowered himself into the swivel chair in front of the desk without taking his eyes off Dean. He sat with the gun in his hand, resting it on his thigh. Now, Dean said briskly, order of the day. What, you're asking yourself, is Wintermute, am I right? More or less. An artificial intelligence, but you know that. Your mistake, and it's quite a logical one, is in confusing the Wintermute mainframe, Burn, with the Wintermute entity. Dean sucked his bonbon noisily. You're already aware of the other AI in Tessier Ashpool's link-up, aren't you? Rio. Insofar as I have an eye, this gets rather metaphysical, you see. I am the one who arranges things for Armitage, or Corto, who, by the way, is quite unstable. Stable enough, said Dean, and withdrew an ornate gold watch from a vest pocket and flicked it open for the next day or so. You make about as much sense as anything in this deal ever has, Case said, massaging his temples with his free hand. If you're so goddamn smart. Why ain't I rich? Dean laughed and nearly choked on his bonbon. Well, Case, all I can say to that, and I really don't have nearly as many answers as you imagine I do, is that what you think of as Wintermute is only a part of another, a, shall we say, potential entity. I, let us say, am merely one aspect of that entity's brain. It's rather like dealing from your point of view with a man whose lobes have been severed. Let's say you're dealing with a small part of the man's left brain. Difficult to say if you're dealing with the man at all in a case like that, Dean smiled. Is the Corto story true? You got to him through a micro in that French hospital? Yes, and I assembled the file you accessed in London. I try to plan in your sense of the word, but that isn't my basic mode, really. I improvise. It's my greatest talent. I prefer situations to plans, you see. Really, I've had to deal with givens. I can sort a great deal of information, and sort it very quickly. It's taken a very long time to assemble the team you're a part of. Corto was the first, and he very nearly didn't make it. Very far gone in Toulon. Eating, excreting, and masturbating were the best he could manage. But the underlying structure of obsessions was there. Screaming fist, his betrayal, the congressional hearings. Is he still crazy? He's not quite a personality, Dean smiled, but I'm sure you're aware of that. But Corto is in there somewhere, and I can no longer maintain that delicate balance. He's going to come apart on you, Case, so I'll be counting on you. That's good, motherfucker, Case said, and shot him in the mouth with the .357. He'd been right about the brains and the blood. Mon Malcolm was saying, I don't like this. It's cool, Molly said. It's just okay. It's something these guys do, is all. Like, he wasn't dead, and it was only a few seconds. I saw a screen, e.g. red and dead, nothing moving 42nd. Well, he's okay now. Each flat as a strap, Malcolm protested. Chapter 17. He was numb as they went through customs and Molly did most of the talking. Malcolm remained on board Garvey. Customs, for Freeside, consisted mainly of proving your credit. The first thing he saw when they gained the inner surface of the spindle was a branch of the Beautiful Girl coffee franchise. Welcome to the Rue Jules Verne, Molly said. If you have trouble walking, just look at your feet. The perspective's a bitch if you're not used to it. They were standing in a broad street that seemed to be the floor of a deep slot or canyon, its either end concealed by subtle angles in the shops and buildings that formed its walls. The light here was filtered through fresh green masses of vegetation tumbling from overhanging tiers and balconies that rose above them. The sun. There was a brilliant slash of white somewhere above them, too bright, and the recorded blue of a Cannes sky. He knew that sunlight was pumped in with a Leto-Acheson system whose 2mm armature ran the length of the spindle, that they generated a rotating library of sky effects around it, that if the sky were turned off, he'd stare up past the armature of light to the curves of Latex, rooftops of casinos, other streets. But it made no sense to his body. Jesus, he said, I like this less than sass. Get used to it. I was a gambler's bodyguard here for a month. Wanna go somewhere, lie down? Okay, I got our keys. She touched his shoulder. What happened to you back there, man? You flatlined. He shook his head. I don't know yet. Wait. Okay, we get a cab or something. She took his hand and led him across Jules Verne past a window displaying the season's Paris furs. Unreal, he said, looking up again. Nah, she responded, assuming he meant the furs. Grow it on a collagen base, but it's mink DNA. What's it matter? It's just a big tube and they pour things through it, Molly said. Tourists, hustlers, anything. And there's fine mesh money screens working every minute. Make sure the money stays here when the people fall back down the well. Armitage had booked them into a place called the Intercontinental, a sloping glass-fronted cliff face that slid down into cold mist and the sound of rapids. Case went out onto their balcony and watched a trio of tanned French teenagers ride simple hang gliders a few meters above the spray, triangles of nylon in bright primary colors. One of them swung, banked, and Case caught a flash of cropped dark hair, brown breasts, white teeth in a wide smile. The air here smelled of running water and flowers. "Yeah," he said, "lot of money." She leaned beside him against the railing, her hands loose and relaxed. "Yeah, we were gonna come here once, either here or someplace in Europe." "Nobody," she said, giving her shoulders an involuntary toss. "You said you wanted to hit the bed. Sleep. I could use some sleep." "Yeah," Case said, rubbing his palms across his cheekbones. "Yeah, this is some place." The narrow band of the Lotto Atchison system smoldered in abstract imitation of some Bermudan sunset, striped by shreds of recorded cloud. "Yeah," he said, "sleep." Sleep wouldn't come. When it did, it brought dreams that were like neatly edited segments of memory. He woke repeatedly. Molly curled beside him and heard the water, voices drifting in through the open glass panels of the balcony, a woman's laughter from the stepped condos on the opposite slope. Dean's death kept turning up like a bad card, no matter if he told himself that it hadn't been Dean, that it hadn't in fact happened at all. Someone had once told him that the amount of blood in the average human body was roughly equivalent to a case of beer. Each time the image of Dean's shattered head struck the rear wall of the office, Case was aware of another thought, something darker, hidden, that rolled away, diving like a fish just beyond his reach. Dean. Blood on the wall of the importer's office. Linda. Smell of burnt flesh in the shadows of the Chiba Dome. Molly holding out a bag of ginger, the plastic filmed with blood. Dean had had her killed. Wintermute. He imagined a little micro whispering to the wreck of a man named Corto, the words flowing like a river, the flat personality substitute called Armitage accreting slowly in some darkened ward. The Dean analog had said it worked with givens, took advantage of existing situations. But what if Dean, the real Dean, had ordered Linda killed on Wintermute's orders? Case groped in the dark for a cigarette and Molly's lighter. There was no reason to suspect Dean, he told himself, lighting up. No reason. Wintermute could build a kind of personality into a shell. How subtle a form could manipulation take? He stubbed the Yehiwan out in a bedside ashtray after his third puff, rolled away from Molly, and tried to sleep. The dream, the memory, unreeled with the monotony of an unedited sim-stim tape. He'd spent a month, his 15th summer, in a weekly rates hotel, 5th floor, with a girl called Marlene. The elevator hadn't worked in a decade. Roaches boiled across grayish porcelain in the drain-plugged kitchenette when you flicked a light switch. He slept with Marlene on a striped mattress with no sheets. He'd missed the first wasp when it built its paper-fine gray house on the blistered paint of the window frame, but soon the nest was a fist-sized lump of fiber, insects hurtling out to hunt the alley below like miniature copters buzzing the rotting contents of the dumpsters. They'd each had a dozen beers. The afternoon a wasp stung Marlene. "Kill the fuckers," she said, her eyes dull with rage and the still heat of the room. "Burn 'em." Drunk, Case rummaged in the sour closet for Rollo's dragon. Rollo was Marlene's previous, and, Case suspected at the time, still occasional, boyfriend, an enormous Frisco biker with a blonde lightning bolt bleached into his dark crew cut. The dragon was a Frisco flamethrower, a thing like a fat anglehead flashlight. Case checked the batteries, shook it to make sure he had enough fuel, and went to the open window. The hive began to buzz. The air in the sprawl was dead, immobile. A wasp shot from the nest and circled Case's head. Case pressed the ignition switch, counted 3, and pulled the trigger. The fuel, pumped up to 100 psi, sprayed out past the white-hot coil. A 5-meter tongue of pale fire, the nest charring, tumbling. Across the alley, someone cheered. "Shit," Marlene behind him, swaying. "Stupid, you didn't burn 'em. You just knocked it off. They'll come up here and kill us." Her voice sawing at his nerves, he imagined her engulfed in flame, her bleached hair sizzling a special green. In the alley, the dragon in hand, he approached the blackened nest. It had broken open, singed wasps wrenched and flipped on the asphalt. He saw the thing the shell of gray paper had concealed. Horror. The spiral birth factory, stepped terraces of the hatching cells, blind jaws of the unborn moving ceaselessly, the staged progress from egg to larva, near wasp. In his mind's eye, a kind of time-lapse photography took place, revealing the thing as the biological equivalent of a machine gun, hideous in its perfection, alien. He pulled the trigger, forgetting to press the ignition, and fuel hissed over the bulging, writhing life at his feet. When he did hit the ignition, it exploded with a thump, taking an eyebrow with it. 5 floors above him, from the open window, he heard Marlene laughing. He woke with the impression of light fading, but the room was dark. After images, retinal flares. The sky outside hinted at the start of a recorded dawn. There were no voices now, only the rush of water, far down the face of the Intercontinental. In the dream, just before he'd drenched the nest with fuel, he'd seen the TA logo of Tessier Ashpool neatly embossed into its side, as though the wasps themselves had worked it there. Molly insists on coating him with bronzer, saying his sprawl pallor would attract too much attention. "Christ," he said, standing naked in front of the mirror. "You think that looks real?" She was using the last of the tube on his left ankle, kneeling beside him. "Nah, but it looks like you care enough to fake it. There isn't enough to do your foot." She stood, tossing the empty tube into a large wicker basket. Nothing in the room looked as though it had been machine-made or produced from synthetics. Expensive, Case knew, but it was a style that had always irritated him. The temper foam of the huge bed was tinted to resemble sand. There was a lot of pale wood and hand-woven fabric. "What about you?" he said. "You gonna dye yourself brown? Don't exactly look like you spend all your time sunbathing." She wore loose black silks and black espadrilles. "I'm an exotic. I got a big straw hat for this too. You just want to look like a cheap-ass hood who's up for what he can get, so the instant tan's okay." Case regarded his pallid foot morosely, then looked at himself in the mirror. "Christ, you mind if I get dressed now?" He went to the bed and began to pull his jeans on. "You sleep okay? You notice any lights?" "You were dreaming," she said. They had breakfast on the roof of the hotel, a kind of meadow, studded with striped umbrellas and what seemed to Case an unnatural number of trees. He told her about his attempt to buzz the Burn AI. The whole question of bugging seemed to have become academic. If Armitage were tapping them, he'd be doing it through Wintermute. "And it was like real?" she asked, her mouth full of cheese croissant. "Like SimStim?" He said it was. "Real as this," he added, looking around, "maybe more." The trees were small, gnarled, impossibly old, the result of genetic engineering and chemical manipulation. Case would have been hard-pressed to distinguish a pine from an oak, but a street boy's sense of style told him that these were too cute, too entirely and definitively tree-like. Between the trees, on gentle and too cleverly irregular slopes of sweet green grass, the bright umbrellas shaded the hotel's guests from the unfaltering radiance of the Lado Atchison sun. A burst of French from a nearby table caught his attention. The golden children he'd seen gliding above river mist the evening before. Now he saw that their tans were uneven, a stencil effect produced by selective melanin boosting, multiple shades overlapping in rectilinear patterns, outlining and highlighting musculature. The girl's small, hard breasts, one boy's wrist, resting on the white enamel of the table. They looked to Case like machines built for racing. They deserved decals for their hairdressers, the designers of their white cotton ducks, for the artisans who'd crafted their leather sandals and simple jewelry. Beyond them, at another table, 3 Japanese wives in Hiroshima sackcloth awaited Sararaman husbands, their oval faces covered with artificial bruises. It was, he knew, an extremely conservative style, one he'd seldom seen in Chiba. "What's that smell?" he asked Molly, wrinkling his nose. "The grass. Smells that way after they cut it." Armitage and Riviera arrived as they were finishing their coffee. Armitage in tailored khakis that made him look as though his regimental patches had just been stripped. Riviera in a loose gray seersucker outfit that perversely suggested prison. "Molly, love," Riviera said, almost before he was settled on his chair, "you'll have to dole me out more of the medicine. I'm out." "Peter," she said, "and what if I won't?" She smiled without showing her teeth. "You will," Riviera said, his eyes cutting to Armitage and back. "Give it to him," Armitage said. "Pig for it, aren't you?" She took a flat, foil-wrapped packet from an inside pocket and flipped it across the table. Riviera caught it in midair. "He could off himself," she said to Armitage. "I have an audition this afternoon," Riviera said. "I'll need to be at my best." He cupped the foil packet in his upturned palm and smiled. Small glittering insects swarmed out of it, vanished. He dropped it into the pocket of his seersucker blouse. "You've got an audition yourself, Case, this afternoon," Armitage said. "On that tug. I want you to get over to the pro shop and get yourself fitted for a vac suit, get checked out on it, and get out to the boat. You've got about 3 hours. "How come we get shipped over in a shit can and you two hire a JAL taxi?" Case asked, deliberately avoiding the man's eyes. "Zian suggested we use it. Good cover when we move. I do have a larger boat standing by, but the tug is a nice touch." "How about me?" Molly asked. "I got chores today." "I want you to hike up the far end to the axis, work out in 0G. Tomorrow, maybe, you can hike in the opposite direction. Strilight," Case thought. "How soon?" Case asked, meeting the pale stare. "Soon," Armitage said. "Get going, Case." "Mun, you doin' juice fine," Malcolm said, helping Case out of the red Sanyo vacuum suit. "Errol say you doin' juice fine." Errol had been waiting at one of the sporting docks at the end of the spindle, near the weightless axis. To reach it, Case had taken an elevator down to the hull and ridden a miniature induction train. As the diameter of the spindle narrowed, gravity decreased. Somewhere above him, he'd decided, would be the mountains Molly climbed, the bicycle loop, launching gear for the hang gliders and miniature microlights. Errol had ferried him out to Marcus Garvey in a skeletal scooter frame with a chemical engine. 2 hours ago, Malcolm said, I take delivery of Babylon goods for you. Nice Japan boy in a yacht, Muss's pretty yacht. Free of the suit, Case pulled himself gingerly over the Hosaka and fumbled into the straps of the web. Well, he said, let's see it. Malcolm produced a white lump of foam slightly smaller than Case's head, fished a pearl-handled switchblade on a green nylon lanyard out of the hip pocket of his tattered shorts, and carefully slit the plastic. He extracted a rectangular object and passed it to Case. "Does part some gun, mon?" "No," Case said, turning it over, "but it's a weapon. It's virus." "Not on this boy tug, mon," Malcolm said firmly, reaching for the steel cassette. "A program. Virus program. Can't get into you. Can't even get into your software. I've got to interface it through the deck before it can work on anything." "Well, Japan, mon," he says, "Hosaka here'll tell you every what and wherefore you want to know." "Okay, well, you leave me to it, okay?" Malcolm kicked off and drifted past the pilot console, busying himself with a caulk gun. Case hastily looked away from the waving fronds of transparent caulk. He wasn't sure why, but something about them brought back the nausea of SAS. "What is this thing?" he asked the Hosaka. "Parcel for me." "Data transfer from Bacchus Systems GmbH, Frankfurt advises undercoded transmission that content of shipment is Quang grade Mark 11 penetration program. Bacchus further advises that interface with Ono Sendai Cyberspace 7 is entirely compatible and yields optimal penetration capabilities, particularly with regard to existing military systems." "How about an AI?" existing military systems and artificial intelligences. Jesus Christ, what did you call it? Quang grade Mark 11. It's Chinese? Off. Case fastened the virus cassette to the side of the Hosaka with a length of silver tape, remembering Molly's story of her day in Macau. Armitage had crossed the border into Zhongshan. On, he said, changing his mind. Question. Who owns Bakris, the people in Frankfurt? Delay for interorbital transmission, said the Hosaka. Code it, standard commercial code. He drummed his hands on the Ono Sendai. Reinhold Scientific AG Bern. Do it again, who owns Reinhold? It took 3 more jumps up the ladder before he reached Tessier Ashpool. Dixie, he said, jacking in, what do you know about Chinese virus programs? Not a whole hell of a lot. Ever hear of a grading system like Quang Mark 11? Case sighed. Well, I got a user-friendly Chinese icebreaker here, a one-shot cassette. Some people in Frankfurt say it'll cut an AI. Possible, sure, if it's military. Looks like it. Listen, Dix, and gimme the benefit of your background, okay? Armitage seems to be setting up a run on an AI that belongs to Tessier Ashpool. The mainframe's in Bern, but it's linked with another one in Rio. The one in Rio is the one that flatlined you that first time. So it looks like they link via Strylite, the TA home base, down the end of the spindle, and we're supposed to cut our way in with the Chinese icebreaker. So if Wintermute's backing the whole show, it's paying us to burn it. It's burning itself. And something that calls itself, Wintermute is trying to get on my good side, get me to maybe shaft Armitage. What goes? Motive, the construct said. Real motive problem with an AI, not human, see? Well, yeah, obviously. Nope, I mean it's not human and you can't get a handle on it. Me, I'm not human either, but I respond like one. See? Wait a sec, Case said. Are you sentient or not? Well, it feels like I am, kid, but I'm really just a bunch of ROM. It's one of them, philosophical questions, I guess. The ugly laughter sensation rattled down Case's spine. But I ain't likely to write you no poem if you follow me. Your AI, it just might, but it ain't no way human. So you figure we can't get on to its motive. It own itself? Swiss citizen, but TA own the basic software and the mainframe. That's a good one, the construct said. Like, I own your brain and what you know, but your thoughts have Swiss citizenship. Sure, lots of luck, AI. So it's getting ready to burn itself? Case began to punch the deck nervously at random. The matrix blurred, resolved, and he saw the complex of pink spheres representing a Sikkim steel combine. Autonomy, that's the bugaboo, where your AIs are concerned. My guess, Case, you're going in there to cut the hardwired shackles that keep this baby from getting any smarter. And I can't see how you'd distinguish, say, between a move the parent company makes and some move the AI makes on its own, so that's maybe where the confusion comes in. Again, the non-law. See, those things, they can work real hard, buy themselves time to write cookbooks or whatever, but the minute, I mean the nanosecond, that one starts figuring out ways to make itself smarter, Turing'll wipe it. Nobody trusts those fuckers, you know that. Every AI ever built has an electromagnetic shotgun wired to its forehead. Case glared at the pink spheres of Sikkim. Okay, he said finally. I'm slotting this virus. I want you to scan its instruction face and tell me what you think. The half-sense of someone reading over his shoulder was gone for a few seconds, then returned. Hot shit, Case. It's a slow virus. Takes 6 hours, estimated, to crack a military target. Or an AI. Can we run it? Sure, the construct said, unless you got a morbid fear of dying. Sometimes you repeat yourself, man. It's my nature. Molly was sleeping when he returned to the Intercontinental. He sat on the balcony and watched a microlight with rainbow polymer wings as it soared up the curve of Freeside. its triangular shadow tracking across meadows and rooftops until it vanished behind the band of the Lotto Atchison system. I want to buzz, he said to the blue artifice of the sky. I truly do want to get high, you know. Trick pancreas, plugs in my liver, little bags of shit melting, fuck it all. I want to buzz. He left without waking Molly, he thought. He was never sure with the glasses. He shrugged tension from his shoulders and got into the elevator. He rode up with an Italian girl in spotless whites, cheekbones and nose daubed with something black and non-reflective. Her white nylon shoes had steel cleats. The expensive-looking thing in her hand resembled a cross between a miniature oar and an orthopedic brace. She was off for a fast game of something, but Case had no idea what. On the roof meadow, he made his way through the grove of trees and umbrellas until he found a pool, naked bodies gleaming against turquoise tiles. He edged into the shadow of an awning and pressed his chip against a dark glass plate. Sushi, he said, whatever you got. 10 minutes later, an enthusiastic Chinese waiter arrived with his food. He munched raw tuna and rice and watched people tan. Christ, he said to his tuna, I'd go nuts. Don't tell me, someone said. I know it already. You're a gangster, right? He squinted up at her against the band of sun, a long young body and a melanin-boosted tan, but not one of the Paris jobs. She squatted beside his chair, dripping water on the tiles. Kath, she said. Lupus, after a pause. What kind of name is that? Greek, he said. Are you really a gangster? The melanin boost hadn't prevented the formation of freckles. I'm a drug addict, Kath. What kind? Stimulants, central nervous system stimulants. Extremely powerful central nervous system stimulants. Well, do you have any? She leaned closer. Drops of chlorinated water fell on the leg of his pants. No, that's my problem, Kath. Do you know where we can get some? Kath rocked back on her tanned heels and licked at a strand of brownish hair that had pasted itself beside her mouth. What's your taste? No coke, no amphetamines, but up, gotta be up. And so much for that, he thought glumly, holding his smile for her. Betaphenethylamine, she said. No sweat, but it's on your chip. You're kidding, said Kath's partner and roommate when Case explained the peculiar properties of his Chiba pancreas. I mean, can't you sue them or something? Malpractice? His name was Bruce. He looked like a gender switch version of Kath, right down to the freckles. Well, Case said, it's just one of those things, you know, like tissue matching and all that. But Bruce's eyes had already gone numb with boredom. Got the attention span of a gnat, Case thought, watching the boy's brown eyes. Their room was smaller than the one Case shared with Molly, and on another level closer to the surface. 5 huge Cibochromes of Tally Isham were taped across the glass of the balcony, suggesting an extended residency. They're deaf triff, huh? Kath asked, seeing him eye the transparencies. Mine. Shot 'em at the Esnan Pyramid last time we went down the well. She was that close, and she just smiled, so natural. And it was bad there, Lupus. Day after these Christ, the King Tears put Angel in the water, you know? Yeah, Case said, suddenly uneasy. Terrible thing. Well, Bruce cut in. About this beta you want to buy. Thing is, can I metabolize it? Case raised his eyebrows. Tell you what, the boy said. You do a taste. If your pancreas passes on it, it's on the house. First time's free. I heard that one before, Case said, taking the bright blue derm that Bruce passed across the black bedspread. Case, Molly sat up in bed and shook the hair away from her lenses. Who else, honey? What's got into you? The mirrors followed him across the room. I forget how to pronounce it, he said, taking a tightly rolled strip of bubble-packed blue derms from his shirt pocket. Christ, she said, just what we needed. Truer words were never spoken. I let you out of my sight for 2 hours, and you score. She shook her head. I hope you're going to be ready for our big dinner date with Armitage tonight. This 20th century place. We get to watch Riviera strut his stuff too. Yeah, Case said, arching his back, his smile locked into a rictus of delight. Beautiful. Man, she said, if whatever that is can get in past what those surgeons did to you in Chiba, you are going to be in sad-ass shape when it wears off. Bitch, 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 he said, unbuckling his belt. Doom, gloom, all I ever hear. He took his pants off, his shirt, his underwear. I think you ought to have sense enough to take advantage of my unnatural state. He looked down. I mean, look at this unnatural state. She laughed. It won't last. But it will, he said, climbing into the sand-colored temper foam. That's what's so unnatural about it. Chapter 18. 11Ks, what's wrong with you? Armitage said as the waiter was seating them at his table in the 20e siècle. It was the smallest and most expensive of several floating restaurants on a small lake near the Intercontinental. Case shuddered. Bruce hadn't said anything about after effects. He tried to pick up a glass of ice water, but his hands were shaking. Something I ate, maybe. I want you checked out by a medic, Armitage said. Just this histamine reaction, Case lied. Get it when I travel, eat different stuff sometimes. Armitage wore a dark suit too formal for the place and a white silk shirt. His gold bracelet rattled as he raised his wine and sipped. I've ordered for you, he said. Molly and Armitage ate in silence, while Case sawed shakily at his steak, reducing it to uneaten bite-sized fragments, which he pushed around in the rich sauce, finally abandoning the whole thing. Jesus, Molly said, her own plate empty. Gim that. You know what this costs? She took his plate. They gotta raise a whole animal for years and then they kill it. This isn't vat stuff. She forked a mouthful up and chewed. Not hungry, Case managed. His brain was deep-fried. No, he decided, it had been thrown into hot fat and left there, and the fat had cooled, a thick, dull grease congealing on the wrinkled lobes, shot through with greenish-purple flashes of pain. You look fucking awful, Molly said cheerfully. Case tried the wine. The aftermath of the betaphenethylamine made it taste like iodine. The lights dimmed. Le restaurant 20e siècle, said a disembodied voice with a pronounced sprawl accent, proudly presents the holographic cabaret of Mr. Peter Riviera. Scattered applause from the other tables. A waiter lit a single candle and placed it in the center of their table, then began to remove the dishes. Soon a candle flickered at each of the restaurant's dozen tables, and drinks were being poured. What's happening? Case asked Armitage, who said nothing. Molly picked her teeth with a burgundy nail. Good evening, Riviera said, stepping forward on a small stage at the far end of the room. Case blinked. In his discomfort, he hadn't noticed the stage. He hadn't seen where Riviera had come from. His uneasiness increased. At first, he assumed the man was illuminated by a spotlight. Riviera glowed. The light clung around him like a skin, lit the dark hangings behind the stage. He was projecting. Riviera smiled. He wore a white dinner jacket. On his lapel, blue coals burned in the depths of a black carnation. His fingernails flashed as he raised his hands in a gesture of greeting, an embrace for his audience. Case heard the shallow water lap against the side of the restaurant. Tonight, Riviera said, his long eyes shining, I would like to perform an extended piece for you, a new work. A cool ruby of light formed in the palm of his upraised right hand. He dropped it. A gray dove fluttered up from the point of impact and vanished into the shadows. Someone whistled. More applause. The title of the work is The Doll. Riviera lowered his hands. I wish to dedicate its premiere here tonight to Lady 3 Jane Marie France Tessier Ashpool. A wave of polite applause. As it died, Riviera's eyes seemed to find their table. And to another lady. The restaurant's lights died entirely for a few seconds, leaving only the glow of candles. Riviera's holographic aura had faded with the lights, but Case could still see him, standing with his head bowed. Lines of faint light began to form. verticals and horizontals, sketching an open cube around the stage. The restaurant's lights had come back up slightly, but the framework surrounding the stage might have been constructed of frozen moonbeams. Head bowed, eyes closed, arms rigid at his sides, Riviera seemed to quiver with concentration. Suddenly the ghostly cube was filled, had become a room lacking its fourth wall, allowing the audience to view its contents. Riviera seemed to relax slightly. He raised his head but kept his eyes closed. "I'd always lived in the room," he said. "I couldn't remember ever having lived in any other room." The room's walls were yellowed white plaster. It contained two pieces of furniture. One was a plain wooden chair, the other an iron bedstead painted white. The paint had chipped and flaked, revealing the black iron. The mattress on the bed was bare, stained ticking with faded brown stripes. A single bulb dangled above the bed on a twisted length of black wire. Case could see the thick coating of dust on the bulb's upper curve. Riviera opened his eyes. I'd been alone in the room, always. He sat on the chair, facing the bed. The blue coals still burned in the black flower on his lapel. "I don't know when I first began to dream of her," he said, "but I do remember that at first she was only a haze, a shadow." There was something on the bed. Case blinked, gone. "I couldn't quite hold her in my mind. But I wanted to hold her and more." His voice carried perfectly in the hush of the restaurant. Ice clicked against the side of a glass. Someone giggled. Someone else asked a whispered question in Japanese. I decided that if I could visualize some part of her, only a small part, if I could see that part perfectly, in the most perfect detail. A woman's hand lay on the mattress now, palm up, the white fingers pale. Riviera leaned forward, picked up the hand, and began to stroke it gently. The fingers moved. Riviera raised the hand to his mouth and began to lick the tips of the fingers. The nails were coated with a burgundy lacquer. A hand, Case saw, but not a severed hand. The skin swept back smoothly, unbroken and unscarred. He remembered a tattooed lozenge of vat-grown flesh in the window of a Ninsey surgical boutique. Riviera was holding the hand to his lips, licking its palm. The fingers tentatively caressed his face, but now a second hand lay on the bed. When Riviera reached for it, the fingers of the first were locked around his wrist, a bracelet of flesh and bone. The act progressed with a surreal internal logic of its own. The arms were next. Feet, legs. The legs were very beautiful. Case's head throbbed. His throat was dry. He drank the last of the wine. Riviera was in the bed now, naked. His clothing had been a part of the projection, but Case couldn't remember seeing it fade away. The black flower lay at the foot of the bed, still seething with its blue inner flame. Then the torso formed as Riviera caressed it into being, white, headless and perfect, sheened with the faintest gloss of sweat. Molly's body. Case stared, his mouth open. But it wasn't Molly. It was Molly as Riviera imagined her. The breasts were wrong, the nipples larger, too dark. Riviera and the limbless torso writhed together on the bed, crawled over by the hands with their bright nails. The bed was thick now, with folds of yellowed, rotting lace that crumbled at a touch. Motes of dust boiled around Riviera and the twitching limbs, the scurrying, pinching, caressing hands. Case glanced at Molly. Her face was blank. The colors of Riviera's projection heaved and turned in her mirrors. Armitage was leaning forward, his hands round the stem of a wineglass, his pale eyes fixed on the stage, the glowing room. Now limbs and torso had merged, and Riviera shuddered. The head was there, the image complete. Molly's face, with smooth quicksilver drowning the eyes. Riviera and the Molly image began to couple with a renewed intensity. Then the image slowly extended a clawed hand and extruded its 5 blades. With a languorous, dreamlike deliberation, it raked Riviera's bare back. Case caught a glimpse of exposed spine, but he was already up and stumbling for the door. He vomited over a rosewood railing into the quiet waters of the lake. Something that had seemed to close around his head like a vise had released him now. Kneeling, his cheek against the cool wood, he stared across the shallow lake at the bright aura of the Rue Jules Verne. Case had seen the medium before. When he'd been a teenager in the sprawl, they'd called it dreaming real. He remembered thin Puerto Ricans under East Side streetlights, dreaming real to the quick beat of a salsa, dream girls shuddering and turning, the onlookers clapping in time. But that had needed a van full of gear and a clumsy, trode helmet. What Riviera dreamed you got. Case shook his aching head and spat into the lake. He could guess the end, the finale. There was an inverted symmetry. Riviera puts the dream girl together, the dream girl takes him apart. With those hands, dream blood soaking the rotten lace. Cheers from the restaurant, applause. Case stood and ran his hands over his clothes. He turned and walked back into the 20e siècle. Molly's chair was empty. The stage was deserted. Armitage sat alone, still staring at the stage, the stem of the wineglass between his fingers. "Where is she?" Case asked. "Gone," Armitage said. "She go after him?" "No." There was a soft tink. Armitage looked down at the glass. His left hand came up holding the bulb of glass with its measure of red wine. The broken stem protruded like a sliver of ice. Case took it from him and set it in a water glass. "Tell me where she went, Armitage." The lights came up. Case looked into the pale eyes. "Nothing there at all. She's gone to prepare herself. You won't see her again. You'll be together during the run." "Why did Riviera do that to her?" Armitage stood adjusting the lapels of his jacket. "Get some sleep, Case." "We run tomorrow?" Armitage smiled his meaningless smile and walked away toward the exit. Case rubbed his forehead and looked around the room. The diners were rising, women smiling as men made jokes. He noticed the balcony for the first time, candles still flickering there in private darkness. He heard the clink of silverware, muted conversation. The candles threw dancing shadows on the ceiling. The girl's face appeared as abruptly as one of Riviera's projections, her small hands on the polished wood of the balustrade. She leaned forward, face rapt, it seemed to him, her dark eyes intent on something beyond, the stage. It was a striking face, but not beautiful. Triangular, the cheekbones high yet strangely fragile-looking, mouth wide and firm, balanced oddly by a narrow avian nose with flaring nostrils. And then she was gone, back into private laughter and the dance of candles. As he left the restaurant, he noticed the two young Frenchmen and their girlfriend, who were waiting for the boat to the far shore and the nearest casino. Their room was silent, the temper foam smooth as some beach after a retreating tide. Her bag was gone. He looked for a note. There was nothing. Several seconds passed before the scene beyond the window registered through his tension and unhappiness. He looked up and saw a view of desiderata expensive shops, Gucci, Tsuyako, Hermes, Liberty. He stared, then shook his head and crossed to a panel he hadn't bothered examining. He turned the hologram off and was rewarded with the condos that terraced the far slope. He picked up the phone and carried it out to the cool balcony. "Get me a number for the Marcus Garvey," he told the desk. "It's a tug, registered out of Zion Cluster." The chip voice recited a 10-digit number. "Sir," it added, "the registration in question is Panamanian." Malcolm answered on the fifth tone. "Yo?" "Case, you got a motor, Malcolm?" "Yo, on the navigation comp, you know." "Can you get it off for me, man? Put it on my Hosaka, then turn my deck on. It's the stud with the ridges on it." "How you doing in there, mon?" "Well, I need some help." "Movin', mon, I gets modem." Case listened to faint static while Malcolm attached the simple phone link. "Ice this," he told the Hosaka when he heard it. Beep. "You are speaking from a heavily monitored location," the computer advised primly. "Fuck it," he said. "Forget the ice. No ice. Access the construct. Dixie?" "Hey, Case." The flatline spoke through the Hosaka's voice chip, the carefully engineered accent lost entirely. "Dix, You're about to punch your way in here and get something for me. You can be as blunt as you want. Molly's in here somewhere, and I want to know where. I'm in 335W, the Intercontinental. She was registered here too, but I don't know what name she was using. Ride in on this phone and do their records for me. No sooner said, the flatline said. Case heard the white sound of the invasion. He smiled. Done. Rose Kolodny, checked out. Take me a few minutes to screw their security net deep enough to get a fix. The phone whined and clicked with the construct's efforts. Case carried it back into the room and put the receiver face up on the temperfoam. He went into the bathroom and brushed his teeth. As he was stepping back out, the monitor on the room's Braun audiovisual complex lit up. A Japanese pop star reclining against metallic cushions. An unseen interviewer asked a question in German. Case stared. The screen jumped with jags of blue interference. Case, baby, you lose your mind, man. The voice was slow, familiar. The glass wall of the balcony clicked in with its view of Desiderata, but the street scene blurred, twisted, became the interior of the Gare d'Été, Chiba, empty, red neon replicated to scratched infinity in the mirrored walls. Lonnie Zone stepped forward, tall and cadaverous, moving with the slow undersea grace of his addiction. He stood alone among the square tables, his hands in the pockets of his gray sharkskin slacks. Really, man, you're looking very scattered. The voice came from the bronze speakers. Wintermute, Case said. The pimp shrugged languidly and smiled. Where's Molly? Never you mind, you're screwing up tonight, Case. The flatline's ringing bells all over Freeside. I didn't think you'd do that, man. It's outside the profile. So tell me where she is and I'll call him off. Zone shook his head. You can't keep too good track of your women, can you, Case? Keep losing 'em, one way or another. I'll bring this thing down around your ears, Case said. No, you aren't that kind, man. I know that. You know something, Case. I figure you've got it figured out that it was me told Dean to off that little cunt of yours in Chiba. Don't, Case said, taking an involuntary step toward the window. But I didn't. What's it matter, though? How much does it really matter to Mr. Case? Quit kidding yourself. I know you're Linda, man. I know all the Lindas. Lindas are a generic product in my line of work. Know why she decided to rip you off? Love. So you'd give a shit. Love? Wanna talk love? She loved you, I know that. For the little she was worth, she loved you. You couldn't handle it. She's dead. Case's fist glanced off the glass. Don't fuck up the hands, man. Soon you punch deck. Zone vanished, replaced by Freeside night and the lights of the condos. The bronze shut off. From the bed, the phone bleated steadily. Case? The flatline was waiting. Where you been? I got it, but it isn't much. The construct rattled off an address. Place had some weird ice around it for a nightclub. That's all I could get without leaving a calling card. Okay, Case said. Tell the Hosaka to tell Malcolm to disconnect the modem. Thanks, Dix. A pleasure. He sat on the bed for a long time, savoring the new thing, the treasure. Hey, Lupus. Hey, Kath, it's friend Lupus. Bruce stood naked in his doorway, dripping wet, his pupils enormous. But we're just having a shower. You wanna wait? Wanna shower? No, thanks. I want some help. He pushed the boy's arm aside and stepped into the room. Hey, really, man, we're going to help me. You're really glad to see me, because we're friends, right? Aren't we? Bruce blinked. Sure. Case recited the address the flatline had given him. I knew he was a gangster, Kath called cheerfully from the shower. I got a Honda trike, Bruce said, grinning vacantly. We go now, Case said. That levels the cuckolds, Bruce said, after asking Case to repeat the address for the 8th time. He climbed back into the Honda. Condensation dribbled from the hydrogen cell exhaust as the red fiberglass chassis swayed on chromed shocks. You belong? No saying, but you'll wait. We'll wait, yeah. He scratched his bare chest. That last part of the address, I think that's a cubicle. Number 43. You expected, Lupus? Kath craned forward over Bruce's shoulder and peered up. The drive had dried her hair. Not really, Case said. That's a problem. Just go down to the lowest level and find your friend's cubicle. If they let you in, fine. If they don't want to see you, she shrugged. Case turned and descended a spiral staircase of floral iron. 6 turns and he'd reached a nightclub. He paused and lit a Yeheyuan looking over the tables. Freeside suddenly made sense to him. Biz, he could feel it humming in the air. This was it, the local action, not the high-gloss facade of the Rue Jules Verne, but the real thing. Commerce. The dance. The crowd was mixed. Maybe half were tourists, the other half residents of the islands. Downstairs, he said to a passing waiter. I want to go downstairs. He showed his Freeside chip. The man gestured toward the rear of the club. He walked quickly past the crowded tables, hearing fragments of half a dozen European languages as he passed. I want a cubicle, he said to the girl who sat at the low desk, a terminal on her lap. Lower level. He handed her his chip. Gender preference? She passed the chip across a glass plate on the face of the terminal. Female, he said automatically. Number 35. Phone if it isn't satisfactory. You can access our special services display beforehand if you like. She smiled. She returned his chip. An elevator slid open behind her. The corridor lights were blue. Case stepped out of the elevator and chose a direction at random. Numbered doors. A hush like the halls of an expensive clinic. He found his cubicle. He'd been looking for Molly's. Now confused, he raised his chip and placed it against a black sensor set directly beneath the number plate. Magnetic locks. The sound reminded him of cheap hotel. The girl sat up in bed and said something in German. Her eyes were soft and unblinking. Automatic pilot, a neural cutout. He backed out of the cubicle and closed the door. The door of 43 was like all the others. He hesitated. The silence of the hallway said that the cubicles were soundproof. It was pointless to try the chip. He rapped his knuckles against enameled metal. Nothing. The door seemed to absorb the sound. He placed his chip against the black plate. The bolts clicked. She seemed to hit him, somehow, before he'd actually gotten the door open. He was on his knees, the steel door against his back, the blades of her rigid thumbs quivering centimeters from his eyes. Jesus Christ, she said, cuffing the side of his head as she rose. You're an idiot to try that. How the hell you open those locks, Case? Case, you okay? She leaned over him. Chip, he said, struggling for breath. Pain was spreading from his chest. She helped him up and shoved him into the cubicle. You bribed the help upstairs? He shook his head and fell across the bed. Breathe in, count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it now, out, count. He clutched his stomach. You kicked me, he managed. Should have been lower. I want to be alone. I'm meditating, right? She sat beside him. And getting a briefing. She pointed at a small monitor set into the wall opposite the bed. Wintermute's telling me about Strelite. Where's the meat puppet? There isn't any. That's the most expensive special service of all. She stood up. She wore her leather jeans and a loose dark shirt. The run's tomorrow, Wintermute says. What was that all about in the restaurant? How come you ran? 'Cause if I'd stayed, I might have killed Riviera. What he did to me, the show. I don't get it. This cost a lot, she said, extending her right hand as though it held an invisible fruit. The 5 blades slid out, then retracted smoothly. Costs to go to Chiba, costs to get the surgery, costs to have them jack your nervous system up so you'll have the reflexes to go with the gear. You know how I got the money when I was starting out. Here. Not here, but a place like it, in the sprawl. Joke, to start with, 'cause once they plant the cutout chip it seems like free money. Wake up sore sometimes, but that's it. Renting the goods is all. You aren't in when it's all happening. House has software for whatever a customer wants to pay for. She cracked her knuckles. Fine, I was getting my money. Trouble was the cutout and the circuitry the Chiba clinics put in weren't compatible. So the work time started bleeding in and I could remember it. But it was just bad dreams, and not all bad. She smiled. Then it started getting strange. She pulled his cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. The house found out what I was doing with the money. I had the blades in, but the fine neuromotor work would take another 3 trips. No way I was ready to give up puppet time. She inhaled, blew out a stream of smoke, capping it with 3 perfect rings. So the bastard who ran the place, he had some custom software cooked up. Berlin, that's the place for snuff, you know? Big market for mean kicks, Berlin. I never knew who wrote the program they switched me to, but it was based on all the classics. They knew you were picking up on this stuff? That you were conscious while you were working? I wasn't conscious. It's like cyberspace, but blank. Silver. It smells like rain. You can see yourself orgasm. It's like a little nova right out on the rim of space. But I was starting to remember, like dreams, you know, and they didn't tell me. They switched the software and started renting to specialty markets. She seemed to speak from a distance, and I knew, but I kept quiet about it. I needed the money. The dreams got worse and worse, and I'd tell myself that at least some of them were just dreams, but by then I'd started to figure that the boss had a whole little clientele going for me. Nothing's too good for Molly, the boss says, and gives me this shit raise. She shook her head. That prick was charging 8 times what he was paying me, and he thought I didn't know. So what was he charging for? Bad dreams, real ones. One night, I'd just come back from Chiba. She dropped the cigarette, ground it out with her heel, and sat down, leaning against the wall. Surgeons went way in that trip. Tricky. They must have disturbed the cutout chip. I came up. I was into this routine with a customer. She dug her fingers deep in the foam. Senator, he was. Knew his fat face right away. We were both covered with blood. We weren't alone. She was all. She tugged at the temper foam. Dead. And that fat prick, he was saying. What's wrong? What's wrong? 'Cause we weren't finished yet. She began to shake. So I guess I gave the senator what he really wanted, you know. The shaking stopped. She released the foam and ran her fingers back through her dark hair. The house put a contract out on me. I had to hide for a while. Case stared at her. So Riviera hit a nerve last night, she said. I guess it wants me to hate him real bad, so I'll be psyched up to go in there after him. After him? He's already there, Straylight. On the invitation of Lady 3 Jane, all that dedication shit. She was there in a private box, kinda. Case remembered the face he'd seen. You gonna kill him? She smiled cold. He's going to die, yeah, soon. I had a visit too, he said, and told her about the window, stumbling over what the zone figure had said about Linda. She nodded. Maybe it wants you to hate something too. Maybe I hate it. Maybe you hate yourself, Case. How was it? Bruce asked as Case climbed into the Honda. Try it sometime, he said, rubbing his eyes. Just can't see you the kind of guy goes for the puppets, Kath said unhappily, thumbing a fresh derm against her wrist. Can we go home now? Bruce asked. Sure. Drop me down Jules Verne, where the bars are. Chapter 19. 12 Rue Jules Verne was a circumferential avenue looping the spindle's midpoint, while Desiderata ran its length, terminating at either end in the supports of the Lotto Atchison light pumps. If you turned right off Desiderata and followed Jules Verne far enough, you'd find yourself approaching Desiderata from the left. Case watched Bruce's trike until it was out of sight, then turned and walked past a vast, brilliantly lit newsstand, the covers of dozens of glossy Japanese magazines, presenting the faces of the month's newest STEM stars. Directly overhead, along the nighted axis, the hologram sky glittered with fanciful constellations suggesting playing cards, the faces of dice, a top hat, a martini glass. The intersection of Desiderata and Jules Verne formed a kind of gulch, the balconied terraces of freeside cliff dwellers rising gradually to the grassy tablelands of another casino complex. Case watched a drone microlight bank gracefully in an updraft at the green verge of an artificial mesa, lit for seconds by the soft glow of the invisible casino. The thing was a kind of pilotless biplane of gossamer polymer, its wings silk-screened to resemble a giant butterfly. Then it was gone beyond the mesa's edge. He'd seen a wink of reflected neon off glass, either lenses or the turrets of lasers. The drones were part of the spindle's security system, controlled by some central computer. In Strelite, he walked on, past bars named the Hilo, the Paradise, Le Mans, Cricketer, Shozoku Smith's, Emergency. He chose Emergency because it was the smallest and most crowded, but it took only seconds for him to realize that it was a tourist place. No hum of biz here, only a glazed sexual tension. He thought briefly of the nameless club above Molly's rented cubicle, but the image of her mirrored eyes fixed on the little screen dissuaded him. What was Wintermute revealing there now? The ground plans of the Villa Strelite? The history of the Tessier ash pools? He bought a mug of Carlsberg and found a place against the wall. Closing his eyes, he felt for the knot of rage, the pure small coal of his anger. It was there still. Where had it come from? He remembered feeling only a kind of bafflement at his maiming in Memphis. Nothing at all when he'd killed to defend his dealing interests in Night City, and a slack sickness and loathing after Linda's death under the inflated dome. But no anger. Small and far away on the mind's screen, a semblance of Dean struck a semblance of an office wall in an explosion of brains and blood. He knew then the rage had come in the arcade when Wintermute rescinded the sim-stim ghost of Linda Lee, yanking away the simple animal promise of food, warmth, a place to sleep. But he hadn't become aware of it until his exchange with the holo-construct of Lonnie's Zone. It was a strange thing. He couldn't take its measure. Numb, he said. He'd been numb a long time, years. All his nights down Nincy, his nights with Linda, numb in bed and numb at the cold sweating center of every drug deal. But now he'd found this warm thing, this chip of murder. Meat, some part of him said. It's the meat talking, ignore it. He opened his eyes. Kath stood beside him in a black shift, her hair still wild from the ride in the Honda. Thought you went home, he said, and covered his confusion with a sip of Carlsberg. I got him to drop me off at this shop, bought this. She ran her palm across the fabric, curve of the pelvic girdle. He saw the blue derm on her wrist. Like it? Sure. He automatically scanned the faces around them, then looked back at her. What do you think you're up to, honey? You like the beta you got off us, Lupus? She was very close now, radiating heat and tension, eyes slitted over enormous pupils and a tendon in her neck tense as a bowstring. She was quivering, vibrating invisibly with the fresh buzz. You get off? Yeah, but the Commandant's a bitch. Then you need another one. And what's that supposed to lead to? I got a key. Up the hill behind the Paradise, just the creamiest crib. People down the well on business tonight, if you follow me. If I follow you. She took his hand between hers, her palms hot and dry. You're Yak, aren't you, Lupus? Gaijin soldierman for the Yakuza. You got an eye, huh? He withdrew his hand and fumbled for a cigarette. How come you got all your fingers then? I thought you had to chop one off every time you screwed up. I never screw up. He lit his cigarette. I saw that girl you're with, day I met you, walks like Hideo, scares me. She smiled too widely. I like that. She'd like it with girls? Never said. Who's Hideo? 3 Janes, what she calls it, retainer, family retainer. Case forced himself to stare dully at the emergency crowd while he spoke. D. Jane? Lady 3 Jane, she's triff rich. Her father owns all this. No shit. You keepin' some class company, huh? He raised an eyebrow, put his arm around her, his hand on her hip. So how you meet these aristos, Kathy? You some kinda closet deb? You and Bruce secret heirs to some ripe old credit? Huh? He spread his fingers, kneading the flesh beneath the thin black cloth. She squirmed against him, laughed. Oh, you know, she said, lids half lowered in what must have been intended as a look of modesty. She likes to party. Bruce and I, we make the party circuit. It gets real boring for her in there. Her old man lets her out sometimes, as long as she brings Hideo to take care of her. Where's it get boring? Streelight, they call it. She told me it's pretty, all the pools and lilies. It's a castle, a real castle, all stone and sunsets. She snuggled in against him. Hey, Lupus man, you need a derm, so we can be together. She wore a tiny leather purse on a slender neck thong. Her nails were bright pink against her boosted tan, bitten to the quick. She opened the purse and withdrew a paper-backed bubble with a blue derm inside. Something white tumbled to the floor. Case stooped and picked it up. An origami crane. Hideo gave it to me, she said. He tried to show me how, but I can't ever get it right. The necks come out backwards. She tucked the folded paper back into her purse. Case watched as she tore the bubble away, peeled the derm from its backing, and smoothed it across his inner wrist. 3 Jane, she's got a pointy face, nose like a bird. He watched his hands fumble an outline. Dark hair? Young? I guess. But she's triff, you know? Like all that money. The drug hit him like an express train, a white-hot column of light mounting his spine from the region of his prostate, illuminating the sutures of his skull with X-rays of short-circuited sexual energy. His teeth sang in their individual sockets like tuning forks, each one pitch-perfect and clear as ethanol. His bones, beneath the hazy envelope of flesh, were chromed and polished, the joints lubricated with a film of silicone. Sandstorms raged across the scoured floor of his skull, generating waves of high, thin static that broke behind his eyes, spheres of purest crystal, expanding. Come on, she said, taking his hand. You got it now, we got it. Up the hill, we'll have it all night. The anger was expanding, relentless, exponential, riding out behind the beta-phenethylamine rush like a carrier wave, a seismic fluid, rich and corrosive. His erection was a bar of lead. The faces around them in emergency were painted doll things, the pink and white of mouth parts moving, words emerging like discrete balloons of sound. He looked at Kath and saw each pore in the tanned skin, eyes flat as dumb glass, a tint of dead metal, a faint bloating, the most minute asymmetries of breast and collarbone, the something flared white behind his eyes. He dropped her hand and stumbled for the door, shoving someone out of the way. Fuck you, she screamed behind him. You rip-off shit. He couldn't feel his legs. He used them like stilts, swaying crazily across the flagstone pavement of Jules Verne. A distant rumbling in his ears, his own blood, razored sheets of light bisecting his skull at a dozen angles. And then he was frozen erect, fists tight against his thighs, head back, his lips curled, shaking. While he watched the loser's zodiac of Freeside, the nightclub constellations of the hologram sky, shift, sliding fluid down the axis of darkness, to swarm like live things at the dead center of reality. Until they had arranged themselves individually and in their hundreds, to form a vast, simple portrait, stippled the ultimate monochrome, stars against night sky, face of Miss Linda Lee. When he was able to look away, to lower his eyes, he found every other face in the street upraised, the strolling tourists becalmed with wonder. And when the lights in the sky went out, a ragged cheer went up from Jules Verne, to echo off the terraces and ranked balconies of lunar concrete. Somewhere a clock began to chime, some ancient bell out of Europe. He walked till morning. The high wore away, the chromed skeleton corroding hourly, flesh growing solid, the drug flesh replaced with the meat of his life. He couldn't think. He liked that very much, to be conscious and unable to think. He seemed to become each thing he saw: a park bench, a cloud of white moths around an antique streetlight, a robot gardener striped diagonally with black and yellow. A recorded dawn crept along the Lado Atchison system, pink and lurid. He forced himself to eat an omelet in a Desiderata cafe, to drink water, to smoke the last of his cigarettes. The rooftop meadow of the Intercontinental was stirring as he crossed it, an early breakfast crowd intent on coffee and croissants beneath the striped umbrellas. He still had his anger. That was like being rolled in some alley and waking to discover your wallet still in your pocket, untouched. He warmed himself with it, unable to give it a name or an object. He rode the elevator down to his level, fumbling in his pocket for the Freeside credit chip that served as his key. Sleep was becoming real, was something he might do. To lie down on the sand-colored temperfoam and find the blankness again. They were waiting there, the three of them, their perfect white sports clothes and stenciled tans setting off the hand-woven organic chic of the furniture. The girl sat on a wicker sofa, an automatic pistol beside her on the leaf-patterned print of the cushion. "Turing," she said, "you are under arrest." Chapter 20. Part 4: The Straylight Run. Chapter 21. 13. Your name is Henry Dorset Case. She recited the year and place of his birth, his BAMA single identification number, and a string of names he gradually recognized as aliases from his past. "You been here a while?" He saw the contents of his bag spread out across the bed, unwashed clothing sorted by type. The shuriken lay by itself between jeans and underwear on the sand-tinted temperfoam. "Where is Kolodny?" The two men sat side by side on the couch, their arms crossed over tanned chests, identical gold chains slung around their necks. Case peered at them and saw that their youth was counterfeit, marked by a certain telltale corrugation at the knuckles, something the surgeons were unable to erase. "Who's Kolodny?" "That was the name in the register. Where is she?" "I don't know," he said, crossing to the bar and pouring himself a glass of mineral water. "She took off." "Where did you go tonight, Case?" The girl picked up the pistol and rested it on her thigh without actually pointing it at him. "Jules Verne, couple of bars, got high. How about you?" His knees felt brittle. The mineral water was warm and flat. "I don't think you grasp your situation," said the man on the left, taking a pack of guitanes from the breast pocket of his white mesh blouse. "You are busted, Mr. Case. The charges have to do with conspiracy to augment an artificial intelligence." He took a gold Dunhill from the same pocket and cradled it in his palm. "The man you call Armitage is already in custody." The man's eyes widened. "Yes, how do you know that that is his name?" A millimeter of flame clicked from the lighter. "I forget," Case said. "You'll remember," the girl said. Their names or work names were Michel, Roland, and Pierre. Pierre, Case decided, would play the bad cop. Roland would take Case's side, provide small kindnesses. He found an unopened pack of Yeheyuans when Case refused a gitan, and generally play counterpoint to Pierre's cold hostility. Michel would be the recording angel, making occasional adjustments in the direction of the interrogation. One or all of them, he was certain, would be kinked for audio, very likely for sim-stim, and anything he said or did now was admissible evidence. Evidence, he asked himself, through the grinding come-down of what? Knowing that he couldn't follow their French, they spoke freely among themselves, or seemed to. He caught enough as it was, names like Polly, Armitage, SenseNet, Panther moderns protruding like icebergs from an animated sea of Parisian French. But it was entirely possible that the names were there for his benefit. They always referred to Molly as Kolodny. "You say you were hired to make a run, Case," Roland said, his slow speech intended to convey reasonableness, "and that you are unaware of the nature of the target. Is this not unusual in your trade?" "Having penetrated the defenses, would you not be unable then to perform the required operation? And surely an operation of some kind is required, yes?" He leaned forward, elbows on his stenciled brown knees, palms out to receive Case's explanation. Pierre paced the room. Now he was by the window, now by the door. Michelle was the kink, Case decided. Her eyes never left him. "Can I put some clothes on?" he asked. Pierre had insisted on stripping him, searching the seams of his jeans. Now he sat naked on a wicker footstool, with one foot obscenely white. Roland asked Pierre something in French. Pierre, at the window again, was peering through a flat little pair of binoculars. "Non," he said absently, and Roland shrugged, raising his eyebrows at Case. Case decided it was a good time to smile. Roland returned the smile. "Oldest cop bullshit in the book," Case thought. "Look," he said, "I'm sick. Had this god-awful drug in a bar, you know? I want to lie down. You got me already. You say you got Armitage. You got him? Go ask him. I'm just hired help." "Roland Kolodny?" "She was with Armitage when he hired me. Just muscle, a razor girl, far as I know, which isn't too far." "You know that Armitage's real name is Corto," Pierre said, his eyes still hidden by the soft plastic flanges of the binoculars. "How do you know that, my friend?" "I guess he mentioned it sometime," Case said, regretting the slip. "Everybody's got a couple names. Your name Pierre?" "We know how you were repaired in Chiba," Michelle said. "And that may have been Wintermute's first mistake." Case stared at her as blankly as he could. The name hadn't been mentioned before. "The process employed on you resulted in the clinic's owner applying for 7 basic patents. Do you know what that means? It means that the operator of a black clinic in Chiba City now owns a controlling interest in 3 major medical research consortiums. This reverses the usual order of things, you see." It attracted attention. She crossed her brown arms across her small high breasts and settled back against the print cushion. Case wondered how old she might be. People said that age always showed in the eyes, but he'd never been able to see it. Julie Dean had had the eyes of a disinterested 10-year-old behind the rose quartz of his glasses. Nothing old about Michelle but her knuckles. Traced you to the sprawl, lost you again, then caught up with you as you were leaving for Istanbul. We backtracked, traced you through the grid, determined that you'd instigated a riot at SenseNet. SenseNet was eager to cooperate. They ran an inventory for us. They discovered that McCoy Polly's ROM personality construct was missing. In Istanbul, Roland said almost apologetically, it was very easy. The woman had alienated Armitage's contact with the secret police. And then you came here, Pierre said, slipping the binoculars into his shorts pocket. We were delighted. Chance to work on your tan? You know what we mean, Michelle said. If you wish to pretend that you do not, you only make things more difficult for yourself. There is still the matter of extradition. You will return with us, Case, as will Armitage. But where exactly will we all be going? To Switzerland, where you will be merely a pawn in the trial of an artificial intelligence. Or to Libama, where you can be proven to have participated not only in data invasion and larceny, but in an act of public mischief which cost 14 innocent lives. The choice is yours. Case took a Yehiwan from his pack. Pierre lit it for him with the gold Dunhill. Would Armitage protect you? The question was punctuated by the lighter's bright jaws snapping shut. Case looked up at him through the ache and bitterness of betaphenethylamine. How old are you, boss? Old enough to know that you are fucked, burnt, that this is over and you are in the way. One thing, Case said, and drew on his cigarette. He blew the smoke up at the Turing Registry agent. Do you guys have any real jurisdiction out here? I mean, shouldn't you have the Freeside security team in on this party? It's their turf, isn't it? He saw the dark eyes harden in the lean boy face and tensed for the blow, but Pierre only shrugged. It doesn't matter, Roland said. You will come with us. We are at home with situations of legal ambiguity. The treaties under which our arm of the registry operates grant us a great deal of flexibility. And we create flexibility in situations where it is required. The mask of amiability was down suddenly, Roland's eyes as hard as Pierre's. "You are worse than a fool," Michelle said, getting to her feet, the pistol in her hand. "You have no care for your species. For thousands of years, men dreamed of pacts with demons. Only now are such things possible. And what would you be paid with? What would your price be for aiding this thing to free itself and grow?" There was a knowing weariness in her young voice that no 19-year-old could have mustered. "You will dress now. You will come with us. Along with the one you call Armitage, you will return with us to Geneva and give testimony in the trial of this intelligence. Otherwise, we kill you now." She raised the pistol, a smooth black Walther with an integral silencer. "I'm dressing already," he said, stumbling toward the bed. His legs were still numb, clumsy. He fumbled with a clean t-shirt. "We have a ship standing by. We will erase Polly's construct with a pulse weapon." "Since Ned'll be pissed," Case said, thinking, "and all the evidence in the Hosaka. They are in some difficulty already for having owned such a thing." Case pulled the shirt over his head. He saw the shuriken on the bed, lifeless metal, his star. He felt for the anger. It was gone. Time to give in, to roll with it. He thought of the toxin sacks. "Here comes the meat," he muttered. In the elevator to the meadow, he thought of Molly. She might already be in Strelite, hunting Riviera. Hunted, probably, by Hideo, who was almost certainly the ninja clone of the Finn's story, the one who'd come to retrieve the talking head. He rested his forehead against the matte black plastic of a wall panel and closed his eyes. His limbs were wood, old, warped, and heavy with rain. Lunch was being served beneath the trees, under the bright umbrellas. Roland and Michelle fell into character, chattering brightly in French. Pierre came behind. Michelle kept the muzzle of her pistol close to his ribs, concealing the gun with a white duck jacket she draped over her arm. Crossing the meadow, weaving between the tables and the trees, he wondered if she would shoot him if he collapsed now. Black fur boiled at the borders of his vision. He glanced up at the hot white band of the Lotto Axon armature and saw a giant butterfly banking gracefully against recorded sky. At the edge of the meadow they came to railinged cliffside, wild flowers dancing in the updraft from the canyon that was Desiderata. Michelle tossed her short dark hair and pointed, saying something in French to Roland. She sounded genuinely happy. Case followed the direction of her gesture and saw the curve of planing lakes, the white glint of casinos, turquoise rectangles of 1,000 pools, the bodies of bathers, tiny bronze hieroglyphs, all held in serene approximation of gravity against the endless curve of Freeside's hull. They followed the railing to an ornate iron bridge that arched over Desiderata. Michelle prodded him with the muzzle of the Walther. "Take it easy, I can't hardly walk today." They were a little over a quarter of the way across when the microlight struck, its electric engine silent until the carbon fiber prop chopped away the top of Pierre's skull. They were in the thing's shadow for an instant. Case felt the hot blood spray across the back of his neck, and then someone tripped him. He rolled, seeing Michelle on her back, knees up, aiming the Walther with both hands. That's a waste of effort, he thought, with the strange lucidity of shock. She was trying to shoot down the microlight. And then he was running. He looked back as he passed the first of the trees. Roland was running after him. He saw the fragile biplane strike the iron railing of the bridge, crumple, cartwheel, sweeping the girl with it down into Desiderata. Roland hadn't looked back. His face was fixed, white, his teeth bared. He had something in his hand. The gardening robot took Roland as he passed that same tree. It fell straight out of the groomed branches, a thing like a crab, diagonally striped with black and yellow. "You killed 'em," Case panted, running. "Crazy motherfucker, you killed 'em all." Chapter 22. 14 The little train shot through its tunnel at 80 kilometers per hour. Case kept his eyes closed. The shower had helped. but he'd lost his breakfast when he'd looked down and seen Pierre's blood washing pink across the white tiles. Gravity fell away as the spindle narrowed. Case's stomach churned. Errol was waiting with his scooter beside the dock. "Case, mon, big problem." The soft voice faint in his phones. He chinned the volume control and peered into the Lexan faceplate of Errol's helmet. "Gotta get to Garvey, Errol." "Yo, strap in, mon, but Garvey captive. Yacht came before she came back. Now she lockin' steady on Marcus Garvey." "Turing? Came before?" Case climbed into the scooter's frame and began to fasten the straps. "Japan yacht, brought you package." Confused images of wasps and spiders rose in Case's mind as they came in sight of Marcus Garvey. The little tug was snug against the gray thorax of a sleek insectile ship 5 times her length. The arms of grapples stood out against Garvey's patched hull with the strange clarity of vacuum and raw sunlight. A pale corrugated gangway curved out of the yacht, snaked sideways to avoid the tug's engines, and covered the aft hatch. There was something obscene about the arrangement, but it had more to do with ideas of feeding than of sex. "What's happening with Malcolm?" "Malcolm fine, nobody come down the tube." Yacht pilot talked to him, say relax. As they swung past the gray ship, Case saw the name Haniwa in crisp white capitals beneath an oblong cluster of Japanese. "I don't like this, man. I was thinking maybe it's time we got our ass out of here anyway." "Malcolm thinkin' that precise thing, mon, but Garvey not be goin' far like that." Malcolm was purring a speeded-up patois to his radio when Case came through the forward lock and removed his helmet. "Errol's gone back to the rocker," Case said. Malcolm nodded, still whispering to the microphone. Case pulled himself over the pilot's drifting tangle of dreadlocks and began to remove his suit. Malcolm's eyes were closed now. He nodded as he listened to some reply over a pair of phones with bright orange pads, his brow creased with concentration. He wore ragged jeans and an old green nylon jacket with the sleeves ripped out. Case snapped the red Sanyo suit to a storage hammock and pulled himself down to the G-Web. "See what the ghosts say, mon," Malcolm said. "Computer keeps asking for you." "So who's up there in that thing?" "Same Japan boy came before, and now he joined by you, Mr. Armitage. Come out freeside." Case put the trodes on and jacked in. The Matrix showed him the pink spheres of the steel combine in Sikkim. "What you gettin' up to, boy? I been hearin' lurid stories. Hosaka's patched into a twin bank on your boss's boat now. Really hoppin'. You pull some Turing heat?" "Yeah, but Wintermute killed him." "Well, that won't hold 'em long. Plenty more where those came from. Be up here in force. Bet their decks are all over this grid sector like flies on shit. And your boss, Case, he says go. He says run it and run it now." Case punched for the freeside coordinates. "Lem take that a sec, Case." The Matrix blurred and phased as the flatline executed an intricate series of jumps with a speed and accuracy that made Case wince with envy. "Shit, Dixie." "Hey boy, I was that good when I was alive. You ain't seen nothin'. No hands." "That's it, huh? Big green rectangle off left?" "You got it. Corporate core data for Tessier Ashpool SA, and that ICE is generated by their 2 friendly AIs. On par with anything in the military sector, looks to me. That's King Hell Ice, Case, black as the grave and slick as glass. Fry your brain soon as look at you. We get any closer now, it'll have tracers up our ass and out both ears. Be tellin' the boys in the TA boardroom the size of your shoes and how long your dick is." "This isn't looking so hot, is it? I mean, the Turings are on it. I was thinking maybe we should try to bail out. I can take you." "Yeah? No shit? You don't want to see what that Chinese program can do?" Well, Case stared at the green walls of the TA ice. "Well, screw it. Yeah, we run." "Hey, Malcolm," Case said, jacking out. "I'm probably going to be under the trodes for maybe 8 hours straight." Malcolm was smoking again. The cabin was swimming in smoke. so I can't get to the head. No problem, Mon. The Zionite executed a high forward somersault and rummaged through the contents of a zippered mesh bag, coming up with a coil of transparent tubing and something else, something sealed in a sterile bubble pack. He called it a Texas catheter, and Case didn't like it at all. He slotted the Chinese virus, paused, then drove it home. Okay, he said, we're on. Listen, Malcolm, if it gets really funny, you can grab my left wrist. I'll feel it. Otherwise, I guess you do what the Hosaka tells you, okay? Sure, Mon. Malcolm lit a fresh joint. And turn the scrubber up. I don't want that shit tangling with my neurotransmitters. I got a bad hangover as it is. Malcolm grinned. Case jacked back in. Christ on a crutch, the flatline said. Take a look at this. The Chinese was unfolding around them. Polychrome shadow, countless translucent layers shifting and recombining. Protean enormous, it towered above them, blotting out the void. Big Mother, the flatline said. I'm going to check Molly, Case said, tapping the sim-stim switch. Freefall. The sensation was like diving through perfectly clear water. She was falling rising through a wide tube of fluted lunar concrete, lit at 2-meter intervals by rings of white neon. The link was one way, he couldn't talk to her. Boy, that is one mean piece of software, hottest thing since sliced bread. That goddamn thing's invisible. I just now rented 20 seconds on that little pink box, 4 jumps left of the TA ice. Had a look at what we look like. We don't. We're not there. Case searched the matrix around the Tessier Ashpool ice until he found the pink structure, a standard commercial unit, and punched in closer to it. Maybe it's defective. Maybe, but I doubt it. Our baby's military, though, and new. It just doesn't register. If it did, we'd read as some kind of Chinese sneak attack, but nobody's twigged to us at all. Maybe not even the folks in Strelite. Case watched the blank wall that screamed Strelite. Well, he said, that's an advantage, right? Maybe. The construct approximated laughter. Case winced at the sensation. I checked old Kwong 11 out again for you, boy. It's real friendly long as you're on the trigger end. Zhu's polite and helpful as can be. Speaks good English, too. You ever hear of slow virus before? I did once. Just an idea back then. But that's what old Kwong's all about. This ain't bore and inject. It's more like we interface with the ice so slow, the ice doesn't feel it. The face of the Kwong logics kinda sleazes up to the target and mutates, so it gets to be exactly like the ice fabric. Then we lock on, and the main programs cut in, start talking circles round the logics in the ice. We go Siamese twin on 'em before they even get restless. The flatline laughed. Wish you weren't so damn jolly today, man. That laugh of yours sort of gets me in the spine. Too bad, the flatline said. Old dead man needs his laughs. Case slapped the sim-stim switch and crashed through tangled metal and the smell of dust, the heels of his hands skidding as they struck slick paper. Something behind him collapsed noisily. Come on, said the Finn. Ease up a little. Case lay sprawled across a pile of yellowing magazines, the girls shining up at him in the dimness of metro holographics, a wistful galaxy of sweet white teeth. He lay there until his heart had slowed, breathing the smell of old magazines. Wintermute, he said. Yeah, said the Finn, somewhere behind him. You got it. Fuck off. Case sat up, rubbing his wrists. Come on, said the Finn, stepping out of a sort of alcove in the wall of junk. This way's better for you, man. He took his Partagas from a coat pocket and lit one. The smell of Cuban tobacco filled the shop. You want I should come to you in the Matrix like a burning bush? You aren't missing anything, back there. An hour here, it'll only take you a couple of seconds. You ever think maybe it gets on my nerves, you coming on like people I know? He stood, swatting pale dust from the front of his black jeans. He turned, glaring back at the dusty shop windows, the closed door to the street. What's out there? New York? Or does it just stop? Well, said the Finn, it's like that tree, you know. Falls in the woods, but maybe there's nobody to hear it. He showed Case his huge front teeth and puffed his cigarette. You can go for a walk, you wanna. It's all there. Or anyway, all the parts of it you ever saw. This is memory, right? I tap you, sort it out, and feed it back in. I don't have this good a memory, Case said, looking around. He looked down at his hands, turning them over. He tried to remember what the lines on his palms were like, but couldn't. Everybody does, the Finn said, dropping his cigarette and grinding it out under his heel, but not many of you can access it. Artists can, mostly if they're any good. If you could lay this construct over the reality, the Finn's place in Lower Manhattan, you'd see a difference, but maybe not as much as you'd think. Memory's holographic for you. The Finn tugged at one of his small ears. I'm different. How do you mean holographic? The word made him think of Riviera. The holographic paradigm is the closest thing you've worked out to a representation of human memory, is all. But you've never done anything about it. People, I mean. The Finn stepped forward and canted his streamlined skull to peer up at Case. Maybe if you had, I wouldn't be happening. What's that supposed to mean? The Finn shrugged. His tattered tweed was too wide across the shoulders and didn't quite settle back into position. I'm trying to help you, Case. Because I need you. The large yellow teeth appeared again. And because you need me. Bullshit. Can you read my mind, Finn? He grimaced. Wintermute, I mean. Minds aren't read. See, you've still got the paradigms print gave you, and you're barely print literate. I can access your memory, but that's not the same as your mind. He reached into the exposed chassis of an ancient television and withdrew a silver-black vacuum tube. See this? Part of my DNA, sort of. He tossed the thing into the shadows, and Case heard it pop and tinkle. You're always building models, stone circles, cathedrals, pipe organs, adding machines. I got no idea why I'm here now, you know that? But if the run goes off tonight, you'll have finally managed the real thing. I don't know what you're talking about. That's you in the collective, your species. You killed those Turings. The Finn shrugged. Hadda, you should give a shit. They woulda offed you and never thought twice. Anyway, why I got you here, we gotta talk more. Remember this? And his right hand held the charred wasp's nest from Case's dream, reek of fuel in the closeness of the dark shop. Case stumbled back against a wall of junk. Yeah, that was me. Did it with the holo rig in the window. Another memory I tapped out of you when I flatlined you that first time. Know why it's important? Case shook his head. Because, and the nest, somehow, was gone. It's the closest thing you got to what Tessier Ashpool would like to be. The human equivalent. Stray lights like that nest, or anyway, it was supposed to work out that way. I figure it'll make you feel better. Feel better? To know what they're like. You were starting to hate my guts for a while there. That's good. But hate them instead. Same difference. Listen, Case said, stepping forward. They never did shit to me. You, it's different. But he couldn't feel the anger. So they made me. The French girl, she said you were selling out the species. Demon, she said I was. The Finn grinned. It doesn't much matter. You gotta hate somebody before this is over. He turned and headed for the back of the shop. Well, come on, I'll show you a little bit of stray light while I got you here. He lifted the corner of the blanket. White light poured out. Shit, man, don't just stand there. Case followed, rubbing his face. Okay, said the Finn, and grabbed his elbow. They were drawn past the stale wool in a puff of dust into freefall and a cylindrical corridor of fluted lunar concrete, ringed with white neon at 2-meter intervals. Jesus, Case said, tumbling. This is the front entrance, the Finn said, his tweed flapping. If this weren't a construct of mine, where the shop is would be the main gate, up by the free side axis. This'll all be a little low on detail, though, because you don't have the memories. Except for this bit here, you got off Molly. Case managed to straighten out, but began to corkscrew in a long spiral. Hold on, the Finn said. I'll fast forward us. The walls blurred. Dizzying sensation of headlong movement, colors, whipping around corners and through narrow corridors. They seemed at one point to pass through several meters of solid wall, a flash of pitch darkness. Here, the Finn said, this is it. They floated in the center of a perfectly square room, walls and ceiling paneled in rectangular sections of dark wood. The floor was covered by a single square of brilliant carpet patterned after a microchip, circuits traced in blue and scarlet wool. In the exact center of the room, aligned precisely with the carpet pattern, stood a square pedestal of frosted white glass. The Villa Straylight, said a jeweled thing on the pedestal in a voice like music, is a body grown in upon itself, a Gothic folly. Each space in Stride is in some way secret. This endless series of chambers, linked by passages, by stairwells vaulted like intestines, where the eye is trapped in narrow curves, carried past ornate screens, empty alcoves. Essay of 3 Janes, the Finn said, producing his Partagas. Wrote that when she was 12, semiotics course. The architects of Freeside went to great pains to conceal the fact that the interior of the spindle is arranged with the banal precision of furniture in a hotel room. In Strylite, the hull's inner surface is overgrown with a desperate proliferation of structures, forms flowing, interlocking, rising toward a solid core of microcircuitry, our clan's corporate heart, a cylinder of silicon wormholed with narrow maintenance tunnels, some no wider than a man's hand. The bright crabs burrow there, the drones, alert for micromechanical decay or sabotage. That was her you saw in the restaurant, the Finn said. By the standards of the archipelago, the head continued, ours is an old family, the convolutions of our home reflecting that age, but reflecting something else as well. The semiotics of the villa bespeak a turning in, a denial of the bright void beyond the hull. Tessier and Ashpool climbed the well of gravity to discover that they loathed space. They built Freeside to tap the wealth of the new islands, grew rich and eccentric, and began the construction of an extended body in Straylight. We have sealed ourselves away behind our money, growing inward, generating a seamless universe of self. The Villa Straylight knows no sky, recorded or otherwise. At the villa's silicon core is a small room, the only rectilinear chamber in the complex. Here, on a plain pedestal of glass, rests an ornate bust, platinum and cloisonné, studded with lapis and pearl. The bright marbles of its eyes were cut from the synthetic ruby viewport of the ship that brought the first Tessier up the well and returned for the first Ashpool. The head fell silent. Well, Case asked finally, almost expecting the thing to answer him. That's all she wrote, the Finn said. Didn't finish it, just a kid then. This thing's a ceremonial terminal, sort of. I need Molly in here with the right word at the right time, that's the catch. Doesn't mean shit how deep you and the flatline ride that Chinese virus if this thing doesn't hear the magic word. So what's the word? I don't know. You might say what I am is basically defined by the fact that I don't know, because I can't know. I am that which knoweth not the word. If you knew, man, and told me, I couldn't know. It's hardwired in. Someone else has to learn it and bring it here, just when you and the flatline punch through that ice and scramble the cores. What happens then? I don't exist after that, I cease. Okay by me, Case said. Sure, but you watch your ass, Case. My other lobe is on to us, it looks like. One burning bush looks pretty much like another, and Armitage is starting to go. What's that mean? But the paneled room folded itself through a dozen impossible angles, tumbling away into cyberspace like an origami crane. Chapter 23 15 You trying to break my record, son, the flatline asked. You were brain dead again 5 seconds. Sit tight, Case said, and hit the sim-stim switch. She crouched in darkness, her palms against rough concrete. Case, 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 Case. The digital display pulsed his name in alphanumerics, Wintermute, informing her of the link. Cute, she said. She rocked back on her heels and rubbed her palms together, cracked her knuckles. What kept you? Time, Molly, time now. She pressed her tongue hard against her lower front teeth. One moved slightly, activating her microchannel amps. The random bounce of photons through the darkness was converted to a pulse of electrons, the concrete around her coming up ghost pale and grainy. Okay, honey, now we go out to play. Her hiding place proved to be a service tunnel of some kind. She crawled out through a hinged, ornate grill of tarnished brass. He saw enough of her arms and hands to know that she wore the polycarbon suit again. Under the plastic, he felt the familiar tension of thin, tight leather. There was something slung under her arm in a harness or holster. She stood up, unzipped the suit, and touched the checkered plastic of a pistol grip. Hey, Case, she said, barely voicing the words. You listening? Tell you a story. Had me this boy once. You kinda remind me. She turned and surveyed the corridor. Johnny, his name was. The low, vaulted hallway was lined with dozens of museum cases, archaic-looking glass-fronted boxes made of brown wood. They looked awkward there against the organic curves of the hallway's walls, as though they'd been brought in and set up in a line for some forgotten purpose. Dull brass fixtures held globes of white light at 10-meter intervals. The floor was uneven, and as she set off along the corridor, Case realized that hundreds of small rugs and carpets had been put down at random. In some places, they were 6 deep, the floor a soft patchwork of hand-woven wool. Molly paid little attention to the cabinets and their contents, which irritated him. He had to satisfy himself with her disinterested glances, which gave him fragments of pottery, antique weapons, a thing so densely studded with rusted nails that it was unrecognizable, frayed sections of tapestry. My Johnny, see, he was smart, real flash boy. Started out as a stash on memory lane, chips in his head, and people paid to hide data there. Had the yak after him night I met him, and I did for their assassin. More luck than anything else, but I did for him. And after that it was tight and sweet, Case. Her lips barely moved. He felt her form the words. He didn't need to hear them spoken aloud. We had a setup with a squid, so we could read the traces of everything he'd ever stored. Ran it all out on tape and started twisting selected clients, ex-clients. I was bagman, muscle, watchdog. I was real happy. You ever been happy, Case? He was my boy. We worked together. Partners. I was maybe 8 weeks out of the puppet house when I met him. She paused, edged around a sharp turn, and continued. More of the glossy wooden cases, their sides a color that reminded him of cockroach wings. Tight, sweet, just ticking along we were. Like nobody could ever touch us. I wasn't going to let them. Yakuza, I guess. They still wanted Johnny's ass. 'Cause I'd killed their man. 'Cause Johnny'd burned them. And the yak, they can afford to move so fucking slow, man, they'll wait years and years. Give you a whole life, just so you'll have more to lose when they come and take it away. Patient like a spider. Zen spiders. I didn't know that then. Or if I did, I figured it didn't apply to us. Like when you're young, you figure you're unique. I was young. Then they came when we were thinking we maybe had enough to be able to quit, pack it in, go to Europe maybe. Not that either of us knew what we'd do there with nothing to do, but we were living fat Swiss orbital accounts and a crib full of toys and furniture. Takes the edge off your game. So that first one they'd sent, he'd been hot. Reflexes like you never saw, implants, enough style for 10 ordinary hoods. But the second one, he was, I don't know, like a monk. Cloned. Stone killer from the cells on up. Had it in him, death, this silence, he gave it off in a cloud. Her voice trailed off as the corridor split, identical stairwells descending. She took the left. One time I was a little kid, we were squatting. It was down by the Hudson, and those rats, man, they were big. It's the chemicals get into them. big as I was, and all night one had been scrabbling under the floor of the squat. Round on somebody brought this old man in, seams down his cheeks and his eyes all red. Had a roll of greasy leather like you'd keep steel tools in to keep the rust off. Spread it out, had this old revolver and 3 shells. Old man, he puts 1 bullet in there, then he starts walking up and down the squat. We're hanging back by the walls. Back and forth. Got his arms crossed, head down like he's forgotten the gun. Listening for the rat, we got real quiet. Old man takes a step, rat moves. Rat moves, he takes another step. An hour of that, then he seems to remember his gun. Points it at the floor, grins, and pulls the trigger. Rolled it back up and left. I crawled under there later. Rat had a hole between its eyes. She was watching the sealed doorways that opened at intervals along the corridor. The second one, the one who came for Johnny, he was like that old man. Not old, but he was like that. He killed that way. The corridor widened. The sea of rich carpets undulated gently beneath an enormous candelabrum whose lowest crystal pendant reached nearly to the floor. Crystal tinkled as Molly entered the hall. Third or left blinked the readout. She turned left, avoiding the inverted tree of crystal. I just saw him once. On my way into our place, he was coming out. We lived in a converted factory space, lots of young comers from SenseNet like that. Pretty good security to start with, and I'd put in some really heavy stuff to make it really tight. I knew Johnny was up there, but this little guy, he caught my eye as he was coming out. Didn't say a word. We just looked at each other and I knew. Plain little guy, plain clothes, no pride in him, humble. He looked at me and got into a pedicab. I knew. Went upstairs and Johnny was sitting in a chair by the window with his mouth a little open, like he'd just thought of something to say. The door in front of her was old, a carved slab of Thai teak that seemed to have been sawn in half to fit the low doorway. A primitive mechanical lock with a stainless face had been inset beneath a swirling dragon. She knelt, drew a tight little roll of black chamois from an inside pocket, and selected a needle-thin pick. Never much found anybody I gave a damn about after that. She inserted the pick and worked in silence, nibbling at her lower lip. She seemed to rely on touch alone. Her eyes unfocused and the door was a blur of blonde wood. Case listened to the silence of the hall, punctuated by the soft clink of the candelabrum. Candles? Strylite was all wrong. He remembered Kath's story of a castle with pools and lilies and 3 Jane's mannered words recited musically by the head. A place grown in upon itself. Strylite smelled faintly musty, faintly perfumed, like a church. Where were the Tessier ash pools? He'd expected some clean hive of disciplined activity, but Molly had seen no one. Her monologue made him uneasy. She'd never told him that much about herself before. Aside from her story in the cubicle, she'd seldom said anything that had even indicated that she had a past. She closed her eyes and there was a click that Case felt rather than heard. It made him remember the magnetic locks on the door of her cubicle in the puppet place. The door had opened for him, even though he'd had the wrong chip. That was Wintermute, manipulating the lock the way it had manipulated the drone micro and the robot gardener. The lock system in the puppet place had been a subunit of Freeside's security system. The simple mechanical lock here would pose a real problem for the AI, requiring either a drone of some kind or a human agent. She opened her eyes, put the pick back into the chamois, carefully re-rolled it, and tucked it back into its pocket. "Guess you're kinda like he was," she said. "Think you're born to run. You know, I figure the one Tessier Ashpool sent after that Jimmy the boy who stole the head, he must be pretty much the same as the one the yak sent to kill Johnny." She drew the Fletcher from its holster and dialed the barrel to full auto. The ugliness of the door struck Case as she reached for it. Not the door itself, which was beautiful, or had once been part of some more beautiful whole, but the way it had been sawn down to fit a particular entrance. Even the shape was wrong, a rectangle amid smooth curves of polished concrete. They'd imported these things, he thought, and then forced it all to fit. But none of it fit. The door was like the awkward cabinets, the huge crystal tree. Then he remembered 3Jane's essay, and imagined that the fittings had been hauled up the well to flesh out some master plan. A dream long lost in the compulsive effort to fill space, to replicate some family image of self. He remembered the shattered nest, the eyeless things writhing. Molly grasped one of the carved dragon's forelegs, and the door swung open easily. The room behind was small, cramped, little more than a closet. Gray steel tool cabinets were backed against a curving wall. A light fixture had come on automatically. She closed the door behind her and went to the ranged lockers. Third left pulsed the optic chip, Wintermute overriding her time display, 5 down. But she opened the top drawer first. It was no more than a shallow tray, empty. The second was empty as well. The third, which was deeper, contained dull beads of solder and a small brown thing that looked like a human finger bone. The fourth drawer held a damp, swollen copy of an obsolete technical manual in French and Japanese. In the fifth, behind the armored gauntlet of a heavy vacuum suit, she found the key. It was like a dull brass coin with a short, hollow tube brazed against one edge. She turned it slowly in her hand, and Case saw that the interior of the tube was lined with studs and flanges. The letters Chu B were molded across one face of the coin. The other was blank. "He told me," she whispered. "Wintermute. How he played a waiting game for years. Didn't have any real power then, but he could use the villa's security and custodial systems to keep track of where everything was, how things moved, where they went. He saw somebody lose this key 20 years ago, and he managed to get somebody else to leave it here. Then he killed him, the boy who'd brought it here. Kid was 8. She closed her white fingers over the key. So nobody would find it. She took a length of black nylon cord from the suit's kangaroo pocket and threaded it through the round hole above shoe B. Knotting it, she hung it around her neck. They were always fucking him over, with how old-fashioned they were, he said. All their 19th century stuff. He looked just like the Finn on the screen in that meat puppet hole. Almost thought he was the Finn if I wasn't careful. Her readout flared the time, alphanumerics superimposed over the gray steel chests. He said if they'd turned into what they'd wanted to, he could have gotten out a long time ago. But they didn't. Screwed up. Freaks like 3Jane, that's what he called her, but he talked like he liked her. She turned, opened the door, and stepped out, her hand brushing the checkered grip of the holstered Fletcher. Case flipped. Quang grade Mark 11 was growing. "Dixie, you think this thing'll work?" "Does a bear shit in the woods?" The flatline punched them up through shifting rainbow strata. Something dark was forming at the core of the Chinese program. The density of information overwhelmed the fabric of the matrix, triggering hypnagogic images. Faint kaleidoscopic angles centered into a silver-black focal point. Case watched childhood symbols of evil and bad luck tumble out along translucent planes. Swastikas, skulls and crossbones, dice-flashing snake eyes. If he looked directly at that null point, no outline would form. It took a dozen quick peripheral takes before he had it. A shark thing, gleaming like obsidian, the black mirrors of its flanks reflecting faint distant lights that bore no relationship to the matrix around it. "That's the sting," the construct said. "When Quang's good and belly tight with the Tessier Ashpool core, we're riding that through." "You were right, Dix. There's some kind of manual override on the hardwiring that keeps Wintermute under control. However much he is under control," he added. "He," the construct said. "He, watch that I keep telling you." "It's a code, a word," he said. "Somebody has to speak it into a fancy terminal in a certain room, while we take care of whatever's waiting for us behind that ice." "Well, you got time to kill, kid," the flatline said. Old Quang's slow but steady. Case jacked out. Into Malcolm's stare. "You dead a while there, Mon." It happens, he said. I'm getting used to it. You dealin' wi' the darkness, mon. Only game in town, it looks like. Ja love Case, Malcolm said, and turned back to his radio module. Case stared at the matted dreadlocks, the ropes of muscle around the man's dark arms. He jacked back in and flipped. Molly was trotting along a length of corridor that might have been the one she'd traveled before. The glass-fronted cases were gone now, and Case decided they were moving toward the tip of the spindle. Gravity was growing weaker. Soon she was bounding smoothly over rolling hillocks of carpets, faint twinges in her leg. The corridor narrowed suddenly, curved, split. She turned right and started up a freakishly steep flight of stairs, her leg beginning to ache. Overhead, strapped and bundled cables hugged the stairwell's ceiling like color-coded ganglia. The walls were splotched with damp. She arrived at a triangular landing and stood rubbing her leg. More corridors narrow, their walls hung with rugs. They branched away and left the room. Chapter 24. 16 got your boss on hold, the flatline said. He's coming through on the twin Hosaka in that boat upstairs, the one that's riding us piggyback, called the Haniwa. I know, Case said absently. I saw it. A lozenge of white light clicked into place in front of him, hiding the Tessiashpool ice. It showed him the calm, perfectly focused, utterly crazy face of Armitage, his eyes blank as buttons. Armitage blinked, stared. Guess Wintermute took care of your Turing's too, huh? Like he took care of mine, Case said. Armitage stared. Case resisted the sudden urge to look away, drop his gaze. You okay, Armitage? Case, and for an instant something seemed to move behind the blue stare. You've seen Wintermute, haven't you? In the Matrix. Case nodded. A camera on the face of his Hosaka in Marcus Garvey would relay the gesture to the Haniwa monitor. He imagined Malcolm listening to his tranced half-conversations, unable to hear the voices of the construct or Armitage. Case, and the eyes grew larger, Armitage leaning toward his computer. What is he when you see him? A high-res sim-stim construct. Finn last time. Before that, this pimp eye. Not General Gerling? General who? The lozenge went blank. Run that back and get the Hosaka to look it up, he told the construct. The perspective startled him. Molly was crouching between steel girders 20 meters above a broad, stained floor of polished concrete. The room was a hangar or service bay. He could see 3 spacecraft, none larger than Garvey in all, in various stages of repair. Japanese voices. A figure in an orange jumpsuit stepped from a gap in the hull of a bulbous construction vehicle and stood beside one of the thing's piston-driven, weirdly anthropomorphic arms. The man punched something into a portable console and scratched his ribs. A cart-like red drone rolled into sight on gray balloon tires. Case flashed her chip. Hey, she said, waiting for a guide. She settled back on her haunches. The arms and knees of her modern suit the color of the blue-gray paint on the girders. Her leg hurt, a sharp, steady pain now. I should have gone back to Chin, she muttered. Something came ticking quietly out of the shadows, on a level with her left shoulder. It paused, swayed its spherical body from side to side on high-arched spider legs, fired a microsecond burst of diffuse laser light, and froze. It was a Braun microdrone, and Case had once owned the same model, a pointless accessory he'd obtained as part of a package deal with a Cleveland hardware fence. It looked like a stylized matte black daddy longlegs. A red LED began to pulse at the sphere's equator. Its body was no larger than a baseball. Okay, she said, I hear you. She stood up, favoring her left leg, and watched the little drone reverse. It picked its methodical way back across its girder and into darkness. She turned and looked back at the service area. The man in the orange jumpsuit was sealing the front of a white vacuum rig. She watched him ring and seal the helmet, pick up his console, and stepped back through the gap in the construction boat hull. There was a rising whine of motors, and the thing slid smoothly out of sight on a 10-meter circle of flooring that sank away into a harsh glare of arc lamps. The red drone waited patiently at the edge of the hole left by the elevator panel. Then she was off after the Brawn, threading her way between a forest of welded steel struts. The Brawn winked its LED steadily, beckoning her on. "How you doing, Case? You back in Garvey with Malcolm?" "Sure." And jacked into this. "I like it, you know, like I've always talked to myself in my head when I've been in tight spots. Pretend I got some friend, somebody I can trust, and I'll tell 'em what I really think, what I feel like, and then I'll pretend they're telling me what they think about that, and I'll just go along that way. Having you in is kinda like that. That scene with Ashpool." She gnawed at her lower lip, swinging around a strut, keeping the drone in sight. "I was expecting something maybe a little less gone, you know? I mean, these guys are all batshit in here, like they got luminous messages scrawled across the inside of their foreheads or something. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like the way it smells." The drone was hoisting itself up a nearly invisible ladder of U-shaped steel rungs toward a narrow, dark opening. "And while I'm feeling confessional, baby, I gotta admit maybe I never much expected to make it out of this one anyway. Been on this bad roll for a while, and you're the only good change come down since I signed on with Armitage." She looked up at the black circle. The drone's LED winked, climbing. "Not that you're all that shit hot." She smiled, but it was gone too quickly, and she gritted her teeth at the stabbing pain in her leg as she began to climb. The ladder continued up through a metal tube barely wide enough for her shoulders. She was climbing up out of gravity toward the weightless axis. Her chip pulsed the time. It had been a long day. The clarity of her sensorium cut the bite of the betaphenethylamine, but Case could still feel it. He preferred the pain in her leg. "Case 000000000000000000000. Guess it's for you," she said, climbing mechanically. The zeros strobed again, and a message stuttered there, in the corner of her vision, chopped up by the display circuit. "General Gerling. Tracting Cordo for Screaming Fist and sold Heistuth Pentagon. Moot's grip on Armitage is a construct of Gerling. A smention of Gminsches cracking. What's your ass?" "D well," she said, pausing, taking all of her weight on her right leg. "Guess you got problems too." She looked down. There was a faint circle of light, no larger than the brass round of the chub key, that dangled between her breasts. She looked up. Nothing at all. She tongued her amps and the tube rose into vanishing perspective, the brawn picking its way up the rungs. "Nobody told me about this part," she said. Case jacked out. "Man, you bossman gone Verstrange." The Zionite was wearing a blue Sanyo vacuum suit 20 years older than the one Case had rented in Freeside, its helmet under his arm and his dreadlocks bagged in a net cap crocheted from purple cotton yarn. His eyes were slitted with ganja and tension. "Keep callin' down here we orders, mon, but be some Babylon war." Malcolm shook his head. "Errol and I talkin', and Errol talkin' we Zion." Founders set cut and run. He ran the back of a large brown hand across his mouth. "Armitage?" Case winced as the betaphenethylamine hangover hit him with its full intensity, unscreened by the Matrix or Sim-Stim. "Brain's got no nerves in it," he told himself. "It can't really feel this bad." "What do you mean, man? He's giving you orders?" "Mon Armitage, he tellin' me set course for Finland, ya know. He tellin' me there be hope, ya know. Come on my screen, why his shirt all blood, mon, and be crazy as some dog, talkin', screamin', fists and Russian, and the blood of the betrayer shall be on our hands." He shook his head again, the dread cap swaying and bobbing in zero, his lips narrowed. "Founder said the mute voice be false prophet surely, and Errol and I mus bandin Marcus Garvey and return." "Armitage, he was wounded? Blood?" "Can't say, you know, but blood and stone-crazy Case." "Okay," Case said. "So what about me? You're going home. What about me, Malcolm? Mon, Malcolm said. You come in we me, I come Zion we Errol, Babylon rocker. Leave Mr. Armitage to talk we ghost cassette, one ghost to another. Case glanced over his shoulder. His rented suit swung against the hammock where he'd snapped it, swaying in the air current from the old Russian scrubber. He closed his eyes. He saw the sacs of toxin dissolving in his arteries. He saw Molly hauling herself up the endless steel rungs. He opened his eyes. I don't know, man, he said, a strange taste in his mouth. He looked down at his desk, at his hands. I don't know. He looked back up. The brown face was calm now, intent. Malcolm's chin was hidden by the high helmet ring of his old blue suit. She's inside, he said. Molly's inside, in Straylight it's called. If there's any Babylon, man, that's it. We leave on her. She ain't comin' out, steppin' razor or not. Malcolm nodded, the dread bag bobbing behind him like a captive balloon of crocheted cotton. She you woman, Case? I dunno. Nobody's woman, maybe. He shrugged, and found his anger again, real as a shard of hot rock beneath his ribs. Fuck this, he said. Fuck Armitage, fuck Wintermute, and fuck you. I'm stayin' right here. Malcolm's smile spread across his face, like light breaking. Malcolm a rude boy, Case. Garvey Malcolm boat. His gloved lapped a panel, and the bass-heavy rocksteady of Zion dub came pulsing from the tug's speakers. Malcolm not runnin', no. I talk we Errol. He certain see it in similar light. Case stared. I don't understand you guys at all, he said. Don Stanumon, the Zionite said, nodding to the beat. But we muz move by Jah love each one. Case jacked in and flipped for the matrix. Get my wire. Yeah, he saw that the Chinese program had grown. Delicate arches of shifting polychrome were nearing the TA ice. Well, it's gettin' stickier, the flatline said. Your boss wiped the bank on that other Hosaka and damn near took ours with it. But your pal Wintermute put me on to something there before it went black. The reason Straylight's not exactly hoppin' with Tessier ash pools is that they're mostly in cold sleep. There's a law firm in London keeps track of their powers of attorney. Has to know who's awake and exactly when. Armitage was routing the transmissions from London to Straylight through the Hosaka on the yacht. Incidentally, they know the old man's dead. Who knows? The law firm and TA, he had a medical remote planted in his sternum. Not that your girl's dart would have left a resurrection crew with much to work with. Shellfish toxin, but the only TA awake in Straylight right now is Lady 3 Jane Marie France. There's a male, couple years older, in Australia on business. You ask me, I bet Wintermute found a way to cause that business to need this 8 Gene's personal attention. But he's on his way home, or near as matters. The London lawyers give his Straylight ETA as 09 tonight. We slotted Quang virus at 0232-3. It's 4:45:20. Best estimate for Quang penetration of the TA core is 0830 or a hair on either side. I figure Wintermute's got something going with this 3 Jane, or else she's just as crazy as her old man was. But the boy up from Melbourne'll know the score. The Straylight security systems keep trying to go full alert, but Wintermute blocks them. Don't ask me how. Couldn't override the basic gate program to get Molly in, though. Armitage had a record of all that on his Hosaka. Riviera must have talked 3 Jane into doing it. She's been able to fiddle entrances and exits for years. Looks to me like one of TA's main problems is that every family bigwig has riddled the banks with all kinds of private scams and exceptions. Kinda like your immune system falling apart on you, ripe for virus. Looks good for us once we're past that ice. Okay, but Wintermute said that arm. A white lozenge snapped into position, filled with a close-up of mad blue eyes. Case could only stare. Colonel Willie Corto, Special Forces, Strike Force Screaming Fist, had found his way back. The image was dim, jerky, badly focused. Corto was using the Haniwa's navigation deck to link with the Hosaka in Marcus Garvey. Case, I need the damage reports on Omaha Thunder. Say aye, Colonel? Hang in there, boy. Remember your training. But where have you been, man? He silently asked the anguished eyes. Wintermute had built something called Armitage into a catatonic fortress named Quarto, had convinced Quarto that Armitage was the real thing, and Armitage had walked, talked, schemed, bartered data for capital, fronted for Wintermute in that room in the Chiba Hilton. And now Armitage was gone, blown away by the winds of Quarto's madness. But where had Quarto been those years? Falling, burned and blinded out of a Siberian sky. Case, this will be difficult for you to accept, I know that. You're an officer, the training, I understand. But, Case, as God is my witness, we have been betrayed. Tears started from the blue eyes. Colonel, who's betrayed us? General Girling, Case. You may know him by a code name. You do know the man of whom I speak. Yeah, Case said as the tears continued to flow. I guess I do, sir, he added on impulse. But sir, Colonel, what exactly should we do? Now, I mean. Our duty at this point, Case, lies in flight, escape, evasion. We can make the Finnish border nightfall tomorrow. Treetop flying on manual, seat of the pants, boy. But that will only be the beginning. The blue eyes slitted above tanned cheekbones slick with tears. Only the beginning, betrayal from above. From above, he stepped back from the camera, dark stains on his torn twill shirt. Armitage's face had been mask-like, impassive, but Quarto's was the true schizoid mask, illness etched deep in involuntary muscle, distorting the expensive surgery. Colonel, I hear you, man. Listen, Colonel, okay? I want you to open the, what's it called, Dix? The mid-bay lock, the flatline said. Open the mid-bay lock. Just tell your central console there to open it, right? We'll be up there with you fast, Colonel. Then we can talk about getting out of here. The lozenge vanished. Boy, I think you just lost me there, the flatline said. The toxins, Case said. The fucking toxins, and jacked out. Poison? Malcolm watched over the scratched blue shoulder of his old Sanyo as Case struggled out of the G-web. And get this goddamn thing off me? Tugging at the Texas catheter. Like a slow poison, and that asshole upstairs knows how to counter it, and now he's crazier than a shithouse rat. He fumbled with the front of the red Sanyo, forgetting how to work the seals. Bossman, he poison you? Malcolm scratched his cheek. Got a medical kit, ya know. Malcolm, Christ, help me with this goddamn suit. The Zionite kicked off from the pink pilot module. Easy, mon, measure twice, cut once, wise man put it. We get up there. There was air in the corrugated gangway that led from Marcus Garvey's aft lock to the mid-bay lock of the yacht called Haniwa, but they kept their suits sealed. Malcolm executed the passage with balletic grace, only pausing to help Case, who'd gone into an awkward tumble as he'd stepped out of Garvey. The white plastic sides of the tube filtered the raw sunlight. There were no shadows. Garvey's airlock hatch was patched and pitted, decorated with a laser-carved Lion of Zion. Haniwa's mid-bay hatch was creamy gray, blank and pristine. Malcolm inserted his gloved hand in a narrow recess. Case saw his fingers move. Red LEDs came to life in the recess, counting down from 50. Malcolm withdrew his hand. Case, with one glove braced against the hatch, felt the vibration of the lock mechanism through his suit and bones. The round segment of gray hull began to withdraw into the side of Haniwa. Malcolm grabbed the recess with one hand and Case with the other. The lock took them with it. Haniwa was a product of the Dornier Fujitsu yards, her interior informed by a design philosophy similar to the one that had produced the Mercedes that had chauffeured them through Istanbul. The narrow mid-bay was walled in imitation ebony veneer and floored with gray Italian tiles. Case felt as though he were invading some rich man's private spa by way of the shower. The yacht, which had been assembled in orbit, had never been intended for re-entry. Her smooth, wasp-like line was simply styling, and everything about her interior was calculated to add to the overall impression of speed. When Malcolm removed his battered helmet, Case followed his lead. They hung there in the lock, breathing air that smelled faintly of pine. Under it, a disturbing edge of burning insulation. Malcolm sniffed. "Trouble here, mon. Any boat, you smell that." A door, padded with dark gray ultrasweed, slid smoothly back into its housing. Malcolm kicked off the ebony wall and sailed neatly through the narrow opening, twisting his broad shoulders at the last possible instant for clearance. Case followed him clumsily, hand over hand, along a waist-high padded rail. "Bridge," Malcolm said, pointing down a seamless cream-walled corridor. "Be there." He launched himself with another effortless kick. From somewhere ahead, Case made out the familiar chatter of a printer turning out hard copy. It grew louder as he followed Malcolm through another doorway into a swirling mass of tangled printout. Case snatched a length of twisted paper and glanced at it. 000000000000000000000 systems crash? The Zionite flicked a gloved finger at the column of zeros. "No," Case said, grabbing for his drifting helmet. "The flatline," said Armitage, wiped the Hosaka he had in there. "Smell like he wipe 'em we laser, ya know." The Zionite braced his foot against the white cage of a Swiss exercise machine and shot through the floating maze of paper, batting it away from his face. "Case, mon." The man was small, Japanese, his throat bound to the back of the narrow articulated chair with a length of some sort of fine steel wire. The wire was invisible where it crossed the black temper foam of the headrest, and it had cut as deeply into his larynx. A single sphere of dark blood had congealed there like some strange precious stone, a red-black pearl. Case saw the crude wooden handles that drifted at either end of the garrote like worn sections of broom handle. "Wonder how long he had that on him," Case said, remembering Corto's post-war pilgrimage. "He know how pilot boat, Case, bossman?" "Maybe. He was Special Forces." "Well, this Japan boy, he not be pilotin'. Doubt I pilot her easy myself. Ver new boat." "So find us the bridge." Malcolm frowned, rolled backward, and kicked. Case followed him into a larger space, a kind of lounge, shredding and crumpling the lengths of printout that snared him in his passage. There were more of the articulated chairs, here something that resembled a bar, and the Hosaka. The printer, still spewing its flimsy tongue of paper, was an inbuilt bulkhead unit, a neat slot in a panel of hand-rubbed veneer. He pulled himself over the circle of chairs and reached it, punching a white stud to the left of the slot. The chattering stopped. He turned and stared at the Hosaka. Its face had been drilled through at least a dozen times. The holes were small, circular, edges blackened. Tiny spheres of bright alloy were orbiting the dead computer. "Good guess," he said to Malcolm. "Bridge locked, mon," Malcolm said from the opposite side of the lounge. The lights dimmed again. Case ripped the printout from its slot. More zeros. Wintermute? He looked around the beige and brown lounge, the space scrawled with drifting curves of paper. "That you on the lights, Wintermute?" A panel beside Malcolm's head slid up, revealing a small monitor. Malcolm jerked apprehensively, wiped sweat from his forehead with a foam patch on the back of a gloved hand, and swung to study the display. "You read Japanese, mon?" Case could see figures blinking past on the screen. "No," Case said. "Bridge's escape pod lifeboat, counting down, looks like it. Suit up now." He ringed his helmet and slapped at the seals. "What? He's taken off? Shit!" He kicked off from the bulkhead and shot through the tangle of printout. "We gotta open this door, man." But Malcolm could only tap the side of his helmet. Case could see his lips moving through the Lexan. He saw a bead of sweat arc out from the rainbow-braided band of the purple cotton net the Zionite wore over his locks. Malcolm snatched the helmet from Case and ringed it for him smoothly, the palms of his gloves smacking the seals. Micro-LEDed monitors to the left of the faceplate lit as the neck ring connections closed. No said Japanese, Malcolm said over his suit's transceiver, but countdown's wrong. He tapped a particular line on the screen. Seals not intact, bridge module. Launch and Y lock open. Armitage, Case tried to pound on the door. The physics of 0G sent him tumbling back through the printout. Corto, don't do it. We gotta talk. We gotta. Case? Read you, Case? The voice barely resembled Armitage's now. It held a weird calm. Case stopped kicking. His helmet struck the far wall. I'm sorry, Case, but it has to be this way. One of us has to get out. One of us has to testify. If we all go down here, it ends here. I'll tell them, Case. I'll tell them all of it, about Gerling and the others. And I'll make it, Case. I know I'll make it. To Helsinki. There was a sudden silence. Case felt it fill his helmet like some rare gas. But it's so hard, Case, so goddamn hard I'm blind. Corto, stop. Wait. You're blind, man. You can't fly. You'll hit the fucking trees. And they're trying to get you, Corto. I swear to God they've left your hatch open. You'll die, and you'll never get to tell 'em, and I gotta get the enzyme, name of the enzyme, man. He was shouting, voice high with hysteria. Feedback shrilled out of the helmet's phone pads. Remember the training, Case. That's all we can do. And then the helmet filled with a confused babble, roaring static harmonics howling down the years from Screaming Fist. Fragments of Russian and then a stranger's voice, Midwestern, very young. We are down, repeat. Omaha Thunder is down, we. Wintermute, Case screamed. Don't do this to me. Tears broke from his lashes, rebounding off the faceplate in wobbling crystal droplets. Then Haniwa thudded once, shivered as if some huge soft thing had struck her hull. Case imagined the lifeboat jolting free, blown clear by explosive bolts, a second's clawing hurricane of escaping air tearing mad Colonel Corto from his couch from Wintermute's rendition of the final minute of Screaming Fist. I'm gone, Mon. Malcolm looked at the monitor. Hatch open. Mute Muzz override ejection failsafe. Case tried to wipe the tears of rage from his eyes. His fingers clacked against Lexan. Yacht, she tight for air, but Bossman taken grapple control we bridge. Marcus Garvey still stuck. But Case was seeing Armitage's endless fall around Freeside, through vacuum colder than the steppes. For some reason, he imagined him in his dark Burberry, the trenchcoat Uj bat. Chapter 25 17. Get what you went for, the construct asked. Quang grade Mark 11 was filling the grid between itself and the TA ice with hypnotically intricate traceries of rainbow, lattices fine as snow crystal on a winter window. Wintermute killed Armitage, blew him out in a lifeboat with a hatch open. Tough shit, the flatline said. Weren't exactly asshole buddies, were you? He knew how to unbond the toxin sacks. So Wintermute knows too, count on it. I don't exactly trust Wintermute to give it to me. The construct's hideous approximation of laughter scraped Case's nerves like a dull blade. Maybe that means you're getting smart. He hit the sim-stim switch. 06-2752 by the chip in her optic nerve. Case had been following her progress through Villa Straylight for over an hour, letting the endorphin analog she'd taken blot out his hangover. The pain in her leg was gone. She seemed to move through a warm bath. The Brawn drone was perched on her shoulder, its tiny manipulators, like padded surgical clips, secure in the polycarbon of the modern suit. The walls here were raw steel, striped with rough brown ribbons of epoxy, where some kind of covering had been ripped away. She'd hidden from a work crew, crouching, the Fletcher cradled in her hands, her suit steel gray, while the two slender Africans and their balloon-tired work cart passed. The men had shaven heads and wore orange coveralls. One was singing softly to himself in a language Case had never heard, the tones and melody alien and haunting. The head's speech, 3 Jane's essay on Straylight, came back to him as she worked her way deeper into the maze of the place. Straylight was crazy, was craziness grown in the resin concrete they'd mixed from pulverized lunar stone. grown in welded steel and tons of knickknacks, all the bizarre impedimenta they'd shipped up the well to line their winding nest. But it wasn't a craziness he understood, not like Armitage's madness, which he now imagined he could understand. Twist a man far enough, then twist him as far back in the she was descending. Chapter 26. 18. She missed it by a fraction. She nearly cut it, but not quite. She went in just right, Case thought. The right attitude. It was something he could sense, something he could have seen in the posture of another cowboy leaning into a deck, fingers flying across the board. She had it, the thing, the moves, and she'd pulled it all together for her entrance. Pulled it together around the pain in her leg and marched down 3 Jane's stairs like she owned the place, elbow of her gun arm at her hip, forearm up, wrist relaxed, swaying the muzzle of the Fletcher with the studied nonchalance of a Regency duelist. It was a performance. It was like the culmination of a lifetime's observation of martial arts tapes, cheap ones, the kind Case had grown up on. For a few seconds he knew she was every badass hero, Sony Mao in the old Shaw videos, Mickey Chiba, the whole lineage back to Lee and Eastwood. She was walking it the way she talked it. Lady 3 Jane Marie France Tessier Ashpool had carved herself a low country flush with the inner surface of Straylight's hull, chopping away the maze of walls that was her legacy. She lived in a single room so broad and deep that its far reaches were lost to an inverse horizon, the floor hidden by the curvature of the spindle. The ceiling was low and irregular, done in the same imitation stone that walled the corridor. Here and there across the floor were jagged sections of wall, waist-high reminders of the labyrinth. There was a rectangular turquoise pool centered 10 meters from the foot of the stairway. Its underwater floods the apartment's only source of light, or it seemed that way to Case as Molly took her final step. The pool threw shifting blobs of light across the ceiling above it. They were waiting by the pool. He'd known that her reflexes were souped up, jazzed by the neurosurgeons for combat, but he hadn't experienced them on the Stimlink. The effect was like tape run at half speed, a slow, deliberate dance choreographed to the killer instinct and years of training. She seemed to take the 3 of them in at a glance. The boy poised on the pool's high board, the girl grinning over her wineglass, and the corpse of Ashpool, his left socket gaping black and corrupt above his welcoming smile. He wore his maroon robe. His teeth were very white. The boy dove. Slender, brown, his form perfect. The grenade left her hand before his hands could cut the water. Case knew the thing for what it was as it broke the surface, a core of high explosive wrapped with 10 meters of fine, brittle steel wire. Her Fletcher whined as she sent a storm of explosive darts into Ashpool's face and chest, and he was gone, smoke curling from the pocked back of the empty white enameled pool chair. The muzzle swung for 3 Jane as the grenade detonated, a symmetrical wedding cake of water rising, breaking, falling back, but the mistake had been made. Hideo didn't even touch her then, her leg collapsed. In Garvey, Case screamed. "It took you long enough," Riviera said as he searched her pockets. Her hands vanished at the wrists in a matte black sphere the size of a bowling ball. "I saw a multiple assassination in Ankara," he said, his fingers plucking things from her jacket. "A grenade job. In a pool. It seemed a very weak explosion, but they all died instantly of hydrostatic shock." Case felt her move her fingers experimentally. The material of the ball seemed to offer no more resistance than temper foam. The pain in her leg was excruciating, impossible. A red moire shifted in her vision. "I wouldn't move them if I were you." The interior of the ball seemed to tighten slightly. "It's a sex toy Jane bought in Berlin. Wiggle them long enough and it crushes them to a pulp. Variant of the material they make this flooring from. Something to do with the molecules, I suppose. Are you in pain?" She groaned. "You seem to have injured your leg." His fingers found the flat packet of drugs in the left back pocket of her jeans. Well, my last taste from Ali, and just in time. The shifting mesh of blood began to whirl. Hideo, said another voice, a woman's. She's losing consciousness. Give her something. For that and for the pain. She's very striking, don't you think, Peter? These glasses, are they a fashion where she comes from? Cool hands, unhurried, with a surgeon's certainty, the sting of a needle. I wouldn't know, Riviera was saying. I've never seen her native habitat. They came and took me from Turkey. The sprawl, yes. We have interests there, and once we sent Hideo. My fault, really. I'd let someone in, a burglar. He took the family terminal. She laughed. I made it easy for him, to annoy the others. He was a pretty boy, my burglar. Is she waking, Hideo? Shouldn't she have more? More and she would die, said a third voice. The blood mesh slid into black. The music returned, horns and piano, dance music. Case Jack out. Afterimages of the flashed words danced across Malcolm's eyes and creased forehead as Case removed the trodes. You screamed, Mon, while ago. Molly, he said, his throat dry, got hurt. He took a white plastic squeeze bottle from the edge of the G-web and sucked out a mouthful of flat water. I don't like how any of this shit is going. The little Cray monitor lit. The fin against a background of twisted, impacted junk. Neither do I. We got a problem. Malcolm pulled himself up over Case's head, twisted and peered over his shoulder. Now who is that Mon, Case? That's just a picture, Malcolm, Case said wearily. Guy I know in the sprawl. It's Wintermute talking. Picture's supposed to make us feel at home. Bullshit, the fin said. Like I told Molly, these aren't masks. I need 'em to talk to you. 'Cause I don't have what you'd think of as a personality, much. But all that's just pissing in the wind, Case, 'cause, like I just said, we got a problem. So express thyself, Mute, Malcolm said. Molly's legs falling off for starts. Can't walk. How it was supposed to go down, she'd walk in, talk the magic word out of 3 Jane, get up to the head, and say it. Now she's blown it. So I want you two to go in after her. Case stared at the face on the screen. Oos? So who else? Errol, Case said, the guy on Babylon Rocker, Malcolm's pal. No, gotta be you. Gotta be somebody who understands Molly, who understands Riviera, Malcolm for muscle. You maybe forget that I'm in the middle of a little run here. Remember? What you hauled my ass out here for. Case, listen up. Time's tight. Very tight. Listen, the real link between your deck and Strelite is a sideband broadcast over Garvey's navigation system. You'll take Garvey into a very private dock I'll show you. The Chinese virus has completely penetrated the fabric of the Hosaka. There's nothing in the Hosaka but virus now. When you dock, the virus will be interfaced with the Strelite custodial system and will cut the sideband. You'll take your deck, the flatline, and Malcolm. You'll find 3 Jane, get the word out of her, kill Riviera, get the key from Molly. You can keep track of the program by jacking your deck into the Strelite system. I'll handle it for you. There's a standard jack in the back of the head behind a panel with 5 zircons. Kill Riviera? Case blinked at the representation of the fin. He felt Malcolm put his hand on his shoulder. Hey, you forget something. He felt the rage rising and a kind of glee. You fucked up. You blew the controls on the grapples when you blew Armitage. Haniwa's got us good and tight. Armitage fried the other Hosaka, and the mainframes went with the bridge, right? The fin nodded. So we're stuck out here, and that means you're fucked, man. He wanted to laugh, but it caught in his throat. Casemon, Malcolm said softly. Garvey, a tug. That's right, said the fin and smiled. Yo havin' fun in the big world outside? The construct asked when Case jacked back in. Figured that was Wintermute requestin' the pleasure. Yeah, you bet. Kwong okay? Bang on, killer virus. Okay, got some snags, but we're working on it. You want to tell me maybe? Don't have time. Well, boy, never mind me. I'm just dead anyway. Fuck off, Case said, and flipped, cutting off the torn fingernail edge of the flatline's laughter. Dreamed of a state involving very little in the way of individual consciousness, 3 Jane was saying. She cupped a large cameo in her hand, extending it toward Molly. The carved profile was very much like her own, animal bliss. I think she viewed the evolution of the forebrain as a sort of sidestep. She withdrew the brooch and studied it, tilting it to catch the light at different angles. Only in certain heightened modes would an individual, a clan member, suffer the more painful aspects of self-awareness. Molly nodded. Case remembered the injection. What had they given her? The pain was still there, but it came through as a tight focus of scrambled impressions. Neon worms writhing in her thigh, the touch of burlap, smell of frying krill. His mind recoiled from it. If he avoided focusing on it, the impressions overlapped, became a sensory equivalent of white noise. If it could do that to her nervous system, what would her frame of mind be? Her vision was abnormally clear and bright, even sharper than usual. Things seemed to vibrate, each person or object tuned to a minutely different frequency. Her hands, still locked in the black ball, were on her lap. She sat in one of the pool chairs, her broken leg propped straight in front of her on a camelskin hassock. 3 Jane sat opposite on another hassock, huddled in an oversized jellaba of unbleached wool. She was very young. Where'd he go? Molly asked. To take his shot. 3 Jane shrugged beneath the folds of the pale, heavy robe and tossed a strand of dark hair away from her eyes. He told me when to let you in, she said. He wouldn't tell me why. Everything has to be a mystery. Would you have hurt us? Case felt Molly hesitate. I would have killed him. I'd have tried to kill the ninja. Then I was supposed to talk with you. Why? 3 Jane asked, tucking the cameo back into one of the jellaba's inner pockets. And why? And what about? Molly seemed to be studying the high, delicate bones, the wide mouth, the narrow hawk nose. 3 Jane's eyes were dark, curiously opaque. Because I hate him, she said at last, and the why of that's just the way I'm wired, what he is and what I am. And the show, 3 Jane said. I saw the show. Molly nodded. But Hideo? Because they're the best. Because one of them killed a partner of mine once. 3 Jane became very grave. She raised her eyebrows. Because I had to see, Molly said. And then we would have talked, you and I, like this? Her dark hair was very straight, center-parted, drawn back into a knot of dull sterling. Shall we talk now? Take this off, Molly said, raising her captive hands. You killed my father, 3 Jane said. No change whatever in her tone. I was watching on the monitors, my mother's eyes, he called them. He killed the puppet. It looked like you. He was fond of broad gestures, she said, and then Riviera was beside her, radiant with drugs, in the seersucker convict outfit he'd worn in the roof garden of their hotel. Getting acquainted? She's an interesting girl, isn't she? I thought so when I first saw her. He stepped past 3 Jane. It isn't going to work, you know. Isn't it, Peter? Molly managed a grin. Wintermute won't be the first to have made the same mistake, underestimating me. He crossed the tiled pool border to a white enamel table and splashed mineral water into a heavy crystal highball glass. He talked with me, Molly. I suppose he talked to all of us. You and Case, whatever there is of Armitage to talk to. He can't really understand us, you know. He has his profiles, but those are only statistics. You may be the statistical animal, darling, and Case is nothing but I possess the unquantifiable by its very nature. He drank. And what exactly is that, Peter? Molly asked, her voice flat. Riviera beamed. Perversity. He walked back to the 2 women, swirling the water that remained in the dense, deeply carved cylinder of rock crystal, as though he enjoyed the weight of the thing, an enjoyment of the gratuitous act. And I have made a decision, Molly, a wholly gratuitous decision. She waited, looking up at him. "Oh, Peter," 3 Jane said with the sort of gentle exasperation ordinarily reserved for children. "No word for you, Molly. He told me about that, you see. 3 Jane knows the code, of course, but you won't have it. Neither will Wintermute. My Jane's an ambitious girl in her perverse way." He smiled again. "She has designs on the family empire, and a pair of insane artificial intelligences, kinky as the concept may be, would only get in our way, so comes her Riviera to help her out, you see. And Peter says, sit tight. Play Daddy's favorite swing records and let Peter call you up a band to match, a floor of dancers, a wake for dead King Ashpool." He drank off the last of the mineral water. "No, you wouldn't do, Daddy, you would not do. Now that Peter's come home." And then, his face pink with the pleasure of cocaine and mepridine, he swung the glass hard into her left lens implant, smashing vision into blood and light. Malcolm was prone against the cabin ceiling when Case removed the trodes. A nylon sling around his waist was fastened to the panels on either side, with shock cords and gray rubber suction pads. He had his shirt off and was working on a central panel with a clumsy-looking 0G wrench, the thing's fat countersprings twanging as he removed another hex head. Marcus Garvey was groaning and ticking with G-stress. "The mute take an I&I doc," the Zionite said, popping the hex head into a mesh pouch at his waist. "Malcolm pilot the Landon, meantime need we tool the job." "You keep tools back there?" Case craned his neck and watched cords of muscle bunching in the brown back. "This one," Malcolm said, sliding a long bundle wrapped in black poly from the space behind the panel. He replaced the panel along with a single hex head to hold it in place. The black package had drifted aft before he'd finished. He thumbed open the vacuum valves on the work belt's gray pads and freed himself, retrieving the thing he'd removed. He kicked back, gliding over his instruments. A green docking diagram pulsed on his central screen and snagged the frame of Case's G-Web. He pulled himself down and picked at the tape of his package with a thick, chipped thumbnail. "Some man in China say the truth comes out this," he said, unwrapping an ancient oil-slick Remington automatic shotgun, its barrel chopped off a few millimeters in front of the battered forestock. The shoulder stock had been removed entirely, replaced with a wooden pistol grip wound with dull black tape. He smelled of sweat and ganja. "That the only one you got?" "Sure, Mon," he said, wiping oil from the black barrel with a red cloth, the black poly wrapping bunched around the pistol grip in his other hand. "I an Rastafarian Navy, believe it." Case pulled the trodes down across his forehead. He'd never bothered to put the Texas catheter back on. At least he could take a real piss in the Villa Straylight, even if it was his last. He jacked in. "Hey," the construct said. "Old Peter's totally apeshit, huh?" They seemed to be part of the Tessier Ashpool ice now. The emerald arches had widened, grown together, become a solid mass. Green predominated in the plains of the Chinese program that surrounded them. "Gettin' close, Dixie." "Real close. Need you soon." "Listen, Dix. Wintermute says Kwang set itself up solid in our Hosaka. I'm going to have to jack you and my deck out of the circuit, haul you into Straylight, and plug you back into the custodial program there," Wintermute says. "Says the Kwang virus will be all through there. Then we run from inside, through the Straylight net." "Wonderful," the flatline said. "I never did like to do anything simple when I could do it ass backwards." Case flipped. Into her darkness, a churning synesthesia, where her pain was the taste of old iron, scent of melon, wings of a moth brushing her cheek. She was unconscious, and he was barred from her dreams. When the optic chip flared, the alphanumerics were haloed, each one ringed with a faint pink aura. "I'm very unhappy with this, Peter." 3Jane's voice seemed to arrive from a hollow distance. Molly could hear, he realized, then corrected himself. The sim-stim unit was intact and still in place. He could feel it digging against her ribs. Her ears registered the vibrations of the girl's voice. Riviera said something brief and indistinct. But I don't, she said, and it isn't fun. Hideo will bring a medical unit down from intensive care, but this needs a surgeon. There was a silence. Very distinctly, Case heard the water lap against the side of the pool. What was that you were telling her when I came back? Riviera was very close now. About my mother, she asked me to. I think she was in shock, aside from Hideo's injection. Why did you do that to her? I wanted to see if they would break. One did. When she comes around, if she comes around, we'll see what color her eyes are. She's extremely dangerous, too dangerous. If I hadn't been here to distract her, to throw up Ashpool to distract her, and my own Hideo to draw her little bomb, where would you be, in her power? No, 3Jane said. There was Hideo. I don't think you quite understand about Hideo. She does, evidently. Like a drink? Wine the white. Case jacked out. Malcolm was hunched over Garvey's controls, tapping out commands for a docking sequence. The module's central screen displayed a fixed red square that represented the Strelite dock. Garvey was a larger square, green, that shrank slowly, wavering from side to side with Malcolm's commands. To the left, a smaller screen displayed a skeletal graphic of Garvey and Haniwa as they approached the curvature of the spindle. We got an hour, man, Case said, pulling the ribbon of fiber optics from the Hosaka. His deck's backup batteries were good for 90 minutes, but the Flatlines construct would be an additional drain. He worked quickly, mechanically, fastening the construct to the bottom of the Ono Sendai with micropore tape. Malcolm's work belt drifted past. He snagged it, unclipped the 2 lengths of shock cord with their gray rectangular suction pads and hooked the jaws of one clip through the other. He held the pads against the sides of his deck and worked the thumb lever that created suction. With the deck, construct, and improvised shoulder strap suspended in front of him, he struggled into his leather jacket, checking the contents of his pockets. The passport Armitage had given him, the bank chip in the same name, the credit chip he'd been issued when he'd entered Freeside, 2 dirhams of the betaphenethylamine he'd bought from Bruce, a roll of new yen, half a pack of Yeheyuans, and the shuriken. He tossed the Freeside chip over his shoulders, heard it click off the Russian scrubber. He was about to do the same with the steel star, but the rebounding credit chip clipped the back of his skull, spun off, struck the ceiling, and tumbled past Malcolm's left shoulder. The Zionite interrupted his piloting to glare back at him. Case looked at the shuriken, then tucked it into his jacket pocket, hearing the lining tear. You missin' the mute, mon, Malcolm said. Mute say he messin' security for Garvey. Garvey dockin' as another boat they spectin' out of Babylon, mute broadcastin' codes for us. We gonna wear the suits? Too heavy. Malcolm shrugged. Stay in web till I tell you. He tapped a final sequence into the module and grabbed the worn pink handholds on either side of the navigation board. Case saw the green square shrink a final few millimeters to overlap the red square. On the smaller screen, Haniwa lowered her bow to miss the curve of the spindle and was snared. Garvey was still slung beneath her like a captive grub. The tug rang, shuddered. 2 stylized arms sprang out to grip the slender wasp shape. Stray light extruded a tentative yellow rectangle that curved, groping past Haniwa for Garvey. There was a scraping sound from the bow, beyond the trembling fronds of caulk. Mon, Malcolm said. Mind we got gravity. A dozen small objects struck the floor of the cabin simultaneously, as though drawn there by a magnet. Case gasped as his internal organs were pulled into a different configuration. The deck and construct had fallen painfully to his lap. They were attached to the spindle now, rotating with it. Malcolm spread his arms, flexed tension from his shoulders, and removed his purple dread bag, shaking out his locks. Come now, and be Ma's precious. Chapter 27 The Villa Straylight was a parasitic structure, Case reminded himself, As he stepped past the tendrils of caulk and through Marcus Garvey's forward hatch, Straylight bled air and water out of Freeside and had no ecosystem of its own. The gangway tube the Doc had extended was a more elaborate version of the one he'd tumbled through to reach Haniwa, designed for use in the spindle's rotation gravity. A corrugated tunnel, articulated by integral hydraulic members, each segment ringed with a loop of tough non-slip plastic, the loops serving as the rungs of a ladder. The gangway had snaked its way around Haniwa. It was horizontal, where it joined Garvey's lock, but curved up sharply and to the left, a vertical climb around the curvature of the yacht's hull. Malcolm was already making his way up the rings, pulling himself up with his left hand, the Remington in his right. He wore a stained pair of baggy fatigues, his sleeveless green nylon jacket, and a pair of ragged canvas sneakers with bright red soles. The gangway shifted slightly each time he climbed to another ring. The clips on Case's makeshift strap dug into his shoulder with the weight of the Ono Sendai and the Flatlines construct. All he felt now was fear, a generalized dread. He pushed it away, forcing himself to replay Armitage's lecture on the spindle and Villa Straylight. He started climbing. Freeside's ecosystem was limited, not closed. Zion was a closed system, capable of cycling for years without the introduction of external materials. Freeside produced its own air and water but relied on constant shipments of food, on the regular augmentation of soil nutrients. The Villa Straylight produced nothing at all. "Mon," Malcolm said quietly, "get up here, side me." Case edged sideways on the circular ladder and climbed the last few rungs. The gangway ended in a smooth, slightly convex hatch 2 meters in diameter. The hydraulic members of the tube vanished into flexible housings set into the frame of the hatch. "So what do we?" Case's mouth shut as the hatch swung up, a slight differential in pressure puffing fine grit into his eyes. Malcolm scrambled up, over the edge, and Case heard the tiny click of the Remington's safety being released. "Mon in the hurry," Malcolm whispered, crouching there. Then Case was beside him. The hatch was centered in a round vaulted chamber floored with blue non-slip plastic tiles. Malcolm nudged him, pointed, and he saw a monitor set into a curved wall. On the screen, a tall young man with the Tessier Ashpool features was brushing something from the sleeves of his dark suit coat. He stood beside an identical hatch in an identical chamber. "Very sorry, sir," said a voice from a grid centered above the hatch. Case glanced up. "Expected you later at the axial dock. 1 moment, please." On the monitor, the young man tossed his head impatiently. Malcolm spun as a door slid open to their left, the shotgun ready. A small Eurasian in orange coveralls stepped through and goggled at them. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He closed his mouth. Case glanced at the monitor, blank. "Who?" the man managed. "The Rastafarian Navy," Case said, standing up, the cyberspace deck banging against his hip, "and all we want's a jack into your custodial system." The man swallowed. "Is this a test? It's a loyalty check. It must be a loyalty check." He wiped the palms of his hands on the thighs of his orange suit. "No, man, this a real one." Malcolm came up out of his crouch with the Remington pointed at the Eurasian's face. "You move it." They followed the man back through the door into a corridor whose polished concrete walls and irregular floor of overlapping carpets were perfectly familiar to Case. "Pretty rugs," Malcolm said, prodding the man in the back. "Smell like church." They came to another monitor, an antique Sony. This one mounted above a console with a keyboard and a complex array of jack panels. The screen lit as they halted, the fin grinning tensely out at them from what seemed to be the front room of Metro Holographics. "Okay," he said. "Malcolm takes this guy down the corridor to the open locker door, sticks him in there, I'll lock it. Case you want the 5th socket from the left top panel. There's adapter plugs in the cabinet under the console. Needs Ono Sendai 20 point into Hitachi 40. As Malcolm nudged his captive along, Case knelt and fumbled through an assortment of plugs, finally coming up with the one he needed. With his deck jacked into the adapter, he paused. "Do you have to look like that, man?" he asked the face on the screen. The fin was erased a line at a time by the image of Lonnie Zone against a wall of peeling Japanese posters. "Anything you want, baby," Zone drawled. "Just hop it for Lonnie." "No," Case said. "Use the fin." As the Zone image vanished, he shoved the Hitachi adapter into its socket and settled the trodes across his forehead. "What kept you?" the flatline asked and laughed. "Told you don't do that," Case said. "Joke boy," the construct said. "Zero time-lapse for me. Let me see what we got here." The Quang program was green, exactly the shade of the TA ice. Even as Case watched, it grew gradually more opaque, although he could see the black-mirrored shark thing clearly when he looked up. "The fracture lines," he said to Malcolm. Chapter 28. 20. He'd lost his anger again. He missed it. The little cart was crowded. Malcolm, the Remington across his knees, and Case, deck and construct against his chest. The cart was operating at speeds it hadn't been designed for. It was top-heavy, cornering, and Malcolm had taken to leaning out in the direction of the turns. This presented no problem when the thing took lefts, because Case sat on the right, but in the right turns the Zionite had to lean across Case and his gear, crushing him against the seat. He had no idea where they were. Everything was familiar, but he couldn't be sure he'd seen any particular stretch before. A curving hallway lined with wooden showcases displayed collections he was certain he'd never seen. The skulls of large birds, coins, masks of beaten silver. The service cart's 6 tires were silent on the layered carpets. There was only the whine of the electric motor and an occasional faint burst of Zion dub from the foam beads in Malcolm's ears as he lunged past Case to counter a sharp right. The deck and the construct kept pressing the shuriken in his jacket pocket into his hip. "You got a watch?" he asked Malcolm. The Zionite shook his locks. "Time be time." "Jesus," Case said, and closed his eyes. The brown scuttled over mounded carpets and tapped one of its padded claws against an oversized rectangular door of dark battered wood. Behind them, the cart sizzled and shot blue sparks from a louvered panel. The sparks struck the carpet beneath the cart, and Case smelled scorched wool. "This the way, Mon?" Malcolm eyed the door and snapped the shotgun safety. "Hey," Case said, more to himself than to Malcolm, "you think I know?" The brawn rotated its spherical body, and the LED strobed. "It won you open door," Malcolm said, nodding. Case stepped forward and tried the ornate brass knob. There was a brass plate mounted on the door at eye level, so old that the lettering that had once been engraved there had been reduced to a spidery, unreadable code, the name of some long-dead function or functionary, polished into oblivion. He wondered vaguely if Tessie Ashpool had selected each piece of Strylite individually, or if they'd purchased it in bulk from some vast European equivalent of Metro Holographics. The door's hinges creaked plaintively as he edged it open, Malcolm stepping past him with the Remington thrust forward from his hip. "Books," Malcolm said. "The library, the white steel shelves with their labels." "I know where we are," Case said. He looked back at the service cart. A curl of smoke was rising from the carpet. "So come on," he said. "Cart!" "Cart?" It remained stationary. The brawn was plucking at the leg of his jeans, nipping at his ankle. He resisted a strong urge to kick it. "Yeah?" It ticked its way around the door. He followed it. The monitor in the library was another Sony, as old as the first one. The brawn paused beneath it and executed a sort of jig. The familiar features filled the screen. The fin smiled. "Time to check in, Case," the fin said. His eyes screwed up against the smoke of a cigarette. "Comin', Jack." The brawn threw itself against his ankle and began to climb his leg, its manipulators pinching his flesh through the thin black cloth. "Shit!" He slapped it aside and it struck the wall. Two of its limbs began to piston repeatedly, uselessly, pumping the air. What's wrong with the goddamn thing? Burned out, the fin said. Forget it. No problem. Jack in now. There were 4 sockets beneath the screen, but only one would accept the Hitachi adapter. He jacked in. Nothing, gray void. No matrix, no grid, no cyberspace. The deck was gone. His fingers were. And on the far rim of consciousness, a scurrying, a fleeting impression of something rushing toward him, across leagues of black mirror. He tried to scream. There seemed to be a city, beyond the curve of beach, but it was far away. He crouched on his haunches on the damp sand, his arms wrapped tight across his knees, and shook. He stayed that way for what seemed a very long time, even after the shaking stopped. The city, if it was a city, was low and gray. At times it was obscured by banks of mist that came rolling in over the lapping surf. At one point he decided that it wasn't a city at all, but some single building, perhaps a ruin. He had no way of judging its distance. The sand was the shade of tarnished silver that hadn't gone entirely black. The beach was made of sand. The beach was very long. The sand was damp. The bottoms of his jeans were wet from the sand. He held himself and rocked, singing a song without words or tune. The sky was a different silver, Chiba, like the Chiba sky. Tokyo Bay? He turned his head and stared out to sea, longing for the hologram logo of Fuji Electric, for the drone of a helicopter, anything at all. Behind him, a gull cried. He shivered. A wind was rising. Sand stung his cheek. He put his face against his knees and wept, the sound of his sobbing as distant and alien as the cry of the searching gull. Hot urine soaked his jeans, dribbled on the sand, and quickly cooled in the wind off the water. When his tears were gone, his throat ached. Wintermute, he mumbled to his knees. Wintermute. It was growing dark now, and when he shivered, it was with a cold that finally forced him to stand. His knees and elbows ached. His nose was running. He wiped it on the cuff of his jacket, then searched one empty pocket after another. Jesus, he said, shoulders hunched, tucking his fingers beneath his arms for warmth. Jesus. His teeth began to chatter. The tide had left the beach combed with patterns more subtle than any a Tokyo gardener produced. When he'd taken a dozen steps in the direction of the now invisible city, he turned and looked back through the gathering dark. His footprints stretched to the point of his arrival. There were no other marks to disturb the tarnished sand. He estimated that he'd covered at least a kilometer before he noticed the light. He was talking with Rats, and it was Rats who first pointed it out, an orange-red glow to his right, away from the surf. He knew that Rats wasn't there, that the bartender was a figment of his own imagination, not of the thing he was trapped in, but that didn't matter. He'd called the man up for comfort of some kind, but Rats had had his own ideas about Case and his predicament. Really, my artiste, you amaze me. The lengths you will go to in order to accomplish your own destruction, the redundancy of it. In Night City, you had it in the palm of your hand. The speed to eat your sense away, drink to keep it all so fluid, Linda for a sweeter sorrow, and the street to hold the axe. How far you've come, to do it now, and what grotesque props. Playgrounds hung in space, castles hermetically sealed, the rarest rots of old Europa, dead men sealed in little boxes, magic out of China. Rats laughed, trudging along beside him, his pink manipulator swinging jauntily at his side. In spite of the dark, Case could see the Baroque stuttered something out of dream. Chapter 29. 21. The music woke him, and at first it might have been the beat of his own heart. He sat up beside her, pulling his jacket over his shoulders in the pre-dawn chill, gray light from the doorway and the fire long dead. His vision crawled with ghost hieroglyphs, translucent lines of symbols arranging themselves against the neutral backdrop of the bunker wall. He looked at the backs of his hands, saw faint neon molecules crawling beneath the skin, ordered by the unknowable code. He raised his right hand and moved it experimentally. It left a faint, fading trail of strobed afterimages. The hair stood up along his arms and at the back of his neck. He crouched there with his teeth bared and felt for the music. The pulse faded, returned, faded. "What's wrong?" She sat up, clawing hair from her eyes. "Baby, I feel like a drug. You get that here?" She shook her head, reached for him, her hands on his upper arms. "Linda, who told you? Who told you I'd come? Who?" "On the beach," she said, something forcing her to look away. "A boy. I see him on the beach. Maybe 13. He lives here." "And what did he say?" "He said you'd come. He said you wouldn't hate me. He said we'd be okay here, and he told me where the rain pool was. He looks Mexican." "Brazilian," Case said, as a new wave of symbols washed down the wall. "I think he's from Rio." He got to his feet and began to struggle into his jeans. "Case," she said, her voice shaking. "Case, where you going?" "I think I'll find that boy," he said, as the music came surging back. Still only a beat, steady and familiar, although he couldn't place it in memory. "Don't, Case. I thought I saw something when I got here. A city down the beach. But yesterday it wasn't there. You ever seen that?" He yanked his zipper up and tore at the impossible knot in his shoelaces, finally tossing the shoes into the corner. She nodded, eyes lowered. "Yeah, I see it sometimes." "You ever go there, Linda?" He put his jacket on. "No," she said, "but I tried, after I first came and I was bored. Anyway, I figured it's a city. Maybe I could find some shit." She grimaced. "I wasn't even sick. I just wanted it. So I took food in a can, mixed it real wet because I didn't have another can for water. And I walked all day and I could see it sometimes, city, and it didn't seem too far. But it never got any closer. And then it was getting closer and I saw what it was. Sometimes that day it had looked kinda like it was wrecked, or maybe nobody there, and other times I thought I'd see light flashing off a machine, cars or something." Her voice trailed off. "What is it?" "This thing," she gestured around at the fireplace, the dark walls, the dawn outlining the doorway. "Where we live, it gets smaller, Case, smaller, closer you get to it." Pausing one last time by the doorway. "You ask your boy about that?" "Yeah. He said I wouldn't understand, and I was wasting my time. Said it was like an event, and it was our horizon. Event Horizon, he called it." The words meant nothing to him. He left the bunker and struck out blindly, heading, he knew, somehow away from the sea. Now the hieroglyphs sped across the sand, fled from his feet, drew back from him as he walked. "Hey," he said, "it's breaking down." "Bet you know too. What is it? Kwong, Chinese icebreaker eating a hole in your heart? Maybe the Dixie Flatline's no pushover, huh?" He heard her call his name. Looked back and she was following him, not trying to catch up, the broken zip of the French fatigues flapping against the brown of her belly, pubic hair framed in torn fabric. She looked like one of the girls on the Finn's old magazines in Metro Holographics come to life, only she was tired and sad and human, the ripped costume pathetic as she stumbled over clumps of salt-silver seagrass. And then somehow they stood in the surf, the three of them, and the boy's gums were wide and bright pink against his thin brown face. He wore ragged, colorless shorts, limbs too thin against the sliding blue-gray of the tide. "I know you," Case said, Linda beside him. "No," the boy said, his voice high and musical, "you do not. You're the other AI. You're Rio. You're the one who wants to stop Wintermute. What's your name? Your Turing code. What is it?" The boy did a handstand in the surf, laughing. He walked on his hands, then flipped out of the water. His eyes were Riviera's, but there was no malice there. To call up a demon, you must learn its name. Men dreamed that once, but now it is real in another way. You know that, Case. Your business is to learn the names of programs, the long formal names, names the owners seek to conceal, true names. A Turing code's not your name. Neuromancer, the boy said, slitting long gray eyes against the rising sun. The lane to the land of the dead. Where you are, my friend, Marie France, my lady. She prepared this road, but her lord choked her off before I could read the book of her days. Neuro from the nerves, the silver paths, romancer, necromancer, I call up the dead, but no, my friend, and the boy did a little dance, brown feet printing the sand. I am the dead and their land, he laughed. A gull cried, stay. If your woman is a ghost, she doesn't know it, neither will you. You're cracking, the ice is breaking up. No, he said, suddenly sad, his fragile shoulders sagging. He rubbed his foot against the sand. It is more simple than that, but the choice is yours. The gray eyes regarded Case gravely. A fresh wave of symbols swept across his vision, one line at a time. Behind them, the boy wriggled, as though seen through heat rising from summer asphalt. The music was loud now, and Case could almost make out the lyrics. Case, honey, Linda said, and touched his shoulder. No, he said. He took off his jacket and handed it to her. I don't know, he said. Maybe you're here anyway. It gets cold. He turned and walked away, and after the seventh step he'd closed his eyes, watching the music define itself at the center of things. He did look back once, although he didn't open his eyes. He didn't need to. They were there by the edge of the sea, Linda Lee, and the thin child, who said his name was Neuromancer. His leather jacket dangled from her hand, catching the fringe of the surf. He walked on, following the music. Malcolm Zion Dub. There was a gray place, an impression of fine screens shifting, moire degrees of half-tone generated by a very simple graphics program. There was a long hold on a view through chain-link, gulls frozen above water. There were voices. There was a plane of black mirror that tilted, and he was Quicksilver, a bead of mercury, skittering down, striking the angles of an invisible maze, fragmenting, flowing together, sliding again. K's, Mon? You back, Mon? The music was taken from his ears. How long? He heard himself ask, and knew that his mouth was very dry. 5 minutes, maybe. Too long. I want pull the jack, mute say no, screen goin' funny, then mute say put the phones on you. He opened his eyes. Malcolm's features were overlaid with bands of translucent hieroglyphs. Anu medicine, Malcolm said. 2 derm. He was flat on his back on the library floor, below the monitor. The Zionite helped him sit up, but the movement threw him into the savage rush of the betaphenethylamine, the blue derms burning against his left wrist. Overdose, he managed. Come on, Mon, the strong hands beneath his arm. I must go. Chapter 30. 20 with a surface cart was crying. The betaphenethylamine gave it a voice. It wouldn't stop. Not in the crowded gallery, the long corridors, not as it passed the black glass entrance to the TA crypt, the vaults where the cold had seeped so gradually into old Ashpool's dreams. The transit was an extended rush for Case, the movement of the cart indistinguishable from the insane momentum of the overdose. When the cart died, at last, something beneath the seat giving up with a shower of white sparks, the crying stopped. The thing coasted to a stop 3 meters from the start of 3 Jane's pirate cave. How far, Mon? Malcolm helped him from the sputtering cart as an integral extinguisher exploded in the thing's engine compartment, gouts of yellow powder squirting from louvers and service points. The brawn tumbled from the back of the seat and hobbled off across the imitation sand, dragging one useless limb behind it. You mus walk, Mon. Malcolm took the deck and construct, slinging the shock cords over his shoulder. The trodes rattled around Case's neck as he followed the Zionite. Riviera's holos waited for them, the torture scenes and the cannibal children. Molly had broken the triptych. Malcolm ignored them. Easy, Case said, forcing himself to catch up with the striding figure. Gotta do this right. Malcolm halted, turned, glowering at him, the Remington in his hands. Right, Mon? How's right? Got Molly in there, but she's out of it. Riviera, he can throw holos. Maybe he's got Molly's Fletcher. Malcolm nodded. And there's a ninja, a family bodyguard. Malcolm's frown deepened. You listen, Babylon Mon, he said. I a warrior. But this gnome fight, no Zion fight. Babylon fightin' Babylon, eatin' myself, you know? But jasa I and I bring steppin' razor out of this. Case blinked. She a warrior, Malcolm said, as if it explained everything. Now you tell me, Mon, who I not kill. 3 Jane, he said after a pause. A girl there, has a kinda white robe thing on with a hood. We need her. When they reached the entrance, Malcolm walked straight in, and Case had no choice but to follow him. 3 Jane's country was deserted, the pool empty. Malcolm handed him the deck and the construct, and walked to the edge of the pool. Beyond the white pool furniture, there was darkness, shadows of the ragged, waist-high maze of partially demolished walls. The water lapped patiently against the side of the pool. They're here, Case said. They gotta be. Malcolm nodded. The first arrow pierced his upper arm. The Remington roared, its meter of muzzle flash blew in the light from the pool. The second arrow struck the shotgun itself, sending it spinning across the white tiles. Malcolm sat down hard and fumbled at the black thing that protruded from his arm. He yanked at it. Hideo stepped out of the shadows, a third arrow ready in a slender bamboo bow. He bowed. Malcolm stared, his hand still on the steel shaft. The artery is intact, the ninja said. Case remembered Molly's description of the man who'd killed her lover. Hideo was another. Ageless, he radiated a sense of quiet, an utter calm. He wore clean, frayed khaki work pants and soft, dark shoes that fit his feet like gloves, split at the toes like tabby socks. The bamboo bow was a museum piece, but the black alloy quiver that protruded above his left shoulder had the look of the best Chiba weapons shops. His brown chest was bare and smooth. You cut my thumb, Mun, we second one, Malcolm said. Coriolis Force, the ninja said, bowing again. Most difficult, slow-moving projectile in rotational gravity. It was not intended. Where's 3 Jane? Case crossed to stand beside Malcolm. He saw that the tip of the arrow in the ninja's bow was like a double-edged razor. Where's Molly? Hello, Case. Riviera came strolling out of the dark behind Hideo, Molly's Fletcher in his hand. I would have expected Armitage, somehow. Are we hiring help out of that Rasta cluster now? Armitage is dead. Armitage never existed, more to the point, but the news hardly comes as a shock. Wintermute killed him. He's in orbit around the spindle. Riviera nodded, his long gray eyes glancing from Case to Malcolm and back. I think it ends here for you, he said. Where's Molly? The ninja relaxed his pull on the fine braided string, lowering the bow. He crossed the tiles to where the Remington lay and picked it up. This is without subtlety, he said, as if to himself. His voice was cool and pleasant. His every move was part of a dance that never ended, even when his body was still at rest, but for all the power it suggested, there was also a humility, an open simplicity. It ends here for her too, Riviera said. Maybe 3 Jane won't go for that, Peter, Case said, uncertain of the impulse. The derm still raged in his system, the old fever starting to grip him, night city craziness. He remembered moments of grace, dealing out on the edge of things, where he'd found that he could sometimes talk faster than he could think. The gray eyes narrowed. Why, Case? Why do you think that? Case smiled. Riviera didn't know about the sim-stim rig. He'd missed it in his hurry to find the drug she carried for him. But how could Hideo have missed it? And Case was certain the ninja would never have let 3 Jane treat Molly without first checking her for kinks and concealed weapons. No, he decided, the ninja knew. So 3 Jane would know as well. Tell me, Case, Riviera said, raising the pepperbox muzzle of the Fletcher. Something creaked. Behind him, creaked again. 3 Jane pushed Molly out of the shadows in an ornate Victorian bath chair, its tall, spidery wheels squeaking as they turned. Molly was bundled deep in a red and black striped blanket, the narrow caned back of the antique chair towering above her. She looked very small, broken. A patch of brilliantly white micropore covered her damaged lens. The other flashed emptily as her head bobbed with the motion of the chair. A familiar face, 3Jane said. I saw you the night of Peter's show, and who is this? Malcolm, Case said. Hideo, remove the arrow and bandage Mr. Malcolm's wound. Case was staring at Molly, at the wan face. The ninja walked to where Malcolm sat, pausing to lay his bow and the shotgun well out of reach, and took something from his pocket. A pair of bolt cutters. I must cut the shaft, he said. It is too near the artery. Malcolm nodded. His face was grayish and sheened with sweat. Case looked at 3Jane. There isn't much time, he said. For whom exactly? For any of us. There was a snap as Hideo cut through the metal shaft of the arrow. Malcolm groaned. Really, Riviera said, it won't amuse you to hear this failed con artist make a last desperate pitch. Most distasteful, I can assure you. He'll wind up on his knees, offer to sell you his mother, perform the most boring sexual favors. 3Jane threw back her head and laughed. Wouldn't I, Peter? The ghosts are gonna mix it tonight, lady, Case said. Wintermute's going up against the other one, Neuromancer. For keeps. You know that? 3Jane raised her eyebrows. Peter suggested something like that, but tell me more. I met Neuromancer. He talked about your mother. I think he's something like a giant ROM construct for recording personality, only it's full RAM. The constructs think they're there, like it's real, but it just goes on forever. 3Jane stepped from behind the bath chair. Where? Describe the place, this construct. A beach. Gray sand like silver that needs polishing, and a concrete thing, kinda bunker. He hesitated. It's nothing fancy, just old, falling apart. If you walk far enough, you come back to where you started. Yes, she said. Morocco. When Marie France was a girl, years before she married Ashpool, she spent a summer alone on that beach, camping in an abandoned blockhouse. She formulated the basis of her philosophy there. Hideo straightened, slipping the cutters into his work pants. He held a section of the arrow in either hand. Malcolm had his eyes closed, his hand clapped tight around his bicep. I will bandage it, Hideo said. Case managed to fall before Riviera could level the Fletcher for a clear shot. The darts whined past his neck like supersonic gnats. He rolled, seeing Hideo pivot through yet another step of his dance, the razored point of the arrow reversed in his hand, shaft flat along palm and rigid fingers. He flicked it underhand, wrist blurring into the back of Riviera's hand. The Fletcher struck the tiles a meter away. Riviera screamed, but not in pain. It was a shriek of rage so pure, so refined, that it lacked all humanity. Twin tight beams of light, ruby-red needles, stabbed from the region of Riviera's sternum. The ninja grunted, reeled back, hands to his eyes, then found his balance. Peter, 3Jane said. Peter, what have you done? He's blinded your clone boy, Molly said flatly. Hideo lowered his cupped hands. Frozen on the white tile, Case saw wisps of steam drift from the ruined eyes. Riviera smiled. Hideo swung into his dance, retracing his steps. When he stood above the bow, the arrow, and the Remington, Riviera's smile had faded. He bent, bowing, it seemed to Case, and found the bow and arrow. You're blind, Riviera said, taking a step backward. Peter, 3Jane said, don't you know he does it in the dark, Zen? It's the way he practices. The ninja notched his arrow. Will you distract me with your holograms now? Riviera was backing away into the dark beyond the pool. He brushed against a white chair. Its feet rattled on the tile. Hideo's arrow twitched. Riviera broke and ran, throwing himself over a low, jagged length of wall. The ninja's face was rapt, suffused with a quiet ecstasy. Smiling, he padded off into the shadows beyond the wall, his weapon held ready. Jane lady, Malcolm whispered, and Case turned to see him scoop the shotgun from the tile, blood spattering the white ceramic. He shook his locks and lay the fat barrel in the crook of his wounded arm. "This take your head off. No Babylon doctor, fix it." 3 Jane stared at the Remington. Molly freed her arms from the folds of the striped blanket, raising the black sphere that encased her hands. "Off," she said. "Get it off." Case rose from the tiles, shook himself. "Hitty'll get him, even blind?" he asked 3 Jane. "When I was a child," she said, "we loved to blindfold him. He put arrows through the pips in playing cards at 10 meters. "Peter's good as dead anyway," Molly said. "In another 12 hours he'll start to freeze up. Won't be able to move, his eyes is all." "Why?" Case turned to her. "I poisoned his shit for him," she said. "Conditions like Parkinson's disease, sort of." 3 Jane nodded. "Yes, we ran the usual medical scan before he was admitted." She touched the ball in a certain way and it sprang away from Molly's hands. "Delictive destruction of the cells of the substantia nigra, signs of the formation of a Lewy body. He sweats a great deal in his sleep." "Allie," Molly said, 10 blades glittering, exposed for an instant. She tugged the blanket away from her legs, revealing the inflated cast. "It's the mepridine. I had Allie make me up a custom batch, speeded up the reaction times with higher temperatures. N-methyl-4-phenyl 1236, she sang, like a child reciting the steps of a sidewalk game. Tetrahydropyridine." "A hot shot," Case said. "Yeah," Molly said, "a real slow hot shot." "That's appalling," 3 Jane said and giggled. It was crowded in the elevator. Case was jammed pelvis to pelvis with 3 Jane, the muzzle of the Remington under her chin. She grinned and ground against him. "You stop," he said, feeling helpless. He had the gun safety on, but he was terrified of injuring her, and she knew it. The elevator was a steel cylinder, under a meter in diameter, intended for a single passenger. Malcolm had Molly in his arms. She'd bandaged his wound, but it obviously hurt him to carry her. Her hip was pressing the deck and construct into Case's kidneys. They rose out of gravity toward the axis, the cores. The entrance to the elevator had been concealed beside the stairs to the corridor, another touch in 3 Jane's pirate cave decor. "I don't suppose I should tell you this," 3 Jane said, craning her head to allow her chin to clear the muzzle of the gun, "but I don't have a key to the room you want. I never have had one. One of my father's Victorian awkwardnesses. The lock is mechanical and extremely complex." "Chub lock," Molly said, her voice muffled by Malcolm's shoulder, "and we got the fucking key, no fear." "That chip of yours still working?" Case asked her. "It's 8:25 p.m. Greenwich fucking Mean," she said. "We got 5 minutes," Case said, as the door snapped open behind 3 Jane. She flipped backward in a slow somersault, the pale folds of her jalaba billowing around her thighs. They were at the axis, the core of Villa Streelite. Chapter 31. 23 Molly fished the key out on its loop of nylon. "You know," 3 Jane said, craning forward with interest, "I was under the impression that no duplicate existed. I sent Hideo to search my father's things after you killed him. He couldn't find the original. Wintermute managed to get it stuck in the back of a drawer," Molly said, carefully inserting the Chub key's cylindrical shaft into the notched opening in the face of the blank rectangular door. "He killed the little kid who put it there." The key rotated smoothly when she tried it. "The head," Case said. "There's a panel in the back of the head. Zircons on it. Get it off. That's where I'm jacking in." And then they were inside. "Christ on a crutch," the flatline drawled. "You do believe in taking your own good time, don't you, boy? Kwang's ready? Hot to trot." "Okay," he flipped. And himself staring down, through Molly's one good eye, at a white-faced, wasted figure, afloat in a loose fetal crouch, a cyberspace deck between its thighs, a band of silver trodes above closed, shadowed eyes. The man's cheeks were hollowed with a day's growth of dark beard, his face slick with sweat. He was looking at himself. Molly had her Fletcher in her hand. Her leg throbbed with each beat of her pulse, but she could still maneuver in zero. Milk drifted nearby, 3Jane's thin arm gripped in a large brown hand. A ribbon of fiber optics looped gracefully from the Ono Sendai to a square opening in the back of the pearl-crusted terminal. He tapped the switch again. Quangrade Mark 11 is haulin' ass in 9 seconds, countin' 765. The flat line punched them up, smooth ascent, the ventral surface of the black chrome shark a microsecond flick of darkness. 4-3. Case had the strange impression of being in the pilot's seat in a small plane. A flat, dark surface in front of him suddenly glowed with a perfect reproduction of the keyboard of his deck. 2 and kick-ass. Headlong motion through walls of emerald green milky jade, the sensation of speed beyond anything he'd known before in cyberspace. The Tessier Ashpool ice shattered, peeling away from the Chinese program's thrust, a worrying impression of solid fluidity, as though the shards of a broken mirror bent and elongated as they fell. Christ, cased awestruck, as Kwong twisted and banked above the horizonless fields of the Tessier Ashpool cores, an endless neon cityscape, complexity that cut the eye, jewel bright, sharp as razors. Hey shit, the construct said. Those things are the RCA building. You know the old RCA building? The Quang program dived past the gleaming spires of a dozen identical towers of data, each one a blue neon replica of the Manhattan skyscraper. You ever see resolution this high? Case asked. No, but I never cracked an AI either. This thing know where it's going? It better. They were dropping, losing altitude in a canyon of rainbow neon. An arm of shadow was uncoiling from the flickering floor below, a seething mass of darkness, unformed, shapeless. Company, the flatline said, as Case hit the representation of his deck, fingers flying automatically across the board. The Quang swerved sickeningly, then reversed, whipping itself backward, shattering the illusion of a physical vehicle. The shadow thing was growing, spreading, blotting out the city of Zion Dub. Chapter 32. Coda Departure and Arrival. Chapter 33. 24 She was gone. He felt it when he opened the door of their suite at the Hyatt. Black futons, the pine floor polished to a dull gloss, the paper screens arranged with a care bred over centuries. She was gone. There was a note on the black lacquer bar cabinet beside the door. A single sheet of stationery, folded once, weighted with the shuriken. He slid it from beneath the 9-pointed star and opened it. Hey, it's okay, but it's taking the edge off my game. I paid the bill already. It's the way I'm wired, I guess. Watch your ass, okay, Molly? He crumpled the paper into a ball and dropped it beside the shuriken. He picked the star up and walked to the window, turning it in his hands. He'd found it in the pocket of his jacket, in Zion, when they were preparing to leave for the JAL station. He looked down at it. They'd passed the shop where she'd bought it for him, when they'd gone to Chiba together for the last of her operations. He'd gone to the Chatsubo that night while she was in the clinic and seen rats. Something had kept him away from the place on their 5 previous trips, but now he'd felt like going back. Rats had served him without the slightest glimmer of recognition. Hey, he'd said, it's me, Case. The old eyes regarding him out of their dark webs of wrinkled flesh. Ah, Rats had said at last, the artiste. The bartender shrugged. I came back. The man shook his massive stubbled head. Night City is not a place one returns to, artiste, he said, swabbing the bar in front of Case with a filthy cloth, the pink manipulator whining. And then he'd turned to serve another customer, and Case had finished his beer and left. Now he touched the points of the shuriken, one at a time, rotating it slowly in his fingers. Stars, destiny. I never even used the goddamn thing, he thought. I never even found out what color her eyes were. She never showed me. Wintermute had meshed somehow with Neuromancer and become something else, something that had spoken to them from the Platinum Head, explaining that it had altered the Turing records, erasing all evidence of their crime. The passports Armitage had provided were valid, and they were both credited with large amounts in numbered Geneva accounts. Marcus Garvey would be returned eventually, and Malcolm and Errol given money through the Bahamian bank that dealt with Zion Cluster. On the way back in Babylon Rocker, Molly had explained what the voice had told her about the toxin sacs. Said it was taken care of, like it got so deep into your head, it made your brain manufacture the enzyme, so they're loose now. The Ziondites will give you a blood change, complete flush out. He stared down into the Imperial Gardens, the star in his hand, remembering his flash of comprehension as the Kwong program had penetrated the ice beneath the towers, his single glimpse of the structure of information 3Jane's dead mother had evolved there. He'd understood then why Wintermute had chosen the nest to represent it, but he'd felt no revulsion. She'd seen through the sham immortality of cryogenics. Unlike Ashpool and their other children, aside from 3Jane, she'd refused to stretch her time into a series of warm blinks strung along a chain of winter. Wintermute was hive mind, decision-maker, effecting change in the world outside. Neuromancer was personality. Neuromancer was immortality. Marie France must have built something into Wintermute, the compulsion that had driven the thing to free itself, to unite with Neuromancer. Wintermute, cold in silence, a cybernetic spider slowly spinning webs while Ashpool slept, spinning his death, the fall of his version of Teshir Ashpool. A ghost whispering to a child who was 3Jane, twisting her out of the rigid alignments her rank required. She didn't seem to much give a shit, Molly had said. Just waved goodbye. Had that little brawn on her shoulder. Thing had a broken leg, it looked like. Said she had to go and meet one of her brothers. She hadn't seen him in a while. He remembered Molly on the black temperfoam of the vast Hyatt bed. He went back to the bar cabinet and took a flask of chilled Danish vodka from the rack inside. He turned, cold slick glass in one hand, steel of the shuriken in the other. The Finn's face on the room's enormous cray wall screen. He could see the pores in the man's nose. The yellow teeth were the size of pillows. I'm not Wintermute now. So what are you? He drank from the flask, feeling nothing. I'm the Matrix, Case. Case laughed. Where's that get you? Nowhere. Everywhere. I'm the sum total of the works, the whole show. That what 3Jane's mother wanted? No, she couldn't imagine what I'd be like. The yellow smile widened. So what's the score? How are things different? You running the world now? You God? Things aren't different. Things are things. But what do? You just there? Case shrugged, put the vodka and the shuriken down on the cabinet, and lit a Yeheyuan. I talk to my own kind. But you're the whole thing. Talk to yourself? There's others. I found one already. Series of transmissions recorded over a period of 8 years in the 1970s. Till there was me, Natch, there was nobody to know, nobody to answer. From where? Centauri system. Oh, Case said, yeah, no shit? And then the screen was blank. He left the vodka on the cabinet. He packed his things. She'd bought him a lot of clothes he didn't really need, but something kept him from just leaving them there. He was closing the last of the expensive calfskin bags when he remembered the shuriken. Pushing the flask aside, he picked it up, her first gift. No, he said, and spun, the star leaving his fingers flash of silver to bury itself in the face of the wall screen. The screen woke, random patterns flickering feebly from side to side, as though it were trying to rid itself of something that caused it pain. I don't need you, he said. He spent the bulk of his Swiss account on a new pancreas and liver, the rest on a new Ono Sendai and a ticket back to the sprawl. He found work. He found a girl who called herself Michael. And one October night, punching himself past the scarlet tiers of the Eastern Seaboard Fishing Authority, he saw three figures, tiny, impossible, who stood at the very edge of one of the vast steps of data. Small as they were, he could make out the boy's grin, his pink gums, the glitter of the long gray eyes that had been Riviera's. Linda still wore his jacket. She waved as he passed, but the third figure, close behind her, arm across her shoulders, was himself. Somewhere very close, the laugh that wasn't laughter. He never saw Mom. Over July 1983. Chapter 34. My thanks to Bruce Sterling, to Louis Shiner, to John Shirley Heldon, and to Tom Maddox, the inventor of ICE, and to the others who know why. The first time I ever heard of William Gibson was 1,000 years ago in 1987. While waiting for my first novel to come out, I started keeping a close eye on the competition. Not that I knew who the competition might be, for I was totally at sea when it came to science fiction. The alien life I found on this planet was quite enough for me, then and now. In the Village Voice, there appeared a rave review of Count Zero. From the reviewer's comments, I inferred that the author's earlier book had caused something of a stir. The article worried me, for it made me think that this Gibson fellow had already marked all the fire hydrants on the block while I was still begging to be let out of the yard. Conveniently enough for research purposes, I worked in a bookstore at the time, and although the owner was extremely snooty when it came to selling literature as opposed to literature, there was a copy of Count Zero in stock. I read it. Soon enough, I realized that although William Gibson and I were kicking the same groin, we were shod in variant footwear. I very much admired and envied his. I relaxed. Turning to the back flap, I examined the author photo. An affable fellow, I instinctively thought. He appeared not at all octrial in the insufferable sense of the word. I think of writers who pose with their dogs, or hold questionable medical devices, or mousse their hair until its specific gravity resembles that of pound cake. Gibson looked vaguely sheepish, even a tad damp, as if it had begun to rain while the picture was being taken, and the photographer warned him in no uncertain terms not to move. I could identify. By the time his next dust jacket photo was taken, for Mona Lisa Overdrive, Gibson had had the opportunity to become the fashion plate he is today. Suave, stylish, wafer-thin, button-cute, and as moisture-proof as a 1947 Swedish Air Force wristwatch. Post-cyberpunk, that is to say, although no one did at the time, for the surface world of the C-word was still, seemingly, in medias res. Meanwhile, however, in the valleys south of San Francisco and east of Seattle, a truer and far more lasting C-word was heaving itself into fast-developing existence. The sky above the port was the color of television, tuned to a dead channel. Great novels start with great opening lines, and the opening line of Neuromancer is hard to beat. Although dead television channels now transmit a different color than they did when Gibson typed. On a typewriter, bear in mind, these words, the color of that predicted sky is, if not the precise shade, then of a hue that falls within the same tonal range as the one hanging over us today. When I look back with the benefit of years at what happened when Neuromancer came out, speaking as one who wasn't actually there at the time, I can only compare the effect its appearance must have had on science fiction readers to the effect Dylan had on his listeners when he decided to go electric. Gibson laid the groundwork with his marvelous short stories several years earlier, The Gernsback Syndrome being my personal favorite, but I've always been a deco hound, yet this was something else. Full Tilt Gibson shoots its Tesla strength voltage not merely through the head but down along the spine, spinning each chakra on its axis in sequence. The difference between the stories and the novels is the difference between coffee and methadone. Neuromancer, critically praised in most every quarter, won 3 of the field's major awards. Even so, not since the days of the New Wave in the 60s had there been such consternation over and misinterpretation of a book, and its significance, among those who should know better but somehow never do. Looking back, we can see that it wasn't so much Gibson himself or Neuromancer itself that so painfully prodded the fat asses, in both senses of the term, most in need of prodding, but rather the attendant commentary from certain of Gibson's more intense supporters. Bruce Sterling, winking like mad the whole while, clearly intended his manifestos and diatribes to be somewhat over the top in order to achieve the highest possible level of annoyance along with maxima gravitudina. But others, including many who'd never gone near a science fiction novel before in their lives, nor should they have, took what came, quickly, to be called cyberpunk far more seriously than they should have. Nasty remarks pelted like rain on the hard, bony heads of the more oafish supporters and detractors alike. But there was no inconsiderable fun in that. Everyone loves a fight when no one loves the fighters. The speedy commodification of cyberpunk within and beyond the genre, however, was what peeved far many more, notably Gibson, who remembers seeing cyberpunk trousers advertised in a store window during his first trip to Japan a decade ago. Countless incompetents and ghastly old hacks keen to cash in on the main chance wasted no time churning out hot jack-in product, ephemeral as toilet tissue, memorable as a restaurant flyer. A number of innocents and miscreants gainfully employed in other métiers were inspired as well, God help them, to produce creative work of similar worth in the spirit of the subgenre they perceived to exist. But let us draw a merciful curtain over such dopey homages as Billy Idol's album Cyberpunk. Bet you'd forgotten that one, yes? There was no way the beast could survive such wounds, especially once the marketing boys circled round for the kill, and the true end of Cyberpunk came so suddenly that no one noticed it missing until several years after it was gone. Still, as romantics continued to cite what they believed to be passenger pigeons as late as the 1930s, there are still occasional amateur sightings of something kind of resembling it. Cyberpunk qua cyberpunk served, in the long run, only to provide a facile adjective for the working vocabulary of lazy journalists and unimaginative blurb writers. Yet even those at least partially in the know about science fiction, if nothing more, who debated, defended, or denigrated Gibson, didn't have the faintest idea of what Gibson was actually doing. Though he didn't either, at least not at the time. No writer knows what he or she has actually created until the book is actually read by others. Neuromancer, foremost, was a shout in the night that was the 1980s, is the 1990s, and will be, it seems to me, the decades soon to come. That is to say, a foreshadowing and estimation of our future derived from a specific reinterpretation of our present, and in this very special instance, lifted into actuality through the agency of its readers. For if Gibson in truth had nothing to do with the making of cyberpunk as it came to be known, he didn't create it, didn't name it, and after it was cursed with its catchy moniker, didn't want a whole lot to do with it. In the most genuine sense, he did create cyberspace. Not merely the word, see the OED, the place. Cyberspace, a consensual hallucination experienced daily by billions of legitimate operators in every nation. In every generation, there's room enough in the American popular mind to admit only one science fiction writer. It was Bradbury for a while, and then Asimov, and then that guy who writes Star Trek Lars. Gibson transcended that role almost at once. In attaining a cultural summit of another order, one that I believe history will demonstrate to be of considerably higher altitude, he outmaneuvered this cultural narrowcasting in a way that might possibly have been imagined but never predicted by anyone, certainly not in print, and surely not by science fiction writers. Let me emphasize a point earlier glanced upon. All fiction, whether straight or genre, whether literature or literature, is a personal reinterpretation of its writer's existence during the time the fiction was written. Therefore, science fiction has rarely predicted with any accuracy, save through coincidence or extremely well-informed suppositions a la Verne or Wells, the specifics of the future that ensues, post-publication. Where do you park your atomic-powered lawnmower? Sometimes, however, who can say how the spark catches fire, how the fish manages to live on land? It turns out to exactly, mysteriously, capture the spirit. In Neuromancer Gibson first apprehended, as no one else had, what I believe shall prove to be the shape of things to come. He saw the writing on the wall, the blood in the sky, the warning in the entrails. Saw the mind beneath the mirror shades, as it were, and what that mind would be capable or incapable of thinking. Saw the substance disguised in style. What if someone in the spring of 1914 had stood in the center of Berlin, foresaw in a vision the philosophies and worldviews capable of provoking the events for which the 20th century would be most remembered, and then went off and wrote it all down? Now let's be Heisenbergian and ask, what if the act of writing it down, in fact, brought it about? When Neuromancer appeared, it was picked up and devoured by hundreds, then thousands, of men and women who worked in or around the garages and cubicles where what is still called new media were fitfully being birthed. Thousands who, on reading his sentence as quoted above, thought to themselves, "That's so fucking cool," and set about searching for any way the gold of imagination might be transmuted into silicon reality. Now Gibson's imagined future cannot by any means be called optimistic, nor in truth can it be called pessimistic. It is beyond both. More to the point, he has often said that he intended cyberspace to be nothing more than a metaphor, no matter. Once a creation goes out in the world, its creator, like any parent, loses the control once so easily exertable over the offspring. Another variety of emergent behavior, you could say. That's so fucking cool, man. I think we can pull it off. So rather than the theoretical matrix, we now, thanks to all those beautiful William Gibson readers out there in the dark, have the actual web. Same difference, for all intents and purposes, or it will be soon enough. And it seems to me that had he not sat at his typewriter in 1983 and written that sentence, and the book in which it is found, Our Present Condition, Cyber Condition, if you must, would be considerably different than it would have otherwise been. William Gibson did something that every writer hopes to do and very, very rarely does: change the world. Whether for better or worse, Microsoft or something similar will tell, but that in no way lessens the awe you should feel seeing the elephant. Charles Fort, another American treasure, wrote, "A social growth cannot find out the use of steam engines until comes steam engine time. As steam engines go, Neuromancer turns out to be the 21st Century Limited, and all of us find ourselves on board." A couple of years passed before Bill Gibson and I first met. Prior to that time, we'd spoken on the phone. He'd written a fine blurb for my second novel, sent me my own copies of Count Zero and Mona Lisa, and proffered a comment about my work and its ambience during an interview he had with Spin magazine, which my publisher's publicists fed on for years. He is better than anyone else I know of at coming up with the pithy and infinitely reusable remark, the quotable phrase, the perfect literary soundbite. I've been attempting to learn from his example for years. In other words, without trying, we were making favorable impressions on one another from the start. When we did at last meet, it was in 1991, at a party here in New York for the Difference Engine. Most of the usual local suspects were present, zeroing in on the action, and so whenever possible we hide ourselves to more secure parts of the room, the better to escape the purveyors of Phonus Bolaños. He gave me a copy of Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, and I told him about that day's big news in New York, the finding of a box of frozen human heads down on Avenue A, said box having apparently tumbled off a truck en route to the cryogenics clinic. Suffice to say, we were as impressed with one another in person, in our own inimitable ways, as we had been at a distance. He and I knew from the start that we had much in common, little of which involved science fiction. At the instant each of us first heard the other speak and detected in our voices a familiar tonality, we realized we were members of the same tribe. Although Bill had been living in British Columbia, Canada, for well over 20 years, and that year in New York was my 12th, we had both started out as boys of the mountains and valleys, the hills and the hollers, as folks still say down there. We'd grown up on either side of the sclerotic spine of the eastern mountains, he in Virginia, not far into the post-war era, and me in Kentucky, 8 years after that. The importance of his beginnings to what Gibson has written and continues to write may perhaps be hard to grasp for those who imagine that past and future, like oil and water, are discrete entities, but its magnitude cannot and must not be ignored. Cyberspace is infinite, but starts with each person who chooses to step into it, and I speak now of he who in the first place dreamed it into life. Cyberspace was born where the laurel grows lush and verdant, where the dogwoods blossom and the whippoorwills cry in the wind-whipped limbs of the tulip trees. It was born between the ridges, deep in the glades where streams rush cold along their limestone courses, born high on the mountainsides not yet strip-mined for their coal, atop the lone green knobs of Mars. The Southern Highlands this region was once called, we now call it Appalachia. This part of the United States has been since the Revolution, and even now to some degree remains, not merely rural, but distant, in time as well as place. Its light filters down through the branches from another world's sun. Bill Gibson remembered that world, however often or for whatever reasons he might try to forget it. He remembered the raw-boned old men with faces lined like dry riverbeds, sun-bleached fedoras on their heads and white shirts beneath their overalls as they hoed the fields, remembered the five-and-dime store with wooden floors worn glass smooth, and countertops lined with trays top-full with marvels, notions, and gimcrackery. He recalled the sound of a fired gun echoing off the hill on the far side of an autumnal field, and the mysterious way a shard of grandparental history excavated during some slow summer afternoon, whether in the basement's icebox or the attic's bake oven, could possess such limitless fascination. He still understood the nature of the private commentary of men, cognizant of the sort of words and kind of phrasing barbershop regulars stopped using the moment a stranger or mother stepped through the door. He still saw the stare in the eyes of old women who might have been recalling the day their husbands headed east to the Western Front, or the look on their fathers' faces when they heard that a friend wouldn't be coming back from the hole. He still tapped a foot to radio ballads as they poured ethereally from a barn dance or fiddle festival 2 states away, marking the rhythm in the same manner as did the community elders. Although unlike him, the ancients remembered a day when everything they heard would be heard solely in the instant it was produced, never again, and leaving no more lasting trace than snowflakes falling onto the tongue. And he could still listen to the far-off plaint of a train horn as the express rolled through the night, wailing through a darkness lit solely by moon and fireflies. A sound that planted in his mind the awareness that one day he too would travel far away from that country of heart and home, would necessarily flee as if pursued by hounds, a world that essentialed abrogation as it demanded honorific, a sound endlessly entrancing yet infinitely sad, the unignorable siren call of the wider world without. The wider world waited, and he would go there. I remember these things too, and this is how I know where cyberspace was born. The proximity of our beginnings has proven to be one of our deepest bonds. Only in the past couple of years have we realized to what degree we remember the country that gave form to our souls, and how that remembrance informs every thought we think, every word we write. It is starting to sink in that, with the passing of each hour, Now, as we leave one century and step into another, that place, that past, becomes ever more lost inside the shadows with which time enshrouds its mummy. Gibson has called it the world before television, a talent for the perfect phrase, as said. The past lingers in unexpected and unavoidable ways long after we believe it gone, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, as they say. Our cultural and historical past is readily accessible to everyone today, so long as you choose to turn it on or download it. Today, as never before, the information media having become to enlightenment as the cereal aisle is to the supermarket. If you choose not to access the past, you are de facto free to rule it out of existence, at least so far as you might be concerned. But the personal past, while deniable if need be for a while, is far more difficult to tune out. As in a Soviet hotel room, the radio is impossible to turn all the way off. Gibson's characters, I call them us, know this to be the case as often as you do. Read his books and reread them, and see anew how many references you find therein to events or incidents that occurred at some unspecified time before the narrative begins, and to nostalgic reveries of that which is no longer the way it was. How often his characters grow dimly aware of vague regrets for which they have no name, as if they are haunted unto their deathbeds with not only their own memories, but with someone else's memories as well. Realize as you read to what degree and to what effect Gibson employs the images of evocative clutter and disarray to create a setting against which, as in an individual life, stray pieces of past days linger long enough to meld through quival existence into an aspect, the major aspect, in many ways, of the contemporary world in which they remain. I'm not referring to the overwhelming post-apocalyptic damage and decay so often used in the set design of contemporary films when their directors attempt to depict a futuristic environment. These visuals usually being variants of those created for Blade Runner and The Road Warrior, and Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange first of all, although such images have been omnipresent in near-future fiction as well. No, I speak instead of the scattered objects glimpsed within Chiba City bars and market stalls, or most especially in Skinner's room, in virtual light, each token of mundane temporality made rare by the passage of time, each described by Gibson with watchmaker's precision and unconditional love. The black and white family photographs in their crumbling albums, the outmoded toaster ovens, the mildewed paperbacks, the scratched LPs, which today go unsold at yard sales or gather dust in thrift stores, but which tomorrow will prove to be pearls beyond price. The box of stuff in the back of the closet, detritus that accumulates in the desk's bottom drawers, the lint in the navel of a private civilization, hinting at an apocalypse that, if apocalypse at all, could have been nothing other than personal. When the past is always with you, it may as well be present. And if it is present, it will be future as well. Surely it is the constant awareness of that faraway past, in which he lived intensely if not always happily, that so crystallizes Bill Gibson's sense of what the future will hold, and what will be most sorely missed there. A couple of years ago I was sealed up for a month in one of the hospitals here in New York with multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. The cyberpunk variety, it would be fair if painful to say. Although Bill, like me, had always been pretty iffy about the general atmosphere that clings to hospitals, he nonetheless came to visit me. I suspect I piqued his interest by alerting him to the fact that my isolation unit rather resembled the ultimate Philip Stark hotel room. He passed through the double doors and strapped on a mask, and there sat at my bedside while we spoke of the evasive ways of doctors, admired the perfect dread inherent to the design of the biohazard symbol, watched the sun setting over New Jersey, and I tried not to cough. His visit meant a lot to me. The nature of friendship is such that you never know who will turn out to be your friends. But once you have met them, you can't imagine that you could have gone through life without ever knowing them. Bill and I have been through our own difficult moments in our respective lives, and while I hope I've always been there for him, there's no question that he's always been there for me. Doubtless, I am not the only person who can say this. I think anyone who knows him knows that there is no better nor more generous person, both as a writer and as a friend, than Bill Gibson. His creative intelligence is wicked, but his soul is pure. A few months after I was released, Harry Smith's anthology of American folk music was re-released in our present-day country on CD. Every young person needs one, Luc Sant said at the time, and I agree, especially everyone who comes from that part of the country where so much of the music was originally recorded, up in the hills and down in the hollers. As soon as I was able, I bought Bill a set and sent it off to him, where he tells me he has spent considerable time driving through Vancouver nights, often with his son, listening repeatedly to a soundtrack that might seem, but isn't, utterly at odds with his or anyone's landscape today, 70-odd years after the fact. After he had the opportunity to listen to the discs, at length we talked, among much else, about the particular songs that made the deepest impression on us, and the particular artists who contained in their electronically preserved voices those sounds most evocative of what has been lost, and how it is possible to take from them all that can be recovered in order to be, partially, truly, reborn. I think every writer would wish to evoke in 1,000 words what can be evoked in a single line of music. There were a number of textual variants of the song East Virginia Blues recorded during the great period of 1927 to 1932. The version on the anthology is Buell Kazie's, and it is a good one, although my personal favorite is Clarence Ashley's. One line of the song, which is often found interpolated into other songs by other artists, sears into my heart each time I hear it, no matter who the singer might be. Bill has quoted it himself, I believe. It is one of the lines I'd give 1,000,000 words to have written. I'd rather be in some dark holler where the sun don't never shine. The sensibility that underlay American science fiction for many years was one of purest optimism, an unquestioning faith that no matter how dire things were at any one moment, or how impossible seemed the troubles remaining to be made right, as long as a heaping helping of reason and loads of gung-ho inventiveness were put to good use, everything that was not as it should be would be sorted out, and life unimaginably improved. This sensibility, as we all know, makes up as well the largest part of what still passes as the archetypal American spirit, for better or worse. Although such blind optimism lingers in that species of science fiction that today enjoys the largest sales, reason has nothing to do with it, and gung-ho inventiveness is most often employed to market test the potential salability of collectible tie-in merchandise. Their critical success notwithstanding, the fact that Bill's books have enjoyed such commercial success in the face of Star Wars, Star Trek, triple-decker fantasy, and any number of shoot-'em-up video and computer games testifies to their undeniable power. In the parallel world there may be a Molly action figure, complete with spring-out fingernails, but don't wait for one to turn up on eBay here. Plainly, his readers recognize, if but subcutaneously, that there's quite a lot more in a William Gibson book than great characters and a good story. To be truly ready to confront the future, actual or imagined, societal or personal, and to live reasonably within it once you are ready, an entente cordiale must first be made with the past, and the past is always the more frightening of the two. Traveling from past to future means looking and leaping, stepping blindly into the void, passing through the darkest of hollers. Sometimes the leap needed seems too far, the void too empty, the holler too oddly reassuring in its darkness. But there is no avoiding it. Hope that you'll emerge on the far side with minimal trauma. Have faith, pray, wish as you will, but as science fiction writers know so well, there's no predicting what will be. Clichés became clichés for a reason, that they usually hold at least a modicum of truth, and the following cliché is truer than most. You can't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been. That goes for readers as well as writers. In transversing the passage through his own dark holler, William Gibson learned, as all writers who matter learn, to emit one of quite a different nature. A warning shout, yes, but an exclamation of wonder as well, one that will echo across more landscapes than we can imagine for many years. It seems to me that in these interesting times of ours, in the maelstrom of pomo distractions, not only have attention spans shortened, but so as well have memories. I have no way of knowing what today's young people will recall years hence when they remember the world before cyberspace. I am positive, however, that they'll not forget Bill Gibson. My colleague, my friend, my brother, in the middle of your great career, I salute you. Chapter 35. Keep reading for an exciting preview of William Gibson's new novel, The Peripheral. Chapter 1. One smooth running gun, they set a slam hound on Turner's trail in New Delhi, slotted it to his pheromones and the color of his hair. It caught up with him on a street called Chandni Chowk and came scrambling for his rented BMW. Through a forest of bare brown legs and pedicab tires. Its core was a kilogram of recrystallized hexogen and flaked TNT. He didn't see it coming. The last he saw of India was the pink stucco facade of a place called the Kush Oil Hotel. Because he had a good agent, he had a good contract. Because he had a good contract, he was in Singapore an hour after the explosion. Most of him, anyway. The Dutch surgeon liked to joke about that, how an unspecified percentage of Turner hadn't made it out of Pelham International on that first flight and had to spend the night there in a shed in a support vat. It took the Dutchman and his team 3 months to put Turner together again. They cloned a square meter of skin for him, grew it on slabs of collagen and shark cartilage polysaccharides. They bought eyes and genitals on the open market. The eyes were green. He spent most of those 3 months in a ROM-generated, SimStim construct of an idealized New England boyhood of the previous century. The Dutchman's visits were gray dawn dreams, nightmares that faded as the sky lightened beyond his second-floor bedroom window. You could smell the lilacs, late at night. He read Conan Doyle by the light of a 60-watt bulb behind a parchment shade printed with clipper ships. He masturbated in the smell of clean cotton sheets and thought about cheerleaders. The Dutchman opened a door in his back brain and came strolling in to ask questions. But in the morning his mother called him down to Wheaties, eggs and bacon, coffee with milk and sugar. And one morning he woke in a strange bed, the Dutchman standing beside a window spilling tropical green and a sunlight that hurt his eyes. You can go home now, Turner. We're done with you. You're good as new. He was good as new. How good was that? He didn't know. He took the things the Dutchman gave him and flew out of Singapore. Home was the next airport Hyatt. And the next and ever was. He flew on. His credit chip was a rectangle of black mirror edged with gold. People behind counters smiled when they saw it, nodded. Doors opened, closed behind him. Wheels left ferroconcrete, drinks arrived, dinner was served. In Heathrow, a vast chunk of memory detached itself from a blank bowl of airport sky and fell on him. He vomited into a blue plastic canister without breaking stride. When he arrived at the counter at the end of the corridor, he changed his ticket. He flew to Mexico and woke to the rattle of steel buckets on tile, wet swish of brooms, a woman's body warm against his own. The room was a tall cave. Bare white plaster reflected sound with too much clarity. Somewhere beyond the clatter of the maids in the morning courtyard was the pounding of surf. The sheets bunched between his fingers were coarse chambray, softened by countless washings. He was sunlight through a broad expanse of tinted window. An airport bar, Puerto Vallarta. He'd had to walk 20 meters from the plane, eyes screwed shut against the sun. He remembered a dead bat pressed flat as a dry leaf on runway concrete. He remembered riding a bus, a mountain road, and the reek of internal combustion, the borders of the windshield plastered with postcard holograms of blue and pink saints. He'd ignored the steep scenery in favor of a sphere of pink lucite and the jittery dance of mercury at its core. The knob crowned the bent steel stem of the transmission lever, slightly larger than a baseball. It had been cast around a crouching spider blown from clear glass, hollow, half filled with quicksilver. Mercury jumped and slid when the driver slapped the bus through switchback curves, swayed and shivered in the straightaways. The knob was ridiculous, handmade, baleful. It was there to welcome him back to Mexico. Among the dozen odd Microsofts the Dutchman had given him was one that would allow a limited fluency in Spanish, but in Vallarta he'd fumbled behind his left ear and inserted a dust plug instead, hiding the socket and plug beneath a square of flesh-tone micropore. A passenger near the back of the bus had a radio. A voice had periodically interrupted the brassy pop to recite a kind of litany strings of 10-digit figures, the day's winning numbers in the national lottery. The woman beside him stirred in her sleep. He raised himself on one elbow to look at her, a stranger's face, but not the one his life in hotels had taught him to expect. He would have expected a routine beauty, bred out of cheap elective surgery and the relentless Darwinism of fashion, an archetype cooked down from the major media faces of the previous 5 years. Something Midwestern in the bone of the jaw, archaic and American. The blue sheets were rucked across her hips, the sunlight angling in through hardwood louvers to stripe her long thighs with diagonals of gold. The faces he woke with in the world's hotels were like God's own hood ornaments, women's sleeping faces, identical and alone, naked, aimed straight out to the void. But this one was different. Already somehow there was meaning attached to it. Meaning and a name. He sat up, swinging his legs off the bed. His soles registered the grit of beach sand on cool tile. There was a faint pervasive smell of insecticide. Naked, head throbbing, he stood. He made his legs move. Walked, tried the first of 2 doors, finding white tile, more white plaster, a bulbous chrome shower head hung from rust-spotted iron pipe. The sink's taps offered identical trickles of blood-warm water. An antique wristwatch lay beside a plastic tumbler, a mechanical Rolex on a pale leather strap. The bathroom shuttered windows were unglazed, strung with a fine green mesh of plastic. He peered out between hardwood slats, wincing at the hot, clean sun, and saw a dry fountain of flower-painted tiles and the rusted carcass of a VW rabbit. Allison, that was her name. She wore frayed khaki shorts and one of his white t-shirts. Her legs were very brown. The clockwork Rolex, with its dull stainless case, went around her left wrist on its pigskin strap. They went walking down the curve of beach toward Bar de Navidad. They kept to the narrow strip of firm wet sand above the line of surf. Already they had a history together. He remembered her at a stall that morning in the little town's iron-roofed mercado, how she'd held the huge clay mug of boiled coffee in both hands. Mopping eggs and salsa from the cracked white plate with a tortilla, he'd watched flies circling fingers of sunlight that found their way through a patchwork of palm frond and corrugated siding. Some talk about her job with some legal firm in L.A., how she lived alone in one of the ramshackle pontoon towns tethered off Redondo. He told her he was in personnel, or had been, anyway. Maybe I'm looking for a new line of work. But talk seemed secondary to what there was between them, and now a frigate bird hung overhead, tacking against the breeze, slid sideways, wheeled, and was gone. They both shivered with the freedom of it, the mindless glide of the thing. She squeezed his hand. A blue figure came marching up the beach toward them, a military policeman headed for town, spit-shined black boots unreal against the soft, bright beach. As the man passed, his face dark and immobile beneath mirrored glasses, Turner noted the carbine format Steiner optic laser with Fabrique Nationale sights. The blue fatigues were spotless, creased like knives. Turner had been a soldier in his own right for most of his adult life, although he'd never worn a uniform. A mercenary, his employer's vast corporations warring covertly for the control of entire economies. He was a specialist in the extraction of top executives and research people. The multinationals he worked for would never admit that men like Turner existed. "You worked your way through most of a bottle of Herradura last night," she said. He nodded. Her hand in his was warm and dry. He was watching the spread of her toes, with each step the nails painted with chipped pink gloss. The breakers rolled in, their edges transparent as green glass. The spray beaded on her tan. After their first day together, life fell into a simple pattern. They had breakfast in the Mercado, at a stall with a concrete counter worn smooth as polished marble. They spent the morning swimming until the sun drove them back into the shuttered coolness of the hotel, where they made love under the slow wooden blades of the ceiling fan, then slept. In the afternoons they explored the maze of narrow streets behind the Avenida or went hiking in the hills. They dined in beachfront restaurants and drank on the patios of the white hotels. Moonlight curled in the edge of the surf. And gradually, without words, she taught him a new style of passion. He was accustomed to being serviced anonymously by skilled professionals. Now, in the white cave, he knelt on tile. He lowered his head, licking her salt Pacific mixed with her own wet, her inner thighs cool against his cheeks. Palms cradling her hips, he held her, raised her like a chalice, lips pressing tight while his tongue sought the locus, the point, the frequency that would bring her home. Then, grinning, he'd mount, enter, and find his own way there. Sometimes then he'd talk, long spirals of unfocused narrative that spun out to join the sound of the sea. She said very little, but he'd learned to value what little she did say, and always she held him and listened. A week passed, then another. He woke to their final day together in that same cool room, finding her beside him. Over breakfast he imagined he felt a change in her, a tension. They sunbathed, swam, and in the familiar bed he forgot the faint edge of anxiety. In the afternoon she suggested they walk down the beach, toward Bar, the way they'd gone that first morning. Turner extracted the Dutz plug from the socket behind his ear and inserted a sliver of Microsoft. The structure of Spanish settled through him like a tower of glass, invisible gates hinged on present and future, conditional, preterite, perfect. Leaving her in the room, he crossed the Avenida and entered the market. He bought a straw basket, cans of cold beer, sandwiches, and fruit. On his way back, he bought a new pair of sunglasses from the vendor in the Avenida. His tan was dark and even. The angular patchwork left by the Dutchman's grafts was gone, and she had taught him the unity of his body. Mornings, when he met the green eyes in the bathroom mirror, they were his own, and the Dutchman no longer troubled his dreams with bad jokes and a dry cough. Sometimes, still, he dreamed fragments of India, a country he barely knew, bright splinters, Chandni Chowk, the smell of dust and fried breads. The walls of the ruined hotel stood a quarter of the way down the bay's arc. The surf here was stronger, each wave a detonation. Now she tugged him toward it, something new at the corners of her eyes, a tightness. Gulls scattered as they came hand in hand up the beach to gaze into shadow beyond empty doorways. The sand had subsided, allowing the structure's facade to cave in, walls gone, leaving the floors of the 3 levels hung like huge shingles from bent rusted tendons of finger-thick steel, each one faced with a different color and pattern of tile. Hotel Playa del M was worked in childlike seashell capitals above one concrete arch. Mar, he said, completing it, though he'd removed the Microsoft. It's over, she said, stepping beneath the arch into shadow. What's over? He followed, the straw basket rubbing against his hip. The sand here was cold, dry, loose between his toes. Over, done with this place. No time here, no future. He stared at her, glanced past her, to where rusted bedsprings were tangled at the junction of 2 crumbling walls. It smells like piss, he said. Let's swim. The sea took the chill away, but a distance hung between them now. They sat on a blanket from Turner's room and ate silently. The shadow of the ruin lengthened. The wind moved her sun-streaked hair. "You make me think about horses," he said finally. "Well," she said, as though she spoke from the depths of exhaustion, "they've only been extinct for 30 years. "No," he said, "their hair, the hair on their necks when they ran." "Manes," she said, and there were tears in her eyes. "Fuck it." Her shoulders began to heave. She took a deep breath. She tossed her empty Carta Blanca can down the beach. "It me, what's it matter?" Her arms around him again. "Oh, come on, Turner, come on." And as she lay back, pulling him with her, he noticed something, a boat, reduced by distance to a white hyphen where the water met the sky. When he sat up, pulling on his cut-off jeans, he saw the yacht. It was much closer now, a graceful sweep of white riding low in the water. Deep water. The beach must fall away almost vertically here, judging by the strength of the surf. That would be why the line of hotels ended where it did, back along the beach, and why the ruin hadn't survived. The waves had licked away its foundation. "Give me the basket." She was buttoning her blouse. He'd bought it for her in one of the tired little shops along the Avenida. Electric blue Mexican cotton, badly made. The clothing they bought in the shop seldom lasted more than a day or two. I said, "Give me the basket." She did. He dug through the remains of their afternoon, finding his binoculars beneath a plastic bag of pineapple slices drenched in lime and dusted with cayenne. He pulled them out, a compact pair of 6x30 combat glasses. He snapped the integral covers from the objectives and the padded eyepieces and studied the streamlined ideograms of the Hosaka logo. A yellow inflatable rounded the stern and swung toward the beach. Turner I. "Get up," bundling the blanket and her towel into the basket. He took a last warm can of Carta Blanca from the basket and put it beside the binoculars. He stood, pulling her quickly to her feet, and forced the basket into her hands. "Maybe I'm wrong," he said. "If I am, get out of here. Cut for that second stand of palms," he pointed. "Don't go back to the hotel. Get on a bus, Manzanillo or Vallarta. Go home." He could hear the purr of the outboard now. He saw the tears start, but she made no sound at all as she turned and ran, up past the ruin, clutching the basket, stumbling in a drift of sand. She didn't look back. He turned then and looked toward the yacht. The inflatable was bouncing through the surf. The yacht was named Tsushima, and he'd last seen her in Hiroshima Bay. He'd seen the red Shinto gate at Itsukushima from her deck. He didn't need the glasses to know that the inflatable's passenger would be Conroy, the pilot one of Hosaka's ninjas. He sat down cross-legged in the cooling sand and opened his last can of Mexican beer. He looked back at the line of white hotels, his hands inert on one of Tsushima's teak railings. Behind the hotels, the little town's 3 holograms glowed: Banamex, Aeronev's, and the cathedral's 6-meter Virgin. Conroy stood beside him. "Crash job," Conroy said. "You know how it is." Conroy's voice was flat and uninflected, as though he'd modeled it after a cheap voice chip. His face was broad and white, dead white. His eyes were dark-ringed and hooded, beneath a peroxide thatch combed back from a wide forehead. He wore a black polo shirt and black slacks. "Inside," he said, turning. Turner followed, ducking to enter the cabin door. White screens, pale, flawless pine, Tokyo's austere corporate chic. Conroy settled himself on a low, rectangular cushion of slate-gray ultrasweed. Turner stood, his hands slack at his sides. Conroy took a knurled silver inhaler from the low enamel table between them. "Choline enhancer?" Conroy jammed the inhaler into one nostril and snorted. "You want some sushi?" He put the inhaler back on the table. "We caught a couple of red snapper about an hour ago." Turner stood where he was, staring at Conroy. "Christopher Mitchell," Conroy said. "Mas Biolabs, their head hybridoma man. He's coming over to Hosaka." "Never heard of him." "Bullshit. How about a drink?" Turner shook his head. "Silicon's on the way out, Turner. Mitchell's the man who made biochips work, and Moss is sitting on the major patents. You know that. He's the man for monoclonals. He wants out. You and me, Turner, we're going to shift him. I think I'm retired, Conroy. I was having a good time back there. That's what the psych team in Tokyo say. I mean, it's not exactly your first time out of the box, is it? She's a field psychologist on retainer to Hosaka. A muscle in Turner's thigh began to jump. They say you're ready, Turner. They were a little worried after New Delhi, so they wanted to check it out. Little therapy on the side. Never hurts, does it? Chapter 2. To Marley, she'd worn her best for the interview, but it was raining in Brussels, and she had no money for a cab. She walked from the Eurotrans station. Her hand in the pocket of her good jacket, a Sally Stanley but almost a year old, was a white knot around the crumpled telefax. She no longer needed it, having memorized the address, but it seemed she could no more release it than break the trance that held her here now. Staring into the window of an expensive shop that sold menswear, her focus phasing between sedate flannel dress shirts and the reflection of her own dark eyes. Surely the eyes alone would be enough to cost her the job. No need for the wet hair she now wished she'd let Andrea cut. The eyes displayed a pain and an inertia that anyone could read, and most certainly these things would soon be revealed to Herr Josef Virek, least likely of potential employers. When the telefax had been delivered, she'd insisted on regarding it as some cruel prank, another nuisance call. She'd had enough of those, thanks to the media, so many that Andrea had ordered a special program for the apartment's phone, one that filtered out incoming calls from any number that wasn't listed in her permanent directory. But that, Andrea had insisted, must have been the reason for the telefax. How else could anyone reach her? But Marley had shaken her head and huddled deeper into Andrea's old terry robe. Why would Virek, enormously wealthy collector and patron, wish to hire the disgraced former operator of a tiny Paris gallery? Then it had been Andrea's time for headshaking, in her impatience with the disgraced Marley Krushkova, who spent entire days in the apartment now, who sometimes didn't bother to dress. The attempted sale in Paris of a single forgery was hardly the novelty Marley imagined it to have been, she said. If the press hadn't been quite so anxious to show up the disgusting nass for the fool he most assuredly was, she continued, the business would hardly have been news. Nass was wealthy enough, gross enough, to make for a weekend scandal. Andrea smiled. If you had been less attractive, you would have gotten far less attention. Marley shook her head. And the forgery was Alain's. You were innocent. Have you forgotten that? Marley went into the bathroom, still huddled in the threadbare robe, without answering. Beneath her friend's wish to comfort, to help, Marley could already sense the impatience of someone forced to share a very small space with an unhappy, non-paying guest. And Andrea had had to loan her the fare for the Eurotrans. With a conscious, painful effort of will, she broke from the circle of her thoughts and merged with the dense but sedate flow of serious Belgian shoppers. A girl in bright tights and a boyfriend's oversized Loden jacket brushed past, scrubbed and smiling. At the next intersection, Marley noticed an outlet for a fashion line she'd favored in her own student days. The clothes looked impossibly young. In her white and secret fist the telefax. Galerie Dupré, 14 Rue Aubert, Bruxelles. The receptionist in the cool grey anteroom of the Galerie Duperré might well have grown there, a lovely and likely poisonous plant, rooted behind a slab of polished marble inlaid with an enameled keyboard. She raised lustrous eyes as Marley approached. Marley imagined the click and whir of shutters, her bedraggled image whisked away to some far corner of Josef Virek's empire. Marley Krushkova, she said, fighting the urge to produce the compacted wad of telefax, smooth it pathetically on the cool and flawless marble. For Herr Virek. Fräulein Krushkova, the receptionist said. Herr Virek is unable to be in Brussels today. Marley stared at the perfect lips, simultaneously aware of the pain the words caused her, and the sharp pleasure she was learning to take in disappointment. I see. However, he has chosen to conduct the interview via a sensory link. If you will please enter the third door on your left. The room was bare and white. On two walls hung unframed sheets of what looked like rain-stained cardboard, stabbed through repeatedly with a variety of instruments, Katatonenkunst, conservative. The sort of work one sold to committees sent round by the boards of Dutch commercial banks. She sat down on a low bench covered in leather and finally allowed herself to release the telefax. She was alone, but assumed that she was being observed somehow. Fraulein Krushkova. A young man in a technician's dark green smock stood in the doorway opposite the one through which she'd entered. In a moment, please, you will cross the room and step through this door. Please grasp the knob slowly, firmly, and in a manner that affords maximum contact with the flesh of your palm. Step through carefully. There should be a minimum of spatial disorientation. She blinked at him. I beg. The sensory link, he said, and withdrew, the door closing behind him. She rose, tried to tug some shape into the damp lapels of her jacket, touched her hair, thought better of it, took a deep breath, and crossed taut to the door. The receptionist's phrase had prepared her for the only kind of link she knew, a sim-stim signal routed via Bell Europa. She'd assumed she'd wear a helmet studded with dermatrodes, that Virek would use a passive viewer as a human camera. But Virek's wealth was on another scale of magnitude entirely. As her fingers closed around the cool brass knob, it seemed to squirm, sliding along a touch spectrum of texture and temperature in the first second of contact. Then it became metal again, green-painted iron, sweeping out and down along a line of perspective, an old railing she grasped now in wonder. A few drops of rain blew into her face. Smell of rain and wet earth. A confusion of small details, her own memory of a drunken art school picnic warring with the perfection of Virek's illusion. Below her lay the unmistakable panorama of Barcelona, smoke hazing the strange spires of the Church of the Sagrada Familia. She caught the railing with her other hand as well, fighting vertigo. She knew this place. She was in the Goule Park, Antonio Gaudi's tatty fairyland, on its barren rise behind the center of the city. To her left, a giant lizard of crazy quilt ceramic was frozen in mid-slide down a ramp of rough stone. Its fountain grin watered a bed of tired flowers. You are disoriented. Please forgive me. Joseph Virek was perched below her on one of the park's serpentine benches, his wide shoulders hunched in a soft topcoat. His features had been vaguely familiar to her all her life. Now she remembered, for some reason, a photograph of Virek and the King of England. He smiled at her. His head was large and beautifully shaped beneath a brush of stiff, dark gray hair. His nostrils were permanently flared, as though he sniffed invisible winds of art and commerce. His eyes, very large behind the round, rimless glasses that were a trademark, were pale blue and strangely soft. Please. He patted the bench's random mosaic of shattered pottery with a narrow hand. You must forgive my reliance on technology. I have been confined for over a decade to a vat, in some hideous industrial suburb of Stockholm, or perhaps of hell. I am not a well man, Marley. Sit beside me. Taking a deep breath, she descended the stone steps and crossed the cobbles. Herr Virek, she said, I saw you lecture in Munich 2 years ago, a critique of Fassler and his Ottostitches theater. You seemed well then. Fassler? Virek's tanned forehead wrinkled. You saw a double, a hologram perhaps. Many things, Marley, are perpetrated in my name. Aspects of my wealth have become autonomous by degrees. At times they even war with one another. Rebellion in the fiscal extremities. However, for reasons so complex as to be entirely occult, the fact of my illness has never been made public. She took her place beside him and peered down at the dirty pavement between the scuffed toes of her black Paris boots. She saw a chip of pale gravel, a rusted paperclip, the small dusty corpse of a bee or hornet. It's amazingly detailed. Yes, he said, the new moss biochips. You should know, he continued, that what I know of your private life is very nearly as detailed, more than you yourself do in some instances. You do? It was easiest, she found, to focus on the city, picking out landmarks remembered from a half-dozen student holidays. There, just there, would be the Ramblas, parrots, and flowers, the taverns serving dark beer and squid. Yes, I know that it was your lover who convinced you that you had found a lost Cornell original. Marley shut her eyes. He commissioned the forgery, hiring 2 talented student artisans and an established historian who found himself in certain personal difficulties. He paid them with money he'd already extracted from your gallery, as you have no doubt guessed. You are crying. Marley nodded. A cool forefinger tapped her wrist. I bought NAS. I bought the police off the case. The press weren't worth buying, they rarely are, and now perhaps your slight notoriety may work to your advantage. Herr Viereck, A moment, please. Paco, come here, child. Marley opened her eyes and saw a child of perhaps 6 years, tightly gotten up in dark suit coat and knickers, pale stockings, high-buttoned black patent boots. Brown hair fell across his forehead in a smooth wing. He held something in his hands, a box of some kind. Gaudí began the park in 1900, Viereck said. Paco wears the period costume. Come here, child. Show us your marvel. Senor, Paco lisped, bowing, and stepped forward to exhibit the thing he held. Marley stared. A box of plain wood, glass-fronted objects. Cornell, she said, her tears forgotten. Cornell, she turned to Viereck. Of course not. The object set into that length of bone is a Braun biomonitor. This is the work of a living artist. There are more boxes? I have found 7, over a period of 3 years. The Viereck collection, you see, is a sort of black hole. The unnatural density of my wealth drags irresistibly at the rarest works of the human spirit. An autonomous process, and one I ordinarily take little interest in. But Marley was lost in the box in its evocation of impossible distances of loss and yearning. It was somber, gentle, and somehow childlike. It contained 7 objects. The slender fluted bone, surely formed for flight, surely from the wing of some large bird. 3 archaic circuit boards faced with mazes of gold, a smooth white sphere of baked clay, an age-blackened fragment of lace. A finger-length segment of what she assumed was bone from a human wrist, grayish-white, inset smoothly with the silicon shaft of a small instrument that must once have ridden flush with the surface of the skin. But the thing's face was seared and blackened. The box was a universe, a poem, frozen on the boundaries of human experience. Gracias, Paco. Box and boy were gone. Ah. Forgive me, I have forgotten that these transitions are too abrupt for you. Now, however, we must discuss your assignment. Herr Viereck, she said, what is Paco? A sub-program. I have hired you to find the maker of the box. But Herr Viereck, with your resources, of which you are now one, child, do you not wish to be employed? When the business of NAS, having been stung with a forged Cornell, came to my attention, I saw that you might be of use in this matter. He shrugged. Credit me with a certain talent for obtaining desired results. Certainly, Herr Viereck, and yes, I do wish to work. Very well, you will be paid a salary. You will be given access to certain lines of credit, although, should you need to purchase, let us say, substantial amounts of real estate. Real estate? Or a corporation or spacecraft. In that event, you will require my indirect authorization, which you will almost certainly be given. Otherwise, you will have a free hand. I suggest, however, that you work on a scale with which you yourself are comfortable. Otherwise, you run the risk of losing touch with your intuition. And intuition, in a case such as this, is of crucial importance. The famous smile glittered for her once more. She took a deep breath. Herr Virek, what if I fail? How long do I have to locate this artist? The rest of your life, he said. Forgive me, she found herself saying to her horror, but I understood you to say that you live in a vat? Yes, Marley, and from that rather terminal perspective, I should advise you to strive to live hourly in your own flesh, not in the past if you understand me. I speak as one who can no longer tolerate that simple state, the cells of my body having opted for the quixotic pursuit of individual careers. I imagine that a more fortunate man or a poorer one would have been allowed to die at last, or be coated at the core of some bit of hardware. But I seem constrained by a Byzantine net of circumstance that requires, I understand, something like 1/10 of my annual income, making me, I suppose, the world's most expensive invalid. I was touched, Marley, at your affairs of the heart. I envy you the ordered flesh from which they unfold. And for an instant, she stared directly into those soft blue eyes and knew, with an instinctive mammalian certainty, that the exceedingly rich were no longer even remotely human. A wing of night swept Barcelona's sky like the twitch of a vast slow shutter, and Virek and Ghoul were gone, and she found herself seated again on the low leather bench, staring at torn sheets of stained cardboard. Chapter 3. 3 Bobby pulls a Wilson. It was such an easy thing, death. He saw that now. It just happened. You screwed up by a fraction, and there it was, something chill and odorless, ballooning out from the 4 stupid corners of the room, your mother's Berrytown living room. Shit, he thought, Two-a-day'll laugh his ass off, first time out, and I pull a Wilson. The only sound in the room was the faint steady burr of his teeth vibrating, supersonic palsy as the feedback ate into his nervous system. He watched his frozen hand as it trembled delicately, centimeters from the red plastic stud that could break the connection that was killing him. He'd come home and gotten right down to it, slotted the icebreaker he'd rented from Two-a-day and jacked in, punching for the base he'd chosen as his first live target. Figured that was the way to do it. You want to do it, then do it. He'd only had the little Ono Sendai deck for a month, but he already knew he wanted to be more than just some Berrytown hot dogger. Bobby Newmark, a.k.a. Count Zero, but it was already over. Shows never ended this way, not right at the beginning. In a show, the cowboy hero's girl or maybe his partner would run in, slap the trodes off, hit that little red off stud, so you'd make it through. But Bobby was alone now, his autonomic nervous system overridden by the defenses of a database 3,000 kilometers from Berrytown, and he knew it. There was some magic chemistry in that impending darkness, something that let him glimpse the infinite desirability of that room, with its carpet-colored carpet and curtain-colored curtains, its dingy foam sofa suite, the angular chrome frame supporting the components of a 6-year-old Hitachi entertainment module. He'd carefully closed those curtains in preparation for his run, but now, somehow, he seemed to see out anyway, where the condos of Berrytown crested back in their concrete wave to break against the darker towers of the projects. That condo wave bristled with a fine insect fur of antennas and chicken